play when all of a sudden, and all the people who come in suddenly say, traffic was really rough, not feeling that great, and other things, transportation issues, weather issues. But I think these are the meetings of the future, and they're hard to produce when to have that even flow between those coming into us virtually and those coming in person. But I want to thank everybody who was able to come here physically to the National League of Cities, National Association of Counties headquarters building. I know we have people that will be flowing in and out because that's the temptation that occurs when you have such meetings. And even in the virtual world, I know that the temptation is equally great to take those telephone calls, other meetings that may be scheduled. But this is being recorded. For those who have registered, we'll make sure that you have access to that. I have to say, we are grateful, very grateful to the National League of Cities for making this possible. You know, many people don't realize that in the 1970s, many of you weren't even born then, there was something called technology, and it was more of a mystery. The National League of Cities, NACO, and 6 other organizations basically said, we don't know this thing technology, but we think it's big. It sounds to me like where we are with AI today, actually. And what they did is they formed a group called Public Technology Inc. Very strange name, because that was supposed to be cool. Public Technology Inc. was incorporated as a nonprofit 501c3, but the Inc. made them sound somewhat corporate. And they had that name for many years, probably maybe the first 10 years of life of PTI. They had the best and brightest of technology, but the executive directors of all these organizations, including NLC, consisted of the board of directors. So it's an interesting journey. When I came to PTI in 2004, yes, I'm in my 20th year, we actually co-located with the National League of Cities headquarters building that is probably half a mile from here. But that building was then torn down. We had to move to be replaced with a much more modern building, and it made sense for NLC and NACO to come together. So this is the premier place for cities and counties to coexist, to meet, find areas of common interest and the like. And they have a wonderful conference center in the ground floor. So I'm just setting the stage for everybody who's coming in virtually. We've been grateful particularly for this event because we have NLC staff that is working here to help the transition with the video and the Zoom, which, as you know, isn't always that user-friendly. There's nothing worse. I love Zoom, but there's nothing worse than dialing in a minute before the event, and suddenly it says, we must update your system, and there's no option. And then we must install it now. But hopefully you have gone through that, and we have a great program. So thank you, NLC. And also thank you to InfoSec for being the sponsor of this event. You're going to hear more about InfoSec, and I think this is a very strong relationship. It's unusual for people in my capacity to talk about vendors beyond the fact that they are supporting these events in terms of looking at the commonality of what they're about and how we can work together. So I'm eager to explore those opportunities down the road. We have some great sessions. We're going to deal first off with the artificial intelligence. And we have a great keynote at lunch. This is a friend of mine, Dr. David Bray. He was just inducted into the Academy of Public Administration, where I've been a fellow for a number of years. He is one of the few individuals that is a brilliant thinker, speaker, and writer. Usually you don't see those 3 things come together. He was doing a major high-level federal defense report to be delivered to a very important group of military leaders on September 11th. And of course, we know what happened in history, and that report was kind of sidestepped for a while. So he's been in the forefront of a number of issues. He's been a guest on my podcast, sharkbites.net, when we talk about the difference between misinformation and disinformation. And really, there is an important difference and distinction to be made between those two. He also is a fellow of the Stimson Center. And just this week, we recorded together a first in a series of 8 live, supposedly, but however we define live today is very interesting, TV broadcast starting Monday, this Monday, the 23rd at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. It's an 8-part series on artificial intelligence in partnership between GovExec and the National Academy of Public Administration. So he and I are on the panel together, and we'll send you the link to this. You may find this of interest. The episodes are about 30 minutes each. They appear every Monday for 8 consecutive weeks, starting on the 23rd. The other thing I want to mention is that at least for those who have come into DC, the weather could not be better. And we will have, and we've had some challenges over the years. This is not the first time we've met for this event, but we've had challenges of weather. We've always promised a rooftop reception, and people kind of smile. We had one that was quite nice, tons of food until it rained. And that really put a damper on things, literally. But we do have reception, and I urge you to stay for that event. Because the views are quite stunning, it's a great place to do a selfie. So one of the things that we do when we start our summits is to go around the room and introduce everybody. But before I do that, I have one other announcement, and that is for many of you tuning in now and those in the audience may be curious about the transition that we made in June of this year. You know, we were very happily being part of CompTIA for almost 5 years. And here's a group that specializes in technology programs. And they grow about $10 million a year. And under that relationship, we grew too. We grew dramatically considering pandemic and other activities that we have. But as they grew bigger, the growth that we had didn't keep up. They reevaluated their program goals and decided not to just shed PTI, but their entire public sector. In over a 2-year period, they shed 24 staff, maybe more, both in the government affairs division, totally eliminated it 1 year. And after promoting me to the head of the public sector, they got rid of that too, which included the Space Enterprise Council, Federal Procurement Council, Cybersecurity Council, all these different activities, and PTI was a victim. But we're very fortunate as we looked around to different partners to find commonality with Fusion Learning Partners. The only thing about Fusion is the confusion, the name. You know, when you hear Fusion Learning Partners, it sounds like, oh my gosh, is that a consulting group? And the answer is no. They are a 501c3 nonprofit. They've been around almost as long as PTI. They're anchored in the Midwest in St. Paul, Minnesota. They also had the name for most of the time as Government Training Services, or GTS. They primarily did training services for the state of Minnesota and started doing neighboring educational activities. So that mission remains. They changed the name because they also manage a number of other smaller interest groups that have a public purpose. And the bottom line is, if you go to pti.org today, you will see a wealth of information about the programs we offer. If you went back to the way we had it before, even though we had supposed resources with unlimited pockets, we were limited to one page because, you know, sometimes big companies, big organizations, their need to have everything look similar can really hurt some of the subparts. This is not just in the private sector, also in the public sector, where somebody says everything must be uniform, everything has to fit into neat little boxes. Every website looked exactly the same, exact same colors, exact same format, and everybody complained and everybody acknowledged that it needed to be repaired. And for the 4 or 5 years we were there, every year they said, we're going to redo it, and they did, and they made it worse every year. So if you look at our presence today online, it's only going to get better. We are now one of the 3 pillars of Fusion Learning Partners. And you'll see that we're very prominent because we give them a national footprint. The second thing is they have this GovHub IT, and this 365, and this is going to be an informational portal. And we will be populating that with the current information. So it's a place to go for a lot of information aside from PTI. And then the third leg of the stool is that they do an annual event in Minnesota, the time of year when people don't think about traveling other than for families. So that's both good and bad. But they do meet in St. Paul, Minnesota, the 12th, 13th, and 14th of this year. And we invite you all to join us. The giveaways for those sponsoring will be warm parkers and gloves and hats. No, I'm only kidding. They know how to handle the snow. Everything is very compact. Getting from the airport is very easy. If you're a Delta flyer, it's even easier. But it's a great opportunity, and all PTI members and affiliates will receive a 50% discount for registration. I know that I'll be doing a half a day workshop on cybersecurity. And I will also be doing one on emergency preparedness, asking people to take a look at their plans and maybe even bring them in advance and compare what should be done versus what many people have. What we found in our consulting practice is that many organizations lack a lot of critical details, and they just take for granted, well, this thing has been around for a while. You know, the questions come, how often is it practiced? Are you covering all the bases? And to what extent are you covering technology, especially when it comes to cyber issues or natural disasters, even unnatural disasters, whatever it takes. And so we're going to look at all that. There are 12 areas that we'll delve into during that workshop, let alone all the other activities that we have. You'll hear from state CIOs, you'll hear from great consultants, you'll hear from peers, and it'll be an exciting thing. And this is something that we want to anchor our activities to every year. And we'll get used to the cold in Minnesota, but again, just getting from one place to the other is very easy. Getting in and out of the airport is very easy. So I think those are my most important announcements. The other, I know everyone always asks, if you didn't get a chance to take a little tab from the front desk, Wi-Fi is provided here, thanks to the National League of Cities. It is NLC guest, and the passcode is NLC, and NLC is capitalized, and then it's guest access. And the challenge here is to remember the 2 C's and the 2 S's. For those who are spelling challenged, they may not have access to their spell check. So those are the things. You have your Wi-Fi. For those who are coming in on this via Zoom, again, welcome all. So what I'd like to do is introduce everybody first in the room and tell us who you are, what you do, how long you've been at where you are. And then we will move to the virtual realm and do the same, so we all get to know each other. And then we'll begin our panel with artificial intelligence, both risk and reward. And we have a lot of really cool things to talk about in that first opening session. Let's start here, Nick.
Is it working? Okay, there we go. Nikki Milburn, Chief Information Security Officer for Franklin County, Ohio, and I have been in this role for 5 years.
And Nikki is a star because she appeared in the last episode of Shark Bites podcast, The View from the CISO. It's a 2-part series, so you may want to listen to that.
Nice to meet you, Nikki. Maureen Prado. I'm with InfoSec, and we're a proud sponsor today. So I'm looking forward to meeting each of you and learning more about your programs and how you're supporting your communities.
Hey, everybody. Travis Sparrow. I'm the IT director in Henrico County, Virginia. I've been doing it for about 6 years, and it's about 90 miles south of here.
Good morning. My name is Kerry Good. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the city of Durham, North Carolina. I've been there since 2010. So I think that's about 13 years at the city of Durham.
Good morning, Vanetta Pledger, Chief Information Officer for the city of Alexandria, Virginia. I've been there for 7 years.
Good morning, Dale Bowen, Public Technology Institute. I've been there way too long now, 30 plus years. So thanks again to participating today virtually and in person. And again, thanks to NLC for hosting us.
Good morning, Shelley Munson. I'm the CIO for the city of Rancho Cucamonga, California. Happy to be here.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Daryl Polk, Chief Technology Officer for Riverside County, California. I've been in that position for about 1.5 years now.
Morning, Christopher Jordan. I'm a senior specialist at NLC here in the building. I've been here for about 5 months.
To round us out, I'm Lena Garrity. I'm the Director of Innovation and Sustainability at the National League of Cities. Welcome. So excited to be here and hear all of your amazing content today.
All right. Now from the virtual side. We're gonna have to ask you to jump in.
Very well, I'll start. Scott Kahn, CIO, City of Modesto, California, and one of your panelists this morning on our discussion.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Reeder. I am in Minnesota, woohoo, and I'm the Chief Information Officer at the League of Minnesota Cities. I've been at the league here for over 7 years.
And I believe, Mel, you have the distinction of having the largest in the country in terms of having the most localities. Is that correct?
I didn't quite hear you right, Alan, but I think you said the most municipalities, and I
Yes.
think we are either first or second. Illinois is a close tie
Okay.
with us
Yeah,
with the
that was my
numbers.
question. Well, welcome, Mel.
I'm Nick Laverty. I'm the IT director at the Schaumburg Park District in Schaumburg, Illinois. I've been here for a little over a year.
Okay.
Fugelsang. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Steve.
I'm Steve Fugelsang. I'm the cybersecurity program director at the National Governors Association, where I've been over 2 years now. Would love to be there in person. Unfortunately, I have a semi-emergency dental appointment later today, but good to see you, Dr. Shark, and nice to meet you, everyone.
Take plenty of those painkillers, Steve.
Andrew Darrow. I'm the IT manager for the city of Manhattan, Kansas. I've been with the city for 7 years and been the IT manager for 3 now.
Good morning. I'm Matt Bunko. I'm the Chief Information Officer for Gallatin County, Montana. I've been here just at 5 years.
Good morning. I'm Joshua Kaga. I'm the IT manager for the city of San Luis Obispo, California. I've been in this role for 3 weeks now, but with the city for about 7 years. So,
Welcome. Anyone else we're not seeing?
Good morning. My name is Shelton Besson. I'm the Director of Technology at the City of Rosenberg in Texas, and I've been with the city for the last 5 years.
Hello, good morning. My name is Lou Abella. I'm the Information Security Architect working with the Minnesota IT Services.
Great. Anyone else? I know given the program, we're going to have people jumping in between now and 10 o'clock. So there'll be some other folks. So I'm glad everyone had a chance to initially introduce themselves. You know, when Dale introduced himself as just being on the staff, he is a deputy of the organization. When he says 30 plus years, it's more like 33. And for those of you who believe in intern programs, be careful because some people never leave. And Dale did start as an intern and never left. And if he left tomorrow, I would be forced to resign because he has so much knowledge and he does so much to give us credit and makes us all look good and has amazing talents to that end. So with that, before we start, I'd like to, the other thing that we do that I think makes things interesting for these events is what are, when it comes to cybersecurity, what are the top 3 things that really concern you? Because I think that's going to set the stage for a lot of discussions today. And towards the end of the afternoon, we're going to have opportunities for you to actually share what you're doing and to be able to ask questions. So we want this to be interactive. And that's why we like to start off with getting to know each other and then going around and getting to know what are the top issues that concern you when it comes to cyber. I'm going to pick on Nikki only because, yeah, why? Because you are a CISO, and even though many of the CIOs today are a CISO, you'll note that I wrote a piece. I do these pieces for American City County Magazine, and the latest one is cyber insecurity, AI, and the rise of the CISO. But our surveys, which we'll talk about a little bit later, show that less than 40%, I think even less than that, actually have a CISO. So the eyes of a CISO are important, which is why we have our podcast series that are focusing on that. We have another podcast, I think just went live this morning, and that's going to be from the eyes of a CISO of a city, of a county. So we have both, and you're the county, and we have the one city coming up today. So what are the 3 concerns? I gave you time to think about an answer.
And I appreciate that. I would say my top three concerns, one of them is obviously going to be AI. That is one that is a significant challenge. You can use it both good and bad. So I have people on my team that's like, yeah, I can have it make up drawings and architectural type stuff for me, and it does it really quick. I was like, okay, so if I am bad guy, I can absolutely create a phishing campaign like no other. So it has its place, but how do we rein that in? I would say second is probably on the talent front. I have a very talented team. I'm very happy with it. It's the competitive nature of security right now, being able to attract and retain. Being government, we don't always have the same salary. And for those who don't know where Franklin County is, we sit right in the middle of Columbus, Ohio. So we have Intel moving in. We have all your big data centers. We have Chase, Nationwide, Huntington. All your big financials are there too, and their IT teams are as well. So we're competing for the same talent in that aspect. And I think part of it's breaking a mindset that in government, they physically have to sit in the building with you to be working. And that's not the case. As a leader, you need to learn how to lead remote people differently. So breaking that mindset is kind of a challenge. And then the third one that I'm tackling is user education. And I don't just mean security awareness training. It's really having it hit home. I'm adding a position that'll be facilitating tabletop exercises in the agencies. That tells us what's important to them, and it gives us the opportunity to educate. This is what it really means. You think, oh no, cyber incident stuff's broke. No, this is what it means to you. You cannot function now. So kind of tackling a lot of the user education stuff.
Yeah. Interesting. Those are people stuff, you know, and we all think about technology, but very often it comes down to people issues. I'm going to switch gears here and put somebody on the spot, the virtual side. Steve, before the dentist gets to you, you've run 2 annual meetings on cybersecurity. You prominently play a leadership role with the National Governors Association. What do you see from your vantage point?
Sure. The number one concern that we see is funding and budgetary challenges. So we're going into the second year of the state and local cybersecurity grant program. And I expect there'll be a lot of improvements in the process and how that's managed and how those monies are marshaled out to the states, and the 80% pass-through requirement for the support of counties and municipalities. I can tell you that all states except for South Dakota have applied for funding under year 2 of the grant program. So I'm hopeful that will help alleviate some of those issues. Of course, $1 billion over 4 years sounds like a lot of money, but spread out across the landscape with our many thousands of municipalities and counties, it can still be challenging to leverage those dollars for good. It is certainly true AI has been an issue of pressing concern among our membership, our governors, their advisors. Connecticut and Vermont in particular are doing some tremendous work there. I know Vermont is, I believe, the only state thus far that has appointed a director of artificial intelligence, who I believe will be an asset to some of his state colleagues across the country. And those would be, I think, the 2 issues that would come immediately to my mind, as well as workforce and public sector workforce development. We'll be doing an event a month from now in DC on cybersecurity credentialing and educational pathways, talking about community college programs and other means of supporting the workforce, both private sector and public sector. So for my money, those are the 3 that are top of mind for our state-based membership.
Thank you for that. Eric. What would be your 3 concerns? We have a mic coming.
Good morning. As a CIO for the city of Durham, my concern is around the changing IT landscape that we have to deal with as technologies turn over, and specifically as it pertains to the remote workforce. A lot of at least 50% of the city employees are working from home, and that offers unique challenges in cybersecurity, as well as the technology of managing a hybrid data center. We got about 50% of our applications in the cloud, the other 50% within the data center, and what challenges and risks that come with that, and getting the appropriate funding to put the right technology for security purposes. And finally, the increased complexity of managing. I don't know about other cities, but our portfolio of applications are increasing monthly. We're getting more and more applications added to the portfolio, more technology added into our IT infrastructure. And comes with that is a way to manage it securely. Those are our three challenges.
So you're in the research triangle. You've got all the universities, all high tech. So around the workforce, are you having a difficult time like finding quality or qualified staff at what you can pay them, or you're not really facing that issue? Or maybe you're working with the universities for staffing.
To answer that question, yes. We are having challenges competing with compensation. The talent is there. It's just that we're competing with the Googles, the Metas, all the high-tech companies you can think of in the Research Triangle Park. So our compensation model doesn't quite keep up, but we've been very innovative and creative how we address that through using managed services. I'll talk about that a little bit when we get on the panel.
Let's go back to the virtual side. Mel, you have a unique situation in that you are in constant contact with all your municipalities in the state. What do you see if you were to consolidate from what you're hearing in the field?
Thanks, Alan. You can hear me okay, right?
Perfectly, yeah.
Okay. I was making some notes on the others that had shared, and so I relate to a lot of that. But when I think of cybersecurity for our members in Minnesota, I instantly go to the smaller entities and organizations, and I slice that a little differently, and they're really struggling to procure and deploy what I'll call it the big kid technology toys because of simply their size and their funding. But honestly, it's about expertise. And so it's very difficult in our field. It moves very quickly. And I think that there's a struggle for those smaller entities that we represent. Their Swiss Army knives are ready today, and they're just trying to deploy the tool that they can find in their Swiss Army knife to fix the problem today. There's not a lot of strategic planning for future tech in their organization. The second thing that's actually 1 and 2. The third one is staying relevant, and that's for all of us in the room and online. How do we stay relevant so that we are the source of information and services that we serve to our residents, or in the case of whoever else is in the room, your members. There's a lot of information, like you said, disinformation, misinformation. And so staying relevant and keeping in front of that, and maybe we're not in charge of that information, but we're in front of how we touch those folks and how they touch us to get that information. And so that technology component there is really important to me.
Thank you. I'm going to call on Travis since I'm playing tag back and forth, virtual and the like. Oh, hold on. We have a mic coming your way.
Well, I'm just going to parrot what everybody else said anyway. No, I think you guys have hit on it with what's been said already. There's a lot of what we fight is people issues. We can continue to educate users and attempt to educate users over and over and over again, but there's still going to be the people that click, and then we have to fight through the aftermath of the click. On top of that, one of the things that we've pushed for, but we're getting little traction with our leadership, is some accountability behind those mandatory security awareness trainings and those sorts of things. We can put arbitrary dates of need to be completed in 30, 60, 90 days, what have you, but there's no teeth behind if they don't. And that's been a struggle for us. And then the other piece is about budget. And I believe the gentleman from Durham also talked about the constantly changing landscape of what we do and what we're dealing with, increasing portfolios. I think all that's incredibly relevant and true as well.
You're pointing support from the top is essential. I thought you were going to go a slightly different direction, but I got myself a little bit in trouble, but I'm actually happy with that. I don't mind getting in trouble for certain things. And that was, I think it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, when I was quoted in Route 50 from a PTI survey that said that 30% of public officials look for exclusions to cyber rules, meaning that I want to be excluded from changing passwords. I want to be excluded from cyber training, essentially saying I'm unique, I'm special. And we flagged that, and that went all around the country. But I thought that was good. I think we really wanted to hold a mirror to them because they are the examples. And I think the rationale behind, from our point of view, is the fact that they are probably more public and more vulnerable than anybody else. And so the point being is, if they think that they're so special, we can say, you're right. You are very special. As a result of your specialness, you are a particular target for cyber criminals. I think that changed some minds, but Travis, you raised the point of what about the teeth for everybody else? What happens? Now, some jurisdictions are really good. They'll just say, you don't, I'm a public employee, at George Mason University. And when I don't change my password, I mean, I take their threat seriously. I have no access. There's nothing. That's it. I'm out. It's all automated. So it's not a person doing it. It's a system doing it. And maybe that's the way to do it. It says, that's it. I must go through training. And if I don't go through the annual training, at the very least, I'm cut out. I do not have access. So in other words, this whole issue of access, getting to grading students or whatever, this would be true of any employee, is critical. And so that's kind of the carrot and the stick. You want access, then these are the rules and this is what you do. All right, anybody else on the side, on the virtual side, that would like to jump in? I know the issues are going to sound alike, but when it comes from you as they relate to your own situation and your own jurisdiction, they may be somewhat different in terms of the things that you're dealing with. So open mic for those on the virtual side. Can I call on you, Scott? I know you're going to be on the first panel, but I thought maybe you're never shy for sharing your views.
Well, that's a good thing and a bad thing, Alan, but certainly you can call on me. Actually, I've been listening to everybody's priority list here, and I have some slides that I'll be sharing during the session that I think touches on some of those. I love the comment about user education not having any teeth. It is something that we battle with here in Modesto as well. Everybody, including our council members, our mayor, all executive staff, all city staff, regardless if they're in an office or out in the field, are required once a month to do security training. And it's been quite the heavy lift to get everybody complying with that. It really comes down to putting pressures on the executive staff and making sure the city manager has complete buy-in. And in our case, I'm lucky enough where that is the case. So he is very demanding that if you don't take your training, you're going to be called out. And if you don't take your training, you're going to go through retraining, mandatory, and it will go into your employee file. So thankfully, I have the backing, and it sounds, I think, Steve, that was you who made the mention, I believe. Hopefully, you're going to head toward the same direction, but that is working for us here.
Great, thank you. I think one thing that keeps coming up when we have these conversations is the whole issue, how do we educate elected leaders? I mean, it's one thing to do surveys from a CIO or technology leader's point of view in terms of the support they get, both financial and policy-wise and other. The other is, how do we educate them? And I think towards that end, I'm somewhat encouraged. We've had some really good discussions with the leadership of NLC, the staff, and we have talked about the goal. And I think the goal is somewhat there to create some kind of online course through NLC University, that or city, whatever you're calling it these days, to educate elected leaders and maybe get a certificate that would give them something at their end, at their level, so that they would have a better appreciation. Because sometimes when people come to their elected leaders, I think they're looked upon with a little suspicion of self-interest. However unfortunate, there is that kind of bias. And I think the beauty of nonprofit associations like PTI, the National Governors Association, NACO, other organizations, is that we can be that voice that you want to be. We can be that credibility factor that you are. But hearing it from a third person, hopefully with some kind of reputation behind them, based on our structure, our status, our board, and our history. And we have the ability to kind of take positions that you would be afraid to take on your own because of the risks. And maybe being on the bad side of people if they don't get it the right way. And so I always say this is the beauty of having third parties develop programs, get that message to the right people. Because my fear is that by the end of the day, we're going to be both pumped, excited, and frustrated at the same time. The threat landscape has continued to grow. And I suspect we'll be saying the same thing next year. It's like Groundhog Day. It continues not to get any better. And I think with artificial intelligence, that could actually make things even worse. At the same time, it will also make things better. And that's what we're going to talk about in our first panel. Yes, Dale.
I had a quick question. So listening to everyone, so, IT directors, CIOs, everyone, focus on cybersecurity. It's, you're aware of it. How much of your time is actually spent dealing? Now, some people have a CISO, a lot of jurisdictions don't. So I'm just curious, is it and it's maybe hard to judge. It's not like, Monday and Tuesday I focus on cyber, but any idea of how much time you're not necessarily thinking about focused on cybersecurity, or it's a priority for, I don't know.
That's the question we don't have to ask you,
Yeah,
Nikki.
yeah. Or maybe,
You're
Nikki,
exempt.
what do you see from Adam, your CIO, or is it something like, okay, you're in charge of cyber now, so
I wouldn't say that. All right, grab up the mics thing, my bad. I wouldn't say that Adam's 100% hands off. He and I do meet. We have ELT sessions throughout the week where he's meeting with his communications officer, his financial officer, security, technology, and government experience officers. It's where we're all together and we're all talking about what are you doing? This is what I'm doing. This is how I need your help. So he's not 100% hands off. When you look at what I do, yes, that is my day-to-day 100% cyber, focused on what are we doing to kind of change things, make things better. Whether the county wants it or not, we're acting on their behalf for the right reasons. I think at the agency level, so if I was to look at the IT directors within the agencies, because some do have them, very little time is actually spent on cyber. It's just when I kind of inject myself into their world is when they're focused on cyber. But for the most part, typically not.
Okay, let's hear it from the CIOs in the room in terms of, because I think it's a good question. How much time? Carrie, you don't have a CISO, correct? You do, yeah. So, but still, how much time do you spend on it?
So I went from in 2017, like every other day on something going on with cybersecurity, to today with a cybersecurity program and a virtual CISO once a month briefing on what's going on in cybersecurity. So as you mature your cybersecurity program, it can be less.
With your experience, you would kind of average.
I would say I'm more focused on it because I'm trying to raise the maturity level of the organization so everyone is focused on it. So from the standpoint of new solutions, are we paying attention to how we would protect and secure that? So just keeping continuous awareness, I think is probably what I'm doing most of the time. But I'm not day-to-day into solutions, but I'm just day-to-day in voicing. We need to make sure that we're putting the proper controls in place and recognize the risks that could introduce to our services.
So when issues come up, like with council or the mayor and the city, do they go to you or do they go?
It depends on what the issue is and how it came up. More recently, it's talking to Transportation Environmental Services. They want wireless at bus stops. So I'm still trying to figure out what the use case is. Obviously, I don't feel like staff needs to have access to the network from bus stops. So again, it's still bringing awareness about what are we doing, why are we doing it, and how are we actually creating value and what the benefit would be. So it just depends on the use case of the scenario. I think all of us have the directors that go to the conferences and come back and say, I need this tomorrow. It's going to make everything better. And then we have to raise awareness on, is that vendor truly viable? What solutions have they provided? And, do they have a SOC 2 report? Like what type of controls do they have in place for their solutions? Depending on what that solution is providing. Again, we're trying to also educate on if the solution is going to impact the network and the risk to the network and the government operations. So really paying attention to all that. If it's not going to touch the network, I'm like, okay, I'm neutral, but depending on the sensitive nature of the data, that also would introduce more controls.
Here from this side. Sean.
Yeah, for like Vanetta, it depends on the day and the time, but just pushing down, keeping the barriers out of the way of progress on cybersecurity. And what I mean by that is the middle person between the executive team or being on the executive team with the city manager, setting priorities and the barrier of convenience versus security. So like Travis mentioned, sometimes they don't want something, it's a hassle, or it's going to take longer to use multi-factor, whatever the case may be, but just communicating that out and not having that be a barrier to our progress in maturing our security level so that the team can continue. So the time spent is just around education, setting priorities, and the funding. And that way the team can do their job. And then succession planning with the team. So keeping eyes peeled for, we just had our CISO retire. So, we had someone in line to take that and it worked out. But yeah, just keeping focus on those.
Yeah, I'm just kind of echoing everybody's comments and assessments throughout the room. I think cybersecurity, when I started in the business, was kind of seen as a barrier. It was meant to be a foil against kind of the rest of the organization that, you have your CTO that's advancing, you have your CISO that's trying to kind of put that through some type of vetting process. I think now it's the idea is it's a pervasive thought that cybersecurity and looking at everything through that lens. For us, we have a phrase that we throw around, is the juice worth the squeeze? So, yeah, we're going to gain a lot from this, but what risks is it going to introduce? Are we going to spend more time, more investment trying to mitigate all of the risks this is going to bring us for this small convenience? And a big problem for us is kind of the hyper popularization of technology. It's what we talked about the other day when blockchain came out. So what are we going to do with blockchain? Well, what do you want to do with blockchain? So you always have this kind of AI is the flavor of the day right now. So, we have, the chief executive officer, the board coming to us, what are we going to do with AI? And what do you want to do with AI? What's the need that we're going to address with this, as opposed to just throwing AI out there and trying to build safe barriers around it when we're not even sure what use case we're going to apply it to. So I think it's just part of the maturity of thinking. It's not looking at technology as kind of this really kind of sexy toy that we can play with and kind of, hey, we're going to throw it out there and show our constituents we're AI enabled. It's what's the use case that's going to bring the most value to the community while putting them at the least risk.
Time perhaps one more. Anyone on the virtual side that has something different to add from your perspective?
I think one thing I'll add that I've been concerned about and thinking about is how do we do better at regional types of collaborations? We have a lot of small cities around us that don't have the resources that we have, and we're a small city ourselves. So how do we kind of pool some of those resources in a regional manner, work with our county, work with our state agencies to be able to do better with the cybersecurity and cybersecurity posture that we don't have the resources to do by ourselves, but maybe we could all do together.
Cool. I'm glad you mentioned that. I was fascinated by a study done about 3 years ago between the National Governors Association, NASCIO, the National Association of State CIOs. I feel badly, I don't know how that happened, but we were not part of that discussion or the research. one of the questions focused on all the, well, not questions, a lot of the focus was on services to local governments. And there was an interesting word that came out of their survey. This is how many how many state governments offer services to local governments? Like 70%. It was a very high ratio. And I questioned that when I talked to Doug Robinson, my counterpart. And I said, that question is somewhat misleading. There are offers all around the world. Doesn't mean I know about it. It doesn't mean that I know how to get it. And the disconnect continues to this day. We continue to ask in our surveys that we do every year, how is your relationship with the state CIO? And I would say 7% say non-existent. Now, in fairness, state CIOs that we've talked to recognize this is a dilemma. It's not like they're being ignorant here. They know it's a problem. I think the cyber grants may be a step in the right direction, but for the most part, they don't have the mechanism. Often the state CIOs are part of they're all part of the executive branch. Working with local governments is not part of their job description. And so it's really a question of priorities. They're very sympathetic. When there was a ransomware attack for a number of small cities in Texas, the Texas CIO and the group came in and they came to the rescue, and they were all over the news, and I interviewed them, and basically we said, why did you do it? And they said, because it was the right thing to do. Now, how many people have that mindset? It's the right thing to do, and actually helped send teams to help restore these small local governments that really were crippled. And I think more work needs to be done in fostering that. I do have this vision that maybe I can share later in the program. I think we're organized incorrectly. I think there are some opportunities state by state to kind of take a regional approach. But again, looking at Texas, they're kind of doing this. They are doing RSOCs, new term, regional SOCs. And this is because they recognize that so many small local governments, do not have capabilities as much as they want. They cannot get the staff. They do not have the resources. And so Texas has divided the entire state into small regions and anchored with perhaps a higher education institution or a community college, technical college of some sort, and to develop resources to have a network of individuals to help. It is that model that is sorely missing in every state, in my mind. Just a little editorial comment there. But the very fact we're seeing it happen at least in one place, it doesn't mean it's not happening in other. It's just that I happen to take note of that. I think that's a good thing. So with that, I want to thank you all for participating. We try to get everybody involved. And as we go around the room, I don't think there's any venue in this country that has more qualified individuals as represented in this audience that is 99% in the profession. There's no meeting that I'm aware of that has the ratio that we see. So we thank our sponsor, but hopefully people recognize that 98% of those who come to our events are all technology leaders. And you go to other places and it's one presentation after the other from vendors, which has its value too. But no one has this mix. So, but that's why we're small. So maybe we have to go a little bit more the other direction. So I'm going to ask our panelists to come up. Scott, stay where you are. But we're going to talk about AI and cybersecurity. So I'm going to ask Vanetta and Daryl and Carrie to come on up, as they say in the game show. And we'll have a discussion about AI, cybersecurity risk and reward. Take this. So you'll note that you have mics to the side of you, and I believe they need to be turned on when you need to speak. But a couple of things to set the stage. For those joining us, welcome. We're going to talk about AI, cybersecurity, risk, and reward. We just did a survey. Normally, at this event, every year, we release the findings of our cybersecurity, our city-county cybersecurity survey. But we had a survey that we felt needed to be put in front of it. So we'll release the cyber survey later probably if not next week, in early November. But the reason for that is we did want an AI. Many of you participated in that survey, and it had a lot of interesting factors. The number one concern was cybersecurity. That's what's going to show in our regular survey. But when it came to AI and AI applications, cybersecurity was the one technology that people thought would have the greatest application. So I think that's pretty interesting. So that's part of where we begin with this discussion. But I'd like to get your views about, kind of this is like risk and reward. There's some really good things about cyber. I'm sorry, AI in cyber, in terms of the tools. Some of you, we had an event yesterday for our CGCIO certification graduates. We have a masterclass program. We met yesterday, and this topic obviously came up. We talked about the whole issue of who's using it now. And I think people would be surprised to know that AI is actually alive, well, and being used. It's part of this definition. Is it machine learning? Is it automated process? But I think we'll use it in the generic sense. So I'm going to start with you, Daryl, in terms of how you see AI working for you either now or down the road.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's interesting because AI is really agnostic in terms of its usability. So as the threat actors adopt AI and what they can do with it, my concern with threat actors is their advantage as far as scale. But when it comes to social engineering, AI can mimic voice, it can mimic image, it can mimic speech patterns and writing patterns. And, as we've all kind of talked about, even if 99.9% of your workforce is really well-versed and well-practiced in cybersecurity, the 0.1% that isn't is what they're after. And, we've used this analogy before. It's like playing a baseball game where you don't get to go to bat. You have to go 9 innings at playing defense. They can't score, all they have to do is score 1 run and they win. So you have to play a perfect game every single time to win. And so with these new tools, we obviously can counter with AI because now we have better anomaly detection tools. We have better response tools. We have better mitigation tools. But it definitely feels like a cat and mouse arms race where the mouse gets faster, the cat gets faster, and you just kind of go in this little vicious cycle. So, I think for us, it's going to be understanding all of the implications that this brings. It's going to be bringing awareness to our users about how to responsibly use AI and how to responsibly interact in an age where, we've kind of fostered this idea that in-person interaction, the more personal the interaction, the more secure it is. Now you have something that can start mimicking a lot of that with phone conversations or email conversations. So it'll just be this increasing arms race.
And I should say Daryl is the Chief Technology Officer for Riverside County in California. So let's turn to Kerry Good, who's the CI Durham, North Carolina. Get your take, Kerry.
Thank you, Alan. I would like to say AI is the frontline defense for the city of Durham. We use AI. If it wasn't AI, our security would not be as robust. And share a few things we're using for the threat detection. The AI-powered system learns the typical behavior of endpoints and users. We can identify deviations from those normal patterns which may be indicative of an attack. For example, it can detect unusual modification of network connections that could signify breach. We also use for threat intelligence. We pull threat intelligence into our AI systems, and then it looks for those behaviors. When a threat is detected, the tool can take anonymous action to quarantine or remediate the affected endpoint. We had users call us to say, my computer don't work no more. Yeah, you downloaded some code or some software that our AI detected and shut you down. So, and also we have machine learning built into our AI system. So we're using, it's learning the behavior of the user. And they see any different behavior, then it also reports that to our SOC. So AI is on the front line for us. and I can't say but good things as far as how AI is helping us protect the cities, network, and applications.
Great. Etta.
Good morning, Fanetta Pledger, City of Alexandria, Virginia. I think it's twofold for us, right? One is how are we using AI to make some of our processes more efficient? So one of the key strategic initiative of mine is modernization. So we talk with the team about how are we advancing our tool sets so we can keep like our virtual infrastructure, our code, our application, our templates current and up to date. That's also a way to deter, if you will, vulnerabilities or decrease vulnerabilities. At the same time, we talk about our tools and capabilities, just as Carrie mentioned, how are we using orchestration to get all of these logs and all this detection to basically correlate and let us know that there's potentially something happening in the environment. So I think you have to use it from both sides, not only in the cybersecurity space, talking about your tool set, but also in the space of how are you helping your staff to perform their work better, more efficient, more securely, so that way you can hopefully keep, my goal is to be N-1 with all of our infrastructure. So how can we continue to advance, take an approach that keeps us from, always worrying about, are we on the latest operating system? How long is it going to take for us to get there? How long is it going to take for us to virtualize and update and upgrade? So how can we use AI to help staff to get away from their repetitive work and at the same time for them to be better critical thinkers and think more holistically at how we want to advance the current landscape of technology?
All right. Scott, you said you actually have some slides.
Not so much on the AI topic, more on the cybersecurity topic. But something to point out on the AI side. Yes, it's very scary from a security perspective, but there's a yin and a yang to this. Okay, as much as the threat actors can leverage AI to attack you, I'm going to go to what Carrie said. We can leverage AI to protect you. So it's in my mind, this is just taking the entire cybersecurity and cybersecurity defense conversation to the next stage in its natural evolution. Okay, so we're going to come up with something great that uses AI to catch the bad guys. They're going to come up with something great to try and get around that. And that's nothing different than what we've already been doing with, non-AI tools.
All right. Thank you. And thank you all. So one of the things that came out of our first, that I'm aware of, city county AI survey was the fact when asked about AI training, the 90%, and we also should say, we had the highest return rate of any survey we've ever done. And 90% said they wanted AI training. So I think of AI training, then I think of cyber being the number one concern and the number one application. Makes me think out loud, here's a real opportunity. And we did have a meeting yesterday where we did talk about a curriculum and we do have the outline for one. So my question is, how do you see an educational program playing out and can you articulate the need? Start with you, Daryl.
Yeah, so I think it would probably be at a couple of levels. I think it's important to get the end users to understand the mechanics of, large language model and some of the stuff that's coming out now, ChatGPT based, just so they understand the mechanics of it. Because right now, my suspicion is that a lot of people, it's just kind of technology magic. It's I type something in and wow, it sounds like a person. Wow, this is amazing. This is really cool. And they really don't understand the logic that's going into building it. And we talked about hallucinations, that, that's a term that they're using for this. And it's because a lot of people believe that it works like a search engine where it's going to go out there and find material and bring it back to you in some kind of order based on popularity or validity or veracity. And that's not what generative AI does. Generative AI is literally like Mad Libs on steroids. So if you remember Mad Libs, you had like blank spaces, you could put in funny stuff. It's taking every word and determining on the pattern of words preceding it what the next word will probably be or should probably be. So it is fully capable of creating phantom information as it goes and it doesn't have direction on how to provide veracity to that, how to make sure it's trusted. So I think having an understanding of that, having some level of training at the end user, but also at the IT professional level, to where we understand how best to roll out applications for this. I think that what we're going to see with this is it'll be AI as a service, and it'll be bolstering services. I had a call with Microsoft just the other day talking about Copilot and the idea of intent-based management. And there's just all sorts of ways that could go wrong if people are managing their mailbox with intent-based management, where they're telling it, you know, I'd like so-and-so to have the emails go through to me, but this person, I want them blocked with an auto response, and anybody who's not on my contact list, I want this. You're going to get a flood of phone calls at the help desk from people suddenly missing emails or getting flooded with other emails. So it's just getting that baseline understanding of how we're going to use it and how we're going to support it.
Carrie, your take on it, on some kind of education awareness and program for your staff.
So in our IT governance, we have solution development. And part of our solution development efforts is built on 3 pillars: business value, performance value, and compliance value. And also, the business unit have to bring a case forward for any new technology. And going along with that is the resources and training that goes along with it. Let me give an example of one case that came to our solution development. It was an AI that would listen to a recording of a meeting and then present insight about what was said beyond what you thought you heard, which we thought was great. You know, that's business intelligence. That's getting insight you probably would not have discovered without the AI. Until the question came up in solution development: who wrote the algorithm? How we know the algorithm is not biased, depending on who's talking. And so with that, we went into an analysis of making sure that this thing has been beta tested and that it doesn't have implicit biases built into the algorithm. So, but as far as the training go, once the solution is approved, then every solution is resourced appropriately because of the business case. We make sure it's resourced for training, resource staffed correctly. We don't put any application in production without fully resourced.
Training.
I agree. I think the biggest obstacle is going to deal with biases. How are we making sure the solutions that we're architecting don't have bias? The solutions are being architected by people, for people. So all of us have our implicit or explicit biases, and how are we making sure that we're looking and approaching solutions holistically? I mean, you have a lot of people focusing on equity and making sure that we're making decisions that benefit everyone. So at the same time, if you're using AI or any of these tools to help you do analysis, making sure you're still exercising your critical thinking and applying that sophisticatedly to make sure that you're coming to an outcome that's going to benefit the circumstances or whomever you're trying to provide services to. I think that's critical for government, right? That's paying attention to all sectors of the community, and at the same time, making sure we're not investing in solutions that might sway us too far one way, make us neglect others.
Your views on the training and awareness.
Training and awareness critical to your success in either adopting AI for use inside your organization or for protecting your organization from threat actors on the outside. What we attempt to do here and at my prior city is keep all the training current and relevant. We look at what trends are going on at this moment in time. And if we're sending out, say, a phishing test or a phishing education email, we will try and keep it relevant to things that we've actually seen come by our security desk. That way we're training people to protect themselves against what might be coming their way. I'll give you an interesting example. It's not just phishing for education, user education, but you can go out and buy a bunch of USB thumb drives. And we've done this, and we've gone and we've actually left a couple in the break rooms. We dropped a couple in the police department parking lot. And of course, we made them interesting. We'd put internal affairs confidential labeling on them. And then we would sit back and wait to see how many people actually plug those thumb drives into their machines. Thankfully, we can detect such things. But it was amazing. I mean, it was a 30% breach exercise. And we had to educate the entire city that you just don't go out and pick something up and plug it into your machine. Bring it by our security desk. Let us test it first. Those kind of things. But that's what keeps things relevant for everybody. And it keeps it interesting. And it's literally turned into a competition here on which department can get, has the least amount of mistakes when it comes to our security testing. And people brag about that. We're even going to go get a trophy printed up and make it a traveling trophy. So on a monthly basis, the winning department gets to put that trophy out front in their lobby.
God, I think you're onto something. I mean, the whole idea of gamification in competition is good, especially when you think about the early days when it was the focus was more on punishment. And I think everyone learned that punishing first is probably the last thing you want to do because it discourages people coming forward from reporting something. And I think what you have is very, very good. How we're going to talk about training later on, but let me go to another piece of this. Every vendor in the world is selling AI products. In fact, everything is AI. I jokingly say toasters are AI powered, refrigerators are AI, every car is AI. Everyone's using that buzzword because it captures the imagination. You're probably being bombarded from a number of vendors coming to you, and you just said, Microsoft Copilot, that is AI. And I love your description, but it's even more than that. I mean, it's like, draw me a PowerPoint with a high-tech background, and it will do that. It will give you whatever backgrounds you're talking to it. We're having a discussion. How are you dealing with all these vendor kind of solicitations? What are you using to evaluate what they're telling you? I'll start with Vanetta this time. I don't want. See, you've had time to think the answer every single time. Now I'm putting you on the spot. I'm sorry.
So I think basically most of the tool sets are coming with their own flavor of AI. Either it's going to be integrated, it's coming in the next release. I think our position is for those situations, like for example, we have Salesforce, they have their flavor called Einstein. I think what I'm more focused on is how can I leverage AI from our perspective for data quality. One of our biggest challenges, and I think risk, is not having sound quality data that we can actually use and exercise. So one of our current use cases is we're actually revamping our judicial system. So, everyone knows you always have to go through all these data migrations, data conversions to get your old data out of the old system into the new system. But then one of the things we're taking advantage of is machine learning to actually look at the data consistency and the overall quality, right? How are we making sure that we're making informed decisions with quality data? And I think that's a perspective for anything in public sector, right? If your cybersecurity framework, how are you making decisions about your risk if you don't have sound quality data informing you? What are your current, where is your sensitive data? How are you dealing with data loss prevention? How are you making sure you are aware of what data sets are being used, who's accessing that data, and how are you keeping it authoritative and high quality? How are we making sure when we're making these decisions, we're actually making thoughtful, educated decisions based off of sound information? So for me, that's been the biggest focus, is how can I leverage AI, even if it's in cybersecurity or even if it's in the business, to make sure data quality is pristine. And obviously there's a lot of rework in managing data. So efficiency by making sure we can get sound data in the beginning.
Don, I'm going to turn to you for number 2 on this.
Well, the question, Alan, again, was...
The question is, you're being bombarded with all sorts of sales pitches from the vendor community. Everything is being sold to you as AI capable, AI ready. How do you navigate all these different claims?
My first thought was you have to use your internal BS meter, but that's probably not appropriate to share. Oops, was that my outside voice? Yeah, you're right. You turn on the TV and everything is AI. We've been using AI for 30 years now. That's not AI. So how do we evaluate it? Right now, we are actually telling our departments, do not utilize AI tools until you have brought them to the IT department. And we have vetted them. We actually have a technology steering and alignment committee that if you're going to implement a new tool, you need to come to that committee and demonstrate what the thing does, what you expect to get out of it, what results will occur. Is it a process improvement? Is it a cost reduction? Is it a time savings mechanism? Those kind of things. And it's a group made up of different department heads who actually will rate and rank whether or not we want to let you use the tool. Because we're doing it that way from the evaluation standpoint, I've been racing to put together artificial intelligence guidelines. We had on the meeting yesterday, Alan, you talked about policy versus guidelines. In our case, we took the guidelines, gave them to the legal department. They said, yeah, these look good. Add a few other things to make sure we're covered. And we put the guidelines inside of our existing use of technology policy. So the TSAC organization, the Technology Steering and Alignment Committee, utilizes those guidelines to rate and rank the AI tools that we have been seeing. And right now, we're not seeing significant ones. We're seeing ones that, hey, this tool creates a PowerPoint presentation for me. This tool looks at an Adobe PDF and tells me what the main points are, so I don't have to read the 300-page thing. You know, that kind of stuff. So we're looking at those tools currently, but I know it's going to get bigger and more complex as we go forward. But that's why we have our steering committee in place.
Sounds good. Carrie.
Let me begin with saying that the purpose statement for our department is to lead Durham into the future by utilizing evolving and emerging technologies. Saying that, we have IT governance and we have solution development committee meeting twice a week, every week, because the business have bought into the fact that we are leading and that we're partnering. We even write their business cases for them. They bring their ideas and their thoughts to the solution development committee. We assign an enterprise business analyst that do the analysis with them. We're partnering all the way. And when they bring that case to the solution development committee, it could be business as usual. If they have the funding and in their budget, we say business as usual, we'll go ahead and do it. And then if they don't have funding, we go to the steering committee. And with this model, what we're finding is that we'll be very, very good at innovation carefully, because every case must bring these three things: business value, performance value, and compliance value. That's where we evaluate the risk to every investment in information technology. It's working because we're seeing that's part of the solution, not part of the problem. Before, it was when you say no, they get mad at you, no matter what the reason. But now, if we come to the conclusion, we come to the conclusion together. And because of that, I'm going to say that 80% of the request is using the existing solutions we already have. Only it's about 20% of the requests, and we got 143 last year. Only 20% of the 143 went on to be new solutions.
Right, Daryl, we have a couple more questions. I want to turn it to questions from the audience, but your take for it.
Yeah, just for us, counties are a little different. You know, having come from a city, it's a bit more strong central leadership. Counties are more kind of European Union model with independent nation states that may or may not go along with what Belgium wants. So, you know, the challenge for us is it has to be more of inviting us in as a partner, as opposed to us having any sort of authority over these departments, especially when you have departments that have an elected official that is over it, and they have a ton of autonomy. And some of them, they kind of pride themselves on their ability to move with more agility because they don't have to worry about the cybersecurity concerns that central IT is putting on everybody. So, you know, for us, it's really trying to build the relationships with everybody and make sure that we're seen as a business partner and that we're brought in for those conversations. It's really, we have to kind of take a bit more deliberate, patient approach so that we can earn that trust and get that invitation, as opposed to simply showing up at the door and saying, thou shalt. But it's many of the same concerns. With the vendors, they know now that you don't reach out to IT, you reach out to the independent departments, and then they come back with, we absolutely need this. This is the best thing ever. And then now we're having to scramble to show, is it of value? Will this work? Does this meet our security requirements? Does this introduce risks that we haven't assessed yet? So it's complicated, but it's the dance that we're learning to do. So what you gotta do.
Want to open, I have another question, but Dale, you had a comment or a question you wanted to ask.
So I too am fascinated by the buzz of AI. Like Scott was saying, you turn on the TV, it's on every commercial. Probably last year, every conference this year, not just IT conference. National League of Cities, you're probably doing a lot of stuff on AI. The Sheriff's Association is doing something on AI, public schools. So I'm just curious, like, how much have you had to ramp up your knowledge of AI, like over the past year? Or is it something like you have been following for a while, just no one really talked about it? And is it more of, it's not necessarily the AI, but it's more like you were saying, like the governance kind of the business application? That's more of the focus.
I'd like to take that.
What I do is I graduated from UVA, and so every year they have a forum on new emerging technologies. And last time it was about AI, and I was fascinated by what's in the lab today as far as being developed in AI. I mean, algorithms you wouldn't believe, and it's going to displace a lot of IT jobs. If what is in the lab that was shown to me at UVA is going to come out the lab. So looking forward, it's a change in landscape, and AI going to make it move even faster.
Netta, you were going to jump in.
I'm gonna say maybe about 5 years ago, I attended a session and it was talking about public safety and AI. So the whole premise was you'll have, autonomous vehicles, which can be used as police cruisers, doing surveillance around neighborhoods. And it was very interesting to see how public safety was like, no way, that's not going to happen. But then they turned around and they're using drones. They don't have a problem with that. Some public safety, not our agency, but so I would say for me, I think that was the very beginning, right? When transportation started laying fiber to connect all the traffic signals, then the conversation started, what's going to happen with autonomous vehicles? How's it going to impact the city? How's it going to impact commuting? So I think that was the beginning for me, was more autonomous vehicles. And then it started propagating to all the other sectors of government, if you will. But I think in the beginning, that was my first initiative that I heard about. And then the other technologies like ShotSpotter, technologies that can tell you if a gunshot's been fired. So all those technologies sort of have a flavor of AI. And I agree with Daryl's comment. I feel like there's different flavors of AI. And I feel like we somehow have to make sure we educate our department heads on what those different things are. One thing to have chatbot, another thing to have something that's going to actually do your analysis and give you suggestions on how you should deliver services. And another thing is actually thinking and performing services on behalf of staff. Like those are 3 totally different ways that you could apply AI in your government. So how are you thinking through that? And how are you, when you talk about displacing, I sort of challenge that with someone's still going to be programming the AI. Someone's still going to have to be smart enough in the AI to make sure that the AI is performing the way that it should. So I feel like it'll just advance people as far as their knowledge and awareness to some extent.
And kind of piggybacking on that, I'm much less concerned about the AI I see than the AI I don't see. So with AI being subtly kind of added onto or building into services that we just take for granted, social media is a real easy one on that one, that most people have no idea how the algorithms work on that. And as you get more advanced AIs, you get more advanced ability to do predictive modeling and modeling that has implicit bias. With social media, that's a feature, not a bug. Like they want implicit bias. They want to feed a confirmation bias and put things in front of you that make you feel like you're a writer. And for our county government, and I'm sure for many municipalities out there, social media has become one of the most important conduits for getting information to the public. And when we're having to fight in a crowded room of people shouting to try and get our message across, and we're trying to say our message is true, our message has validity, our message has impact on it. If AI is now looking at that and saying, well, for this population, maybe they don't need to hear that. This one, there's value there. There's just, I'm seeing it baked into things that we don't anticipate. The EV revolution, the interesting thing with that is a battery operated car is not a novelty. I've been using a golf cart since I was 16 years old. Software defined vehicles is a novelty. When my car tells me my driving score, when my car judges me and tells me that I'm a bad driver, like it has the right to do that. It's suddenly, wait a second, who has access to this? And how are they rating that? How are they determining what things I do when I drive make me more of a risk than another person? And it was happening without my knowledge. And I tell you right now, every Tesla owner right now, Tesla has your driving habits down to your acceleration, braking, lateral G forces, all your driving habits down in detail, because they're using it to train their autonomy. So this is this kind of hidden AI that's becoming an underpinning for a lot of things that we do. And that's the part that I'm deeply concerned about, because we just don't have awareness to even address it.
Got three very, very different approaches to that question, Dale. Let me share another one. I think it's really important. As an observer of technology for the last couple of decades, what has really changed, I think, is generative. That only came to our attention this year. I mean, all the other things we've talked about, we could see is a natural evolution of machine learning, business process improvement. But I think generative AI really was an eye-opener. And for the first time, I realized that we have moved 3 different mountains. The first one is looking at technology as a tool. Some of the things we mentioned here, really smart tools and smarter tools. But then as we moved into cloud computing, things were a service. So very often we would look to many of the applications as a service. The next one, I'm still wrestling with. The third mountain is being a partner. That is a game changer for anything else. It's a tool, it could be a service, but looking at machines as a partner. And when I look at ChatGPT, that we are now talking to these devices, we're actually partnering with them. And I was kind of surprised. Earlier this year, I was asked to be a member of, I teach at George Mason, and they have a Center for the Advancement of Human-Machine Partnership. Not partnership, human-machine partnership, for which I'm part of now. And that's another eye-opener. Again, it just reinforces this idea that moving forward, many of these things that we've been using are going to be our, look at Microsoft, Copilot, Teammate. We're talking to these devices. That is a game changer. And I'm just wondering how government is going to adapt that. We're just getting into collaboration now with ourselves, all the new tools that are out there to help us better collaborate. But now we have a new collaborator. Does that person come into group meetings? Does this entity enter into one-to-one and we keep secret? This is my secret butler, my secret concierge of information. I don't have those information, those answers, but I just raised that. Scott, you have any sense of this? I mean, this year is different, I think.
No, Alan, you are spot on, and I love the labeling of the partnership mountain. Couldn't be more true, and I've got 2 ready examples for that. The first one, on a personal level, I was looking for new tires for my truck, and so I did it the old-fashioned way, and I got on and I Googled, "Hey, good tires for this brand of truck," and it took me 3 hours to land on 3 different brands of tires that I would be interested in. And then just on a lark, I went and I opened up ChatGPT and I said, "Give me the 3 best tires for my truck." And in 20 seconds, it had mimicked the 3 that I looked for. Perfect. All 3 were labeled there. 20 seconds. I wasted 3 hours of my life looking for a piece of rubber. And in 20 seconds, I had the answer. And the second example was I was talking over AI with our city manager, and he too had been playing with Chat GPT. And he goes, you know, this stuff is amazing. He had an email from a citizen, and he wasn't quite sure how he should answer this email. It was very complex, had a lot of interesting issues in it. And he actually typed into Chat GPT, how should I answer this particular email? And the thing wrote an email for him. And he looked at it and he just said, this thing is perfect. I need to do this. So the partnership aspect of this, it's like a confidant. Okay. Now, hopefully it's giving you accurate information. You always got to wonder and check the accuracy of these things, but it is truly a partnership. You know, how should I respond to this? How should I do this? How would you approach this? All of that is talking to a confidant of yours.
I agree. And I want to come back to something Daryl said at the end before I offered my 3 mountains. And that was, what bothers you is what you don't see. And I think the same thing could be said for these 3 mountains, because when you ask generative AI systems, and ChatGPT is just one, you know, where did you get this information? The answer usually is from various sources, websites, reports, and everything. So you're now suddenly left with, where actually is this coming from? Am I infringing on any kind of copyright? That's number one. Number two, the thing that Daryl mentioned, and I'm concerned about too, is it could be giving us wrong information that looks right. This whole idea, they've actually attributed this to the word hallucination. But not only are we worried about the unknown, what's going on here, but what's going to happen in generation 5, 6, 7, and 8. So I worry about, because every generation gets smarter and better. And I believe that right now we are in a race, and the race is between us and machines. And I think at the moment machines are winning because they're continuing to learn. They don't sleep at night. They don't take weekends off. They don't go on vacation. Every time we converse, they're getting stronger, smarter, building upon every experience that they can possibly ascertain.
Interesting anecdote on that. A couple of weeks ago, my 15-year-old son chastised me for not saying thank you to Alexa. So, I mean, he's coming up where he is viewing these digital assistants as kind of a sentient helper. And he was mad. He was like, you don't say thank you to Alexa? Like, I was like uncivilized on this. And I'm like, buddy, it's a digital assistant. You want me to say thank you? Yeah, I would appreciate that. But seeing the inherent deference and etiquette that he's showing tells me that it's going to be much easier for him to believe everything these AIs and these digital assistants tell him, as opposed to those of us that grew up in a generation where this was all novel, where, you know, I grew up with HAL 9000. So I'm terrified it's going to throw me out an airlock one day. You know, for him, it's a warm companion.
And I want to point out, and this will be my last question, and we're going to go into a break. And this whole idea is many local governments, cities and counties in this country are wrestling with, should we have guidelines or a policy? And I would say that there are at least half a dozen that are out there. And the first one that I became aware of was the city of Tempe, Arizona. What's unique is that the individual who put this together had no experience in AI whatsoever. She was a Bloomberg Smart City member, and she grabbed all sorts of materials that she could find. But one of the key points in this policy for the city of Tempe was to foster better dialogue between people and machines. So again, this partnership is embedded prominently in the city of Tempe's policy. Now, the debate was, it was mentioned here, the difference between a policy and a guideline. I think, Scott, you mentioned that, which we talked about in another event yesterday. She felt strongly that a policy that is endorsed and passed and approved by the city council carried more weight, and that it was the teeth that was mentioned earlier, that there are both guideline, well, not God, I'm going to come to that, both what you can do and the penalties if you don't do it. In other words, this is what the city government is doing. Now she's working on guidelines, whereas most cities are going the other direction, working on guidelines first, that hopefully will lead to policy. So quick, because we're running out of time, two quick answers to the question, which is, are you working on some kind of policy or guideline, and which, and perhaps why?
Yeah, we published guidelines, and the idea behind it was, I think the platform is still in its infancy. So we haven't seen all of the use cases and all of the applications for this yet. So we didn't feel that we had a depth of understanding to develop policy around it. And the other piece of it was a really earnest conversation about, do we want people to explore with this? Could this be a valuable tool? And putting a policy out could completely stifle that. If people are afraid that a misaction on their part could lead to discipline, do people abandon the tool? Or worse, do they take it now in secret? Do they take it to their private device? Do they take it off network? Do they take it offline? And now we have very little control over the influence this is having. So we chose guidelines with the idea that as we start seeing use cases, as we start seeing uptake on utilization, we'll develop ironclad policy.
Aaron, policy, guidelines?
At the city of Durham, we felt policy would stifle the innovation. We have governance, which is driven by business case development. And in the business case is where we'll determine if we need guidelines. And we try to remain nimble, because in the technology framework of the landscape, things are changing so fast. What may need guidelines today, those guidelines may be need to change tomorrow. So in trying to govern the enterprise through guidelines, we try to govern it through solution development.
Done in about a minute or so.
I would say that the focus for me right now would be guidelines. I think the biggest thing is making sure people don't put sensitive data into ChatGPT.
Scott?
I'd go guideline first for the reasons Daryl mentioned. It's more fluid, easier to create, not as much scrutiny. And then as things develop, turn that into a solid policy, which would have more teeth. I agree.
Yeah, the policies that I am seeing are very general. So clearly, when, there needs to be an understanding of the two. But at this stage of the game, I'm afraid that any policy is going to be so global as to be almost meaningless, but it does set the stage for guidance. And now City of Tempe is working on guidelines for that very topic. All right, with that, we're pretty much on time. I want to thank our panel. We've had, I think, a great open discussion with Scott Kahn, CIO, Modesto, California, Danetta Pledger, CIO, City of Alexandria, Darren Pope, CTO, Riverside County, California, Kerry Good, CIO, Durham, North Carolina. Let's give them an applause. What we didn't do is allow questions from the audience. So when we come back, we will try to make this more interactive, but this afternoon we will have more opportunities, and everyone you see on stage will still be around. So we will have opportunities as the agenda progresses to have your questions. So if you have your questions, let us hold on to them, let us know of them, and by all means, it's okay. Jump in. All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We're going to start exactly on the hour coming up. I know some of you are in different time zones, so 15-minute break. We'll turn off our audio and then we will come back sharply on the hour. Thank you again to our speakers. But then when you think about it spread over 4 or 5 years, 80% going to local government with some complicated ways to get there. It has a lot of, I would say, speed bumps, to be polite. And I would say that some of the challenges of even getting the rules out the first time took a year. And there's some things that I find kind of bizarre. But we're very fortunate to have Alex Whitaker, who's the Director of Government Affairs at our sister organization, NASCIO, the National Association of State CIOs. We were just kind of together at their annual meeting that occurred in, of all places, Minneapolis. We're home to Fusion NPTI. Alex has agreed to kind of brief us to the extent that he knows what's going on, because it's a little complicated. But Alex, welcome. And what can you share with us about this program?
Sure. Well, hey, Alan, first, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Awesome.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. First, let me say as well, I am so sorry I couldn't be with you all in person. I had really wanted to. I thought my zooming in meeting days were over, but I have a very sick 3-year-old. So if somebody barrels in the door in a few minutes, don't be alarmed. That's what I'm dealing with over here, a little bit of a daycare. But glad to be with you. I will do my best to give you an overview of what's going on with the grant. Alan, I didn't hear your intro remarks except for the end, so I'll do my best not to repeat. But you hit some points that I would have hit, that there have been some confusion, some speed bumps, but overall, I think we're in a good place. And I want to sort of talk a little bit about how we got to where we are now. NASCIO has some good data as a result of a survey that we sent out to our membership over the last few months, and we kind of have an idea of how states are spending the money. And then I'm also, of course, happy to answer questions too. So let me just get right into it. I also will just kind of quickly say, I'm pretty focused on the grant. That's not the only source of federal funding up there, but that's where I'm going to focus my remarks on today. But if you have other questions, of course, I'm happy to open this up to be on the grant as well. So let me get into it. So we have the state and local cybersecurity grant. I think the big points everybody knows, included in the infrastructure bill almost, gosh, I guess 2 years ago now, a year and a half ago. Sort of tough to keep it all straight.
It's really a little over 2 years now.
Thank you. I thought so, but it felt too long, but I appreciate it. Thanks, Alan. So $1 billion over 4 years to states, territories, and tribes. So $1 billion over 4 years with an increasing state match every time. I will also quickly say we're not too focused on the tribal piece at NASCIO, but the tribal notice of funding opportunity went out, I think, either this week or last. So if you are interested in that, that is out as well. It's kind of separate to account for the uniqueness of the tribes. 80% of the funding goes to locals. That's not something that NASCIO asked for originally, but it's something that we certainly recognize the need for. And I'm going to go into exactly how we've been sort of working with locals, because that's, of course, a big part of what we're talking about today. And the big point that NASCIO has been sort of asking for throughout the entire iteration of the grant, once it's been created, is to be able to provide the flexibility to provide services to local governments. Now, it's not that states don't want to give funding to locals. That's not it at all. It's that we just feel pretty strongly that it is the most efficient way to distribute this money, because as we all know, $1 billion over 4 years to all states, territories, and tribal entities is not that much money, as I think, Alan, you might have a little bit. So kind of, where we're at now, about a year or so ago, CISA, jointly with FEMA, put out a notice of funding opportunity that provides guidelines on how the money can be utilized. Again, big portion of it is that 80% has to go to locals. So the requirement is that states have to submit a cybersecurity plan that has to be approved by CISA and FEMA, which demonstrates how they're going to use the money. And we know now that most CIOs and CISOs want to use that money to provide services. Not all. There are a handful of states that are doing just direct pass-through. I think it's maybe 6 or 7. I don't have the exact number. So they're going to just hand the cash to locals based on criteria. But most of them want to provide services to the locals. And again, I'm going to go into what those services are in just a moment. but I want to talk a little bit about kind of when the NOFO was released. So it took a little while to get the NOFO out. Again, notice funding opportunity. That's not exactly surprising though. This is a very new program, and it has two federal agencies partnering together in CISA and FEMA. CISA is the subject matter expert. FEMA is involved because they of course have the expertise in the grants, but anytime you get two organizations doing that, it's going to take a while to get the NOFO out. We had some questions when the NOFO first came out. For those of you who may be familiar, we had a lot of back and forth with our federal partners about local consent. So that really is the question of, okay, yes, we knew that states could provide services to localities, and that would be something like security training, et cetera. But there was this requirement that locals had to consent to it. Well, we didn't know exactly what that meant. At first, it was communicated to us that all local entities in a state had to provide written consent for this to happen. Well, as most of you know, some states have 1,800, for example, local entities. So it wasn't really practical for states to get a piece of paper from every local entity. So what we now understand from CISA and from FEMA is that by opting into services provided by the state, as well as there's some paperwork, but that's your local consent. And so that's how you garner local consent. And the reason that I'm bringing this up right now is because obviously providing services is so important, but it's just kind of a snapshot of some of the, I call them communication issues that we had with CISA and FEMA, because they were certainly doing the best they could to create a working grant program. But we just, as any federal program, there were some questions that we had to work through. Later in the year, NASCIO sent a letter to NASCIO and to CISA and FEMA requesting some clarification on these things, increased in I say better communication. I don't really want to say better though. Just sort of more consistent communication between states and federal partners, the need to clarify local consent, and just sort of a few things that came up. CISA and FEMA were very responsive to that, which I really appreciate. And in the year 2 NOFO, provided some clarity on those issues. And then the year 2 NOFO came out, I think at the end of this past September. So I think that was the end of August. Forgive me, some of the dates kind of run together on this. So you've got year 2 NOFO, which is out, but it's not going to, the state cybersecurity plan that states submitted for this first year funding, it's the same. They don't need to submit a second year plan. But they are, all states are really kind of working on this now. All states who have applied for the money, except for one, have had their plans submitted to CISA and FEMA. I can't tell you which state that is because but it's they're having kind of an administrative issue, but they'll have theirs in pretty soon. So far we're looking at what we think is a pretty successful program. Obviously, again, there's things that we're still trying to work out. But we think that we're in a good place. So what I want to do now, though, is go into exactly what the money is being used for. And I'm going to drop a link in the chat. I know that's probably not especially helpful for those of you who are in the audience in person, but we'll have that for the people on the phone, and then Dale and maybe whoever can send it out as well. But this is our 2023 NASCIO State CIO Survey. There's a lot more information in here than just about the grant, but there are some, I think, interesting things for that I do want to focus on a little bit today. And bear with me one second. I got to get back to where we were on this, but we have some information on exactly how states are spending this money. As I mentioned, most states are providing services to localities. Well, actually, I think fair to say most states are employing kind of a hybrid model, which with some money going to local entities, but the majority of it going to services that they are providing to locals. And so what we're seeing is most of it is, when in terms of services, is going to cybersecurity training, 51%. The second category is risk assessments at 40%, and then endpoint detection also at 40%. Obviously, those percentages don't line up, but those are the three main categories. I would encourage you just to take a look at the data that we have. That can go into a little bit more, but support for .gov adoption is a huge component of how states are utilizing the money. NASCIO has long pushed .gov adoption for locals as a way of sort of keeping folks safe. Number 2, identity and access management and multi-factor authentication is big. Security monitoring, statewide security operations centers, tabletop exercises and incident responses. These are all the things that states are looking at for this first year money to sort of epitomize and accomplish the spirit of the grant, which is to really make local communities safer. And I think really at this point, though, states really feel strongly, and I think, I don't want to speak for locals. I would never try to do that because I understand the strengths of local governments, but I think local governments generally do accept and understand that services is a good way to go for this, because it's a way that we can really maximize resources and shared responsibility. So that's where states mostly are right now. Those are the services. Again, I would encourage you to look at the data that we've got, which will show you where states are spending the money. But I want to also go into, as Alan said, we just got all of our folks together in Minneapolis to talk about what's going right with the grant and things that we need to work on. And there are some kinks that we're still working out, some ways that states still have specific questions and how to utilize the money. And that's always going to happen, right? I mean, no federal program, regardless of how long it's been in effect, is ever going to have everything answered. But some of the things that we are hearing is there is a concern about stability and extending or kind of continuing the progress that's created beyond the 4-year cycle of the grant. So Congress only authorized the grant for 4 years. It's a 4-year program. But obviously, there are a lot of, particularly at the local level, communities that don't want to make some of these, may not want to implement some of these cybersecurity measures without knowing that it's going to continue beyond the 4 years. So there are already questions about how do we keep this money continuing and how do we cement and make lasting progress. So what we're doing at NASCIO is we want to talk to our federal partners about the great things that are happening so far in the grant. Again, not perfect, nothing is, but we want to continue on it because so many states are taking advantage of the money and getting it down to the locals. So addressing that stability and making sure that the things that are put in place beyond the life cycle of the grant is really key and critical for us right now. And so what I would ask for folks in the room, of course, I can't see you all, but I understand there's a good mix of folks at the local and state level and private industry. If you want to talk more with me about the grant, let me know, but we're really interested in success stories. We had some great conversation recently, as I said, in Minneapolis, about how the money is getting down to the local level and how states are using this to make communities safer. And we want to highlight and really champion those programs. So that's kind of the quick snapshot. I know I'm sort of switching between paper notes and my computer and trying to hit everything that we think is important. But that's where we're at NASCIO. We've been really happy with where things have gone so far. Again, I don't mean to be redundant, but not perfect, but we're working to make it as good as we can. And of course, always appreciate Alan and Dale and all the folks that you all are doing too. So I want to stop. I'm sure there's probably some questions and answer those. And I'm also happy to go into more detail on anything that folks would be interested in.
Alex, you're a great spokesman for the program, and we appreciate everything that you're doing. I think some of us have a slightly different take, however, and I just want to say it, then we're going to open it up to questions. For example, there are 435 members of Congress that are going around the country saying that they passed a bill that's going to release monies to local governments. We have 50 senators saying the same thing. Everyone's taking credit, and it's all about managing expectations. I have to say that for most at the local government, we may not be surprised, but we're absolutely disappointed. And I'm saying this collectively from the people that we represent, because in a sense, and it was kind of promised that we were to rank order the things that we needed the most at the local level and to articulate the best way, go through all the hoops that the requirements provided. And there were quite a few. There was a bucket of 11, a bucket of 7. I mean, all these different checklists that had happened, and feel that this is kind of administrative convenience for sure. You made a very, I think, good comment. How else can we do it? And I think the jury's out from many of our members in the sense that they do have some real needs that are not going to be addressed by providing services en masse. I mean, cybersecurity would be certainly a good candidate for that. Central purchasing has always been around for things, but there are certain technologies that people need, augment of staffing that people need, hardware modifications, software modifications that are needed. And I think there's this disappointment, however, justified only because the way it was presented initially. So just, from our point of view, what you said makes absolute sense. From our point of view, again, we hear you. but I think there is disappointment. And then having FEMA in the game, how's that working? Because, you know, for most of us in local government, we have we don't have a relationship with FEMA. And it's like, that's another administrative committee. So it just seems from our point of view, so much has been looked at from such a practical standpoint that it's almost overlooked the real problems that local governments are facing.
Yeah, well, let me just to that. I appreciate you sharing that, and I hope that I didn't irritate your members.
No, you didn't. You were,
think
I think,
yeah,
dead on in what you rep and you articulate. I don't think anybody could articulate as well as you do.
good. So let me say, I think as far as the grant was created, right? I mean, as far as everything that they are able to do right now, I think it's probably accomplishing what was intended. But you are absolutely right that this does not meet the tremendous need that's out there.
Yes.
And you know, again, states are one of the good things that we do really like about the grant. As I mentioned, the 80% going to locals, which we all know about, right? It's not meeting the need because the need is still tremendously there. But I think one of the positives, though, is that these are creating conversations and difficult conversations between the federal government, the state government, and local entities about what actually needs to happen. I mean, I can't tell you how many folks just have no idea even what the assessments are. We don't even know what the need is. And so that's certainly not to make light of it, but what I say is that we're looking at, like, in the existing bounds of what I've got to work with, I think we're trying to make it as effective as possible. And, you know, Alan, I am all about working with you all to show this to Congress that, hey, it's a good start, but we're not finished. So
we want to work with you on that. And we love work. I mean, we have 20 years of working with NASCIO and we want to continue that. You know, one of the things that came out of your conference that I thought was so positive, there were many. It was a great conference. One of the better ones, actually, was listening to Texas talk about how they're developing a plan to have what I call RSOCs, regional security operations centers throughout the state. And they basically took the state, divided into these little tiny regions anchored with some institution, like maybe be a college or a technical institute, to serve some of the smaller local governments. To me, as we look ahead, we're looking for a criteria. One of the seeds we'd like to plant is this concept, because I think we've always struggled. How do we have a better relationship with the state? And I think the state CIOs have said the same thing. I mentioned earlier before you came on that it's not, there's no lack of desire. It's the practicality, a word that you use many times in your presentation and briefing, that we want to be able to have better relationships. It's just many of the state offices aren't set up that way. And they recognize it. It's like, oh my God, there's so many of you. There's, 5,000 local governments in my state. How do I possibly? And I think the only way that's going to work is to have at least a regional coordinator, that works directly with the CI and maybe both. Think of the states as regional tech centers that provide services and that can tailor make things to the individuals. And it's a framework that I think I would love to work with you on more, because every state may look at it differently, but to have some kind of a regional approach. I mean, Wyoming may have two, Montana may have one or two. But some of the more denser communities might have 10 regions, 20 regions, but to break it out like that, tie back to the state and develop a more comprehensive whole of government plan.
And Alan, I think you hit it right there, right? I don't even know if I mentioned whole of state. I say it so many times, but it's whole of state, but you're right, it's whole of government, and it's working, everyone pulling in the same direction. And I think the need is absolutely there. But I think it's creating that communication, and I think regional, that's a great way to do it. But I think sometimes also too, just the informal, and I think I'm going to point to West Virginia here, for instance. I don't know if there's anyone from West Virginia there. There are a lot of states that are doing a great job, but I've worked with them a lot, and what they do is they make sure that they get out of the office and get into the communities and are listening to people face to face, and Zooms as well, because why not use it if you can get on the phone? So I think it is just getting out there and making sure you're making that personal connection, so that also, God forbid, when the bad things do happen, the person on the other end of the phone calling from the state capitol is somebody you've had a conversation with before.
Yeah, no, that's great. There are good models out there. We just have to be aware of what works and see how do we use that to look for more funding down the road, so there is some kind of continuity that keeps these programs alive.
Yeah.
So questions from the audience. I didn't mean this to be an Alex Allen debate, but I think we've helped capture some issues to help
A
everyone.
rapport, not a
train.
debate.
Yeah, yeah.
Was the perception that it was going to be like a cash cow for local governments? I mean, at the very beginning.
Yeah, and again, managing aspect, that's how it was portrayed by many in the press, many people who were the thought leaders were talking about that. We didn't promulgate that whatsoever. We were kind of more pessimistic, maybe more realistic, but there are others, you're right, that really raised the bar for expectations. So there is that adds to that, I guess, a sense of not surprised, but disappointed.
Yeah, and I think too, I can't tell you how many times I feel that emails or phone calls from, say, the head of the libraries in X state and X city asking how they're going to be able to utilize the money. And of course, I understand why they would ask that question, because libraries are hurting as well and they need this technology. But it was billed, I think a lot of times by folks in Congress, thank you, Steve. So I don't know if Steve's talked, but Steve and NGA are great partner as well. We've worked pretty closely with them. But yeah, I mean, expectations were set up, and as you all know, I mean, once the money filters all the way down, it's not that much money. And so that's why, at NASA we've tried to walk a fine line, because we want the money to go to locals, but we also want to make sure it's being used effectively. And it's not that locals can't use the money effectively. That's not what we're saying. Yeah. It's just that it becomes such a small amount if every single community is getting a check. So, yeah.
Good. Questions from the virtual side. All right, Daryl, got you right here. I can see you. Hang on a little bit, the mic so everyone can hear your question.
I brought this up last year.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry. Daryl Polk, Chief Technology Officer, Riverside County, California. So I brought this up last year, and I'm going to probably be the only guy beating this drum, but I feel like there's a missed opportunity here, and it's kind of the inverse play of what's happened with this. The fact that it's being distributed out to local entities has kind of created an expectation that can't be met. Frankly, it's, just like you say, when you start subdividing these funds between the municipalities over the timeline, over the need, it starts to become very ineffective very quickly. And it creates kind of an onerous system that a lot of municipalities, frankly, the juice won't be worth the squeeze to try and get those funds. There's an opportunity here, especially if FEMA has been brought into it, to take these funds and pool them as a national cybersecurity insurance policy that basically take on the same framework FEMA has for disasters. Local municipalities, counties, states could declare disasters, because we haven't seen the full impacts of what these cybersecurity incidents could wreak upon the public. We have not seen a water utility system go down. We have not seen a power grid go down. We have not seen a natural gas system go down. We've seen inconveniences. We've seen borderline crises when public safety is interrupted. But I don't think we've seen the scale that could be kind of brought upon us on a coordinated cybersecurity attack. So having the feds have the resources to respond in the same way they would an earthquake, a hurricane, a flood, a tornado would be of huge value to us, to know that we could call somebody and not have, because the other complexity of this that we've gone through is when you're working with private cybersecurity insurance, they have their own priorities that often conflict with your state's mandated response policy or CISA's recommended response policy. So just want to throw that out there, just speak it into the universe. And if anybody in the room here thinks that's a bad idea, now's a good time to shoot me down on it. So, yeah.
Well, so I don't know. Can I say something? I don't know what the.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
So sort of two things I would say to that. One, agreed, basically. I mean, I think that would be maybe I have three things, not just one. I think it's a great model. And I do concur that it probably is a missed opportunity. But I think that there is so much right now, just low-hanging basic things in terms of cyber hygiene that need to happen at the state and local level, that I think that this money will be utilized in a good, so I think it is going to a worthwhile cause right now. Two, it sounds like a little bit of what you're talking about is kind of a risk-based approach, sort of. I don't want to paraphrase you, but the reason I'm bringing it up is because in the bill, Congress also directed CISA to work to establish the kind of the feasibility or what a model that is based on cybersecurity funding based on risk would look like. And so NASCIO is already working with CISA and putting this report together to kind of understand what that would look like. I think it's probably not exactly what you're talking about, but I think it does sort of get to focusing on where the need is and where the risk is, as opposed to kind of just giving out dollars to states. So, but Daryl, I mean, I appreciate that. And I think I certainly won't shoot you down on that. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. We have a question over here. Nikki,
More of a
introduce yourself.
statement. Yeah, it's more of a statement. Sorry, Nikki Melbourne from Franklin County in Ohio. I don't even know where to begin. So many thoughts and opinions. On the FEMA side of it, we just did a tabletop exercise with them to incorporate cyber into incident response for FEMA. So they are working on it. They're trying to develop what do those tabletop exercises look like. They're struggling to figure out how does cyber play a role in this. They are building out that program. It's TEEX, T-E-E-X. So it's out of Texas. And they're the ones that are building out the incident response. They are offering for those who want to come play next year and be part of a pilot program. They will fly you out there to be part of building their incident response when it comes to cyber. So they are looking at truly building what does a cyber incident look like. They ran us through a couple of scenarios where there was a cyber attack on a college football game and what it did. And then they started feeding you misinformation. Somebody has to go get a hold of the mayor. And then you fit into what a typical incident response scenario looks like for them. And you basically play that role in there. So they are working on it. They don't have it fully baked yet, but they are absolutely looking for opinions and ideas on how to better integrate cyber and FEMA together so that we can be at the table. Is it one of them? Yes, they were attacking the water lines. The SCADA systems are a hot target. So that's what they were looking at for those scenarios is SCADA. So that is the one thing. So they are working on it. I don't think it's as robust and as fast as we need it or want it. For Ohio, we are going the services route. I do serve on the committee for the cyber grant funding. We are, like I said, we're doing the services. It just depends on who you are. Will I ever see it in Franklin County? Not a prayer. Way too big. But they are looking at building a fusion center within Ohio, but it is just one for the entire state. We are also developing a cyber range, and that's in conjunction with the University of Cincinnati, where you would train your cyber team, not end users or training. It is truly your cyber team goes down there and they train, and then they come back.
That's being funded by this program?
Yes. We also added more to our cyber reserve. So the Ohio National Guard, we do have a cyber reserve portion of it that in the event of an incident, you can work through EMA to have them deployed and they will perform your incident response for you at no cost to the entity. So that part is huge. So we're doing the different things. But yeah, to get it down to the local level, probably not going to happen.
You're optimistic generally what you're seeing in this grant program. I mean, that's what I'm hearing, which is good. I mean, that's fine. We want to be objective.
I appreciate the things we are doing. Do I think it does the general maintenance that the smaller municipalities need in the smaller counties? Will it help remediate before boom? Absolutely not. Will they be there after boom? Yes.
Yeah. And you know, the gap that I see, I don't know how to address this. Maybe we're getting off topic, Alex, but the role of MSISAC. I mean, they play an amazingly important, both NASCIO and PTI are very much, our logos are very much implanted. We've been a sponsor of MSISAC. We're strong supporters. I'm amazed how many people still are not members. And it's free. You know, it is free. They provide all sorts of monitoring service, and it's either free or at cost.
MSISAC membership is also included as recommended in the statutory language. So, I mean, it's that
good.
It's that important.
Yeah. But the point being is there's some gaps. And I think we just have to be aware of those gaps and look for not just to complain, but to look for what are those solutions and recognize that different things are going to come online at different times. It will always lag behind our needs. That's just the speed of government is what it is. We just have to recognize that. And again, it's about managing expectations. Questions for Alex while he's on? Anybody from the virtual side that has a question about the grants program? Anybody have a good story or a bad story to share? All right. Anybody else in this room that would like to ask a question?
I just dropped my email in case anyone thinks of questions or has any
Okay.
stories they want to share later. So
Okay. Alex, I'm gonna let you go and take care of your son.
Thank you.
So hope everyone gets better and that you don't get whatever. That's the problem that I had with sick kids. You know, you were there and then all of a sudden you get sick, and and that's never any fun. Thank you for joining us, and yeah, we look forward to working with you on this.
All right.
Thank you
Well,
very
thank
much.
you all. Appreciate the opportunity. Have a good one.
I think this room really lends itself very nicely to the give and take we have with our speakers. We are blessed. We would never find this in a hotel. We are so grateful to the National League of Cities for letting us be here and for helping us actually operate all this stuff. This room has actually gone through many renditions over the last years in terms of all these panels have been replaced, lighting has been replaced. I believe the cameras have been replaced. The only thing that's missing, hello, NLC, we need a clock in the back of the room. We don't have a clock. So if you see me looking at my watch, I'm always trying to keep us on time. And we just need some kind of a clock over here in this column, but this is a perfect setup. We talked about cyber training. We're going to hear that twice today, both from our sponsor, InfoSec, and we're also going to hear it from case study point of view. We're now going to turn to Mark Barham, who is a CIO, City of Williamsburg, Virginia, a wonderful place. If you have never been to Williamsburg, it is definitely a destination to go to. Amtrak does stop there. It's a great place. Mark has done some amazing things with the city. He's a graduate of our CGCIO program, and he's going to talk about the citywide resident cybersecurity training program. So Mark, welcome to our event. I'm going to step down and let you take over, but I will be ready to jump in at any time to help field any questions. But I'd love to learn more about the uniqueness of your program, how it's been adopted and accepted, and what you see in the future.
Okay. Thanks, Alan. I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity. I asked Dale when he was putting the agenda together, just put me in the morning. I didn't know he was going to put me in right before lunch. But
it's a box lunch. It's okay. Don't worry about that.
We'll get through it quickly. It's a pretty easy program. I think that's probably the beauty of it. So I'll share my screen here. And I'm going to assume that everybody can see that now.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. If I can get it into the right format. There we go. Okay, so probably like everybody else that gets on here virtually and talks about, although I'm not Barry, I'm not in the Outer Banks. I am in the beautiful city of Williamsburg, Virginia. Sorry I couldn't be up there. It's just it's tough as it is for everybody right now. But thankful for the beauty of Zoom and being able to do this virtually for everyone. Just to talk, a little bit about what we've done, kind of our resident-based cybersecurity program, kind of how it got started, how we do it, how we manage it, and then kind of some results from that. So quickly, hopefully you've all heard of Williamsburg, Virginia. I like to say it's kind of where this whole United States of America thing got started. But in reality, Williamsburg is a small city. It's an independent city in Virginia. Virginia is unique and as compared to a lot of other places around the country, whereas you're either a city, a town, or you're a county. You're not contained within a county. I grew up in the great state of Texas, and I'm used to having cities within counties. In Virginia, that's not necessarily the case. 9 square miles, again, very small, very big name, internationally known name, but in terms of the city organization itself, very small. Population, about roughly 16,000 people. However, half of those are William and Mary students. So really this kind of difference between a very young population in terms of William and Mary, and then a significant retiree population. We get a lot of people in the Arlington, Alexandria, Loudoun County area that live up there, raise their family up there. Then when they retire, they decide to come down to Williamsburg and play a lot of golf. So I'm having a hard time seeing my Let me see if I can move this out of the way. Let me close that. There we go. This whole thing got started because of what we call the Neighborhood Council of Williamsburg. And the Neighborhood Council of Williamsburg is essentially a group that was organized probably 20 years ago by citizens that had an interest in government and making sure that their concerns from their neighborhoods, their organizations had a venue to be made available to the government. So representatives from all neighborhoods within the city, as well as what we call our key organizations in the city, and that's William and Mary, as well as the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation. Colonial Williamsburg, the foundation is what runs Colonial Williamsburg that hopefully most of you have either visited or have at least heard about. They meet every month on a Saturday morning. They get there at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's wonderful when you're a department head within the city of Williamsburg and you've drawn the short straw to show up on a Saturday morning at 8 a.m. and give a presentation on some sort of topic that the neighborhood council has requested. So it's one of the key benefits of being a department head within the city. However, it's a small program. You generally have a featured speaker and then a roundtable discussion that talks about either that topic or what's going on within these particular neighborhoods. So the resident cybersecurity training program, as I said, came out of this group. And how it kind of came out was there was a police officer giving a presentation on cybercrime that they're seeing either in the locality or around the state and for sure the country as well. And then one of the residents, who happened to be a retired person living in a neighborhood, said, "Hey, what about resident cybersecurity training?" All these organizations, I'm sure everyone in that room, everyone listening virtually, their organization, their local government, or the organization that they belong to provides cybersecurity and not only provides, but mandates cybersecurity training within your organization. Williamsburg is exactly the same. It is absolutely mandated. We have it codified such that if you don't complete that training, we actually remove your access, your ability to access the network until that training is complete. So it's really got some teeth in it. But residents, particularly on the retired side, once they retire, they don't have access to that type of training. So the question came out and that was brought back to me to say, hey, what can we do for residents? So what did we decide to do? We decided to take a look and see if we could build a training program. So we spent some time to understand what the training program should be, what the structure should be, topics, etc., kind of, leaning on what we do internally for our employees. Did we have the capacity to manage it internally, or did we need to look externally? Again, Williamsburg, very small locality. IT department is made up of 6 people. So if you contrast that with the Chesterfields, or I've listened over the past couple of days to Daryl and Riverside talk, it's a very small IT department. I don't have a lot of bandwidth to manage things such as this internally. So we looked externally. We wanted to know what the goals of the training program were. What were the expectations of not only internally our organization, but for the residents itself? What did we hope and what did they hope to gain from the training program? And then really look at the benefits to the citizens as well as our organization. And I think for those of us at the CIO level working not only internally, but within our locality, the benefits, if they're not, they probably should be obvious both internally and externally. So we reached out, we work with KnowBe4, as I'm sure a lot of folks here do, for all of our cybersecurity training internally. We reached out to them to see if they had any kind of training programs in place that we could leverage. And they did. They had one that was set up specifically for home users. So we had a fair amount of conversation with them on how this might work, how are we going to manage it, what are the costs associated with that, and then was able to put all of this together, working with KnowBe4 to develop this program. And then put it out to our citizens. So the results of this are a 45-minute, it's video-based training program, and it's designed specifically for home internet users. So there's a lot of really good training, you know, as if someone calls you and says, hey, I'm from Microsoft support. We've noticed something and we need to get access to your computer. Those types of things that we see. My own mother, I had a phone call several years ago from my own mother. It said, hey, Microsoft just called me. And I'm like, whoa, Mom, no. Microsoft is not looking for you specifically. Let's back this out and see what happened. And you know, that's the kind of things that these home users that don't necessarily have access to the most up-to-date training, that's the kind of things that they're facing. It's really cheap. That's the beauty of this for us. The program itself is really cheap, and I'm sure in terms of scaling this up, that just from a pure economies of scale perspective, that cost is going to come down fairly quickly. So for us, 1,000 licenses, we haven't come close to using those 1,000 licenses. We paid $900 to kick this program off. So really, really inexpensive. They manage everything for us in terms of the license usage. In fact, I don't even know how many I've used. I can reach out to them and say, hey, where are we at license wise? They'll let me know. But in terms of the management of it, they handle all of that for us. We developed a small little form on the front end for this. All I really care about is that you're a city resident. You know, anybody on this or listening to this from Virginia, you'll appreciate this because Williamsburg is a small city surrounded by two very large counties. However, we all share the same mailing address. Everybody lives, I'll use my air quotes here, everybody lives in Williamsburg. When they don't, they really don't. I live in James City County, but my address is Williamsburg. James City County has its own government. They maintain all of that as their own separate entity, but we all share the same mailing address. It's what makes it kind of difficult. So we had them fill out a form to request access to this. We use that to we asked them to provide their mailing address. We verify that against our GIS just to make sure that they're actually a resident. You know, anybody can go in here and say, I'm so-and-so, give me an address, and you know, kind of cheat the system. And I admit that, and I'm okay with that, really. We haven't had a lot of that happen, but I'm sure there has been a little bit to it. However, once we verify your residency to the extent that we can, then an email goes out to the end user that was requested this with a link to the training. For us, the only thing that we're collecting is your address and the email. And again, we're doing that simply to verify the residency. I'm not trying to train. I think there's obviously a huge benefit to having a more well-trained constituency, whether it be in the city of Williamsburg or the surrounding counties. You know, it doesn't bother me. However, I'm not trying to pay for all of that myself. And again, lastly, all of this is completely managed by KnowBe4. You know, again, they reach out, they request access to it, we verify it, we send it to them, and then they go through it at their own time, and quite honestly at their leisure. So when they're ready to complete the training, they go through it simply as we would internally. Again, it's a little bit different. It's certainly more geared towards the home user, but then they complete it. To date, we've had roughly probably 400 to 500 folks, individuals that have completed the training. Marketing, we probably need to do a little bit better job on the marketing. We did a really big push initially to get this out in front of people. As with most things, it ramped up really quickly. A lot of folks started, you know, reached out, took the training. It took some time to get everybody going initially, but then it kind of settled in. We probably ought to look at you know, another big push, whether that be social media or otherwise, just to remind people that training is there for them, and then allow them to do it. So I think for us, it's been successful. Obviously, fair amount of press for this, just because of realizing the need that exists. You know, again, all of us that are currently employed, regardless of if you work in government or not, you have access to that type of training. I think, and it's probably baked into every organization that's out there. You have access to that training. However, when you retire, if you're self-employed, all of that, you don't have access to up-to-date and really well thought out cybersecurity training. So for us, this was a simple question brought to us by a resident that we looked at and said, you know what, we think we can do something about that. And quite honestly, for, you know, maybe a week's worth of staff time and about $900, we were able to get this up and running. And from our perspective, been pretty successful with it. So with that, Alan, that's really what I've got. I'll stop sharing here, and any questions, I'm certainly happy to answer whatever those might be.
Yeah, no, that's really great. I mean, I think when people saw this, they said, oh, another session on cybersecurity training. And then all of a sudden we realized, oh, wait a minute, you're opening this up to citizens.
Right.
How has that improved dialogue with citizens? I mean, what is the feedback that you're receiving from them?
Sure. You know, we've actually had people come to city council meetings and thank the city council for providing this. I think, you know, you can look anecdotally at it and think that there's a need based on our demographics for folks to have this access to this type of training. And we thought the same thing as well. We just never put two and two together until we were asked by a resident. But feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, as you would expect. It's free. We're not passing on any cost to anyone. You know, it's pretty easy to absorb $900 to make this available. So in terms of feedback, it's been overwhelmingly positive.
So thinking about whole of government approach, in the past, I've looked at libraries, public libraries, as being a really good organization to help with these kind of projects. I've seen libraries filled with training rooms for different things. Sometimes it's cyber training, sometimes how to fill out a form, how to actually navigate the internet. Do you see yourself, I mean, you're a small entity, you have a limited staff, which I think is impressive because most of our members are from small governments. Are you working, do you see yourself work with other institutions within your area?
Absolutely. And it's a good point that I failed to bring out in the presentation. One of our key partners in this, in terms of getting our message out and getting access to residents, was our library. Williamsburg has a fantastic library system, national award-winning library system that's just really, really good at this type of stuff. So we reached out to them. They have access to computers for folks that don't have access to it. There's flyers out there. We leveraged them in terms of their social media to get the word out. And they are not only in this particular training program, but in many other programs that we do as an organization. The library is a key partner for us.
Cool. All right. Question.
I have two questions. A, did you have to run this by the city attorney? Who might be worried that if there's some kind of incident, city might be liable. And then have you considered using, so this group is probably more tech savvy. So have you considered using them for other things? Like, for example, if you redesign the website, maybe have them kind of look at it, or for other kind of.
Yeah, so the answer to the first one is no. And I hope there's no attorneys in the room. I generally beg for forgiveness than ask for permission from my attorney. She generally shuts me down. No, we saw the city manager and I, the city manager was certainly in the loop, city attorney's in the loop on anything that we do. So no issues from us from a liability standpoint or anything like that, that she had. In terms of feedback from, or, you know, kind of garnering feedback from citizens, it's one of the things that Williamsburg excels in, I think. They just, the city as an organization won some sort of award. In fact, they're up for some sort of international award for what we called the Future Fest, which is every 2 years, the city does a strategic planning process we call the Goals, Initiatives, and Outcomes. The city manager and the executive team designed this. It's essentially like a carnival, and you go play games, and it was a road show where people go out. We go out, we bring food vendors in, and it's ways to extract public input on these particular goals and to kind of get some feedback on them. So from our perspective, anything that we do as an organization is going to in some form or fashion, whether it be something as far crazy, out in the ethers as these Future Fests, or simply, asking people on social media. We are constantly asking, in some cases to our detriment, maybe, for public input on specific projects and such.
Yeah, but trying is most of it too. Just showing that you've made an effort is key.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Any questions from everybody? Terry?
Mark, I think it's great what you're doing for the residents. I had one question. In your community, do you have any elements of your community that are part of the digital divide? They don't have connectivity or workstations, or are you trying to address that along with the training that you're providing for the residents?
Absolutely. And, we worked, I think this goes really back, Carrie, to a point that Alan made about the libraries. We don't have a lot in terms of digital divide issues or equity issues, but there's a little bit. As the pandemic, the outset of the pandemic, we received some funding through, I forget the CARES Act. I don't know what it was called. There were so many of these federal acts where they were just giving away money. We got a couple of $100,000 to go to a neighborhood and say, here is a cellular-based wireless router. You put it in your house and you've got free internet. I can't tell you how difficult that was to give people free internet. They didn't want it. I was like, I don't know if they thought that we were, this was some sort of government spy operative or something, but we couldn't give internet away. There was some that would take it and others that wouldn't. But that aside, the library is huge for us in terms of providing not only access to the internet, but access to a computer for these folks to have access to. So it works out pretty well.
Yeah, your experience with people not wanting free internet is amazing. I've seen people who do get it. All of a sudden, it's like, if they do get it, it's like, where's my HBO?
Right.
I mean, it's
we
like,
did have that. It's too slow to stream Netflix. It's like, well, that's not really the point of this, but
right. It's like nobody buys a computer to talk with government. It's
Exactly.
that kind of thing. All right, questions from the audience? Anyone? Virtual? Mel, please.
Hi, thank you, Mark. Mel Reeder. I work in Minnesota, League of Minnesota Cities. And one of the things we used KnowBe4 a while back to use this, citizen type training for our small cities who couldn't afford to buy cybersecurity training. My question for you is, we've kind of dropped that program because it kind of phased out with KnowBe4, but are you allowing like one license per household? And is the training including anything with simulation? Because of course you need a domain and that kind of thing. Thanks.
Sure. So, we're really loose on it. I think it's structured to be one per household, but it's really loose. There's no hard and fast requirements. If we burn through, I would love to burn through 1,000 licenses and have to go buy 5,000 more. I would love that, because to me, the benefits far outweigh any of the costs are small relative to the benefits that you get from a well-trained citizenry, people that can recognize this type of issue. Simulation, a little bit, not a ton. It's more, you're presented with these types of issues and you have to kind of work through it yourself. And they tell you in the end, yeah, you did good, or this was okay, but you need to look at this, and this was the proper solution for this. So no real pure simulation, but a little bit of interactivity to kind of help walk you through it.
Yeah, and so that helps with the competency, making sure they understand. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we break for lunch? Mark, this is good timing for you.
Absolutely. I'm gonna go get my
Uh,
lunches.
Now, this is fascinating, and we understand why you won awards from us, and I'm happy to see your CGCO diploma behind you from PTI Rutgers. Yeah, we see it. All right. Well, thank you. Give you a
Thank you
round of
all.
applause here. So we're going to take a break for lunch. We're just a couple of minutes before noon. So for those of you online, stand by, enjoy, take advantage of this 1 hour, and we'll be back exactly on the hour. We have a very unique presentation building on the whole idea of cybersecurity training. And so we have that, and then followed by some more time for getting those last text messages, and we have a lot of interactive sessions to follow. So thank you all, and we'll be back in 1 hour.
You don't have like
Before we lose everybody on the virtual side, I'm thinking lunch, but that part is true, but we have a keynote. So don't go away. Have your lunch, be back here in 20 minutes or so, and then we will have our keynote. So yes, we have designated an hour for lunch, but we do have a really great keynote, someone I know you're going to want to hear. I've heard him before. It's just going to be phenomenal. And I don't always say that. So don't go away too long, 20 minutes, come back.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. So you said you had a colleague who's going to join?
Actually, we met for it.
Okay. Good luck out here, everyone.
for that year or so. We're going to talk about cybersecurity, why trust matters, which I think is an essential question. So we're going to hear from Dr. David Gray, who I'm happy to say was elected as the Academy of Public Administration Fellow. He's also a distinguished fellow and co-chair for Alfred Student Information Council and non-final Academy Stimson Center, Federal Center. He's also a principal that leads to adapt, all one word there, ventures, and has served in a variety of leadership roles in turbulent environments, including bioterrorism, preparedness, and response. Just this week, both of us appeared in an upcoming 8-part series on artificial intelligence with the National Academy of Public Administration. We're here at least 2 of the episodes of 8. And David was a speaker, George Mason, on AI, and it was wonderful to see him there. It was a pleasant surprise. And he's also on a podcast where we discuss the different misinformation and disinformation. So, what's more, David? It's great. I've asked David to spend a little bit of time talking to you better. And the first time I got to know David was from afar. One thing he does not put on his bio is often because it seems to be a long time ago, not as sexy to most audiences, given his high level clearances and all the federal agencies he interacts with. I do imagine the best if I can go to people. So he has that account. So David, welcome. Thank you, Alan.
All right, so
Let me make sure.
yep. All right, can you hear me now?
No.
Testing 1, 2. All right, you can hear me now. All right, because I realize right now as you're eating, your serotonin levels are going up, your blood pressure is going down, and my job is to try and bring the energy to you at the moment that you're eating. So we are going to be talking a little bit about AI, trust, and how does this matter? And Alan gave a very humbling introduction. I've done a lot of different roles in public service, including being a CIO for 4 years. Prior to my arrival date, I had 9 CIOs in 8 years, which is always a great sign for CIO number 10. Things are just going great. But as we move forward, I really want to sort of put the scene in terms of how do we consider AI and how it's going to impact how we do our jobs, whether our jobs are delivering services or making sure those services are secure and protected. Because how many of you are feeling optimistic about the future?
In terms of AI, or
I'm just generally optimistic about the future. And how many are sort of waiting to see? All right. And if you didn't raise your hands, that means you're just eating. Okay. So as we move forward, I want to first talk about trust. Because when I talk about trust, I'm talking about trust in a context that involves communities, involves the public, and thinking about how trust is considered. So trust can be defined as the willingness to be vulnerable to the actions of an actor, not directly controlled by you. That actor could be an individual, it could be an organization, it could be a group of people, or it could be a machine. So when we're talking about trust, it's the willingness to be vulnerable. And I often define it as having 3 antecedents. Research has shown that people are willing to trust an entity, human or otherwise, if they perceive benevolence of the entity, they perceive competence of the entity, and they perceive integrity on the behalf of the actions of the entity. Now, that acronym is BCI, and I do want to pause and caveat and say we're talking about BCI in this case in the context of trust, not brain-computer interfaces. If you want to talk about brain-computer interfaces, I'm happy to chat about that later after it. But remember this because it's going to be key when we think about how AI is going to impact those perceptions. The other thing that I want to point out is that I often think the word AI really should be thought of as alien interactions. And what do I mean by that? I mean that AI does not think like us. You've probably seen some breathless news articles saying the machine was conscious. It was trying to convince me to leave my wife. No, it just means the machine was exposed to enough data and blog posts in which in some of those blog posts, there may have been a conversation where somebody was saying that, a human had written that. And so when the machine received that prompt, it responded to that prompt with that answer. But the machine is not conscious, and the machine is not trying to convince you to either do something or not do something or things like that. And the challenge is we humans will anthropomorphize the machine. We've done that for 3,000 plus years. Whether it's rocks or clouds, we see patterns that we think must be humans when they're not. And how many people refer to their GPS when they're in their car driving as either a he or a she? It's neither. It's just a machine. And so this is going to be problematic, especially from a security perspective, because people are going to look at this machine and unfortunately think it's thinking like them, when in fact it's probably completely different. And I would submit that delta, that difference in how the machine actually works and what it's doing and how people think it's doing, will be unfortunately challenges for social engineering, challenges for mistakes happening in organizations, and challenges essentially for just misleading humans. I'll give you a very real example I just saw about 24 hours ago. I saw that in less than 10 minutes, through a combination of prompts, basically you can generate 6 years of realistic medical claim history for a patient that doesn't exist. I'm talking lab records that look like they are authentic. I'm talking about x-rays that progressively get worse over time if you showed it to a doctor, short of trying to call the providers and say, did you ever have this patient? And I saying, no, I can't find that patient. It would look realistic to a doctor. Because again, what this machine is doing is it's simply using past data to provide additional responses that may or may not be real. And so think about that from a security perspective. How are you going to verify? Maybe you don't deal with patient records, but how do you verify that your supply chain claims are actually real? How do you verify that the people you're doing business with? I'll give you another example. That same process that could do that in 10 minutes or less can also generate $1,200,000 claims for upper respiratory syndrome, an infection. Which means nowadays, in today's era of COVID and RSV, if all of a sudden we saw a spike in claims, we might not even stop that because that's below the threshold of fraud detection. So, how many people are now feeling optimistic about the future? Now, the good news is there are things we can do. What this is probably going to point to is we're going to need to come up with ways of doing triangulation and verification. But I share that because as we think about how AI is going to be impacting the work of public service at state and local levels, we've got to be aware of what it can do and what it can't do. And it is worth noting again, AI's had many different flavors. It's been called problem-solving networks, expert systems, decision support systems. The most recent is large language models. But whenever you talk to someone and they say AI is going to do this, your first response should probably be, what flavor of AI are you talking about? Because it's not singular. All right, so I would also be remiss if I didn't point out that trust in societies right now has some challenges. This was a study that was done in 2017 by Pew Research that found that less than 45% of people under the age of 25 in the United States thought that capitalism was a good system. Less than 19% of those same people under the age of 25 thought it was wrong to throw a coup if the government was perceived as incompetent. Yeah. And that's not just the United States. We're seeing that in the United Kingdom. We're seeing that in Australia. We're seeing that in the Netherlands, Sweden. So it seems like Western nations, the further we get away from World War II, we're losing that narrative that says, I may disagree with you, but we've all seen things much worse. And so this is a challenge, and this is something you need to be aware of, because as we do our jobs, trying to serve the public, it's getting harder, a lot harder. So as we consider also AI, I want to then sort of take the challenge that Alan gave, which was to talk a little bit about my background and sort of how it sort of sets the scene for how we can consider using AI. I was crazy enough to be hired by the US government when I was 15. I was working at a Department of Energy facility. I had to get a work permit. But even more importantly, it was using expert systems at the time. So that was a different flavor of AI than today, to really model two things. One was, could we use satellite footage from space and try to actually see where famines might happen in advance, so we could pre-position resources to help with the famine. And then two, I got to lead a project that would pick up forest fires from space, scan the wind conditions, the foliage, and try and guess where the forest fire might go. Could not fully declassify my science fair project because that was the state of the art, but I raised that because that same technology could be used today, not just for those purposes, whether it's understanding risk and vulnerabilities of the power grid, or using satellite footage, because nowadays satellite footage is commercially available. And I would ask the question, how many of our states or localities are using satellite footage to help inform your decision making? As we think about this, really it's about how can we use these AI approaches, not just to understand the decisions we need to make, but also the impact of our decisions or the lack of our decisions. on both local and global futures. Because I guarantee right now, all of us are drowning in data. And it's only going to get worse. And so if we can create sort of partnerships, and I know Alan has already talked about this idea of partnerships. The reality is the only way you're going to navigate this era is if you do have a partner that happens to be digital, that you are at least willing to triangulate with as you make sense. And I use the word triangulate because I believe firmly that when I tell people, I say, congratulations, we're democratizing technology. The challenge is we're democratizing technology, which means people can now do things that only the CIA and the KGB could do 50 years ago. If you have a smartphone, you have a multi-int device that can do multiple forms of data collection, multiple forms of communication anywhere in the world. And yes, there are apps you can download that can pull up satellite footage as recent as 15 or 60 minutes ago on your phone. And the next 1 billion people that will get smartphones on the planet that don't have them will get them for less than $50 and have more computing power than President Reagan had in 1980s through the Pentagon. That's what we've done. It's great, but it's also challenging. And so as we think about this, it's thinking about how do we upgrade public service for that era. Fast forward, I did sign up in 2000 with a little known program called the Bioterrorism Preparedness Response Program. I was the one person that knew both IT and biology. Every 6 months, we were told we didn't need to exist. We were a Cold War relic. There might be reasons. And it was actually scheduled weeks in advance for me to give a briefing to the CIA and the FBI as to what we would do technology-wise should a bioterrorism event happen. That briefing just happened to be scheduled for September 11th, 2001, 9 o'clock in the morning. Of course, tragedy hit. We piled computers into cars at 8:34. That was the state of information sharing. We physically carried the computers, set up an underground bunker. That was a response to 9/11. So down from high alert on October 1st, briefed the CIA on October 3rd, only to have the first case of anthrax show up in Florida 24 hours later. It was a very busy time. And we were just a 30-person team. When things started to really hit the fan, we did actually try to communicate up the chain and said, if you find that this is coming from the postal system, because initially there was questions as to where this is coming from, you're going to need to do prophylaxis. The challenge is we were 30 persons in a 15,000 person organization. And it wasn't just CDC responding, it was also FBI. And so you had the challenges of different domains and how they coordinated, that it was chain of custody. And so we got lost, our practice, all our experiences got lost in the larger noise. And so I raise that because I think there's going to be a need for how do you amplify those weak signals and those voices that may actually have really good ideas in your organization, but are getting lost in the chaos. And so that's another thing that you can think about with AI is how do you implement this to actually try to amplify those that have other ideas that you need to be considering in the midst of a crisis? Or what decisions do we need to make across geographies? And COVID clearly has indicated we won't expect everyone to be in the same place at the same time, either to work normally or in crisis plans. And I know you all coming from local and state governments, you know the trouble of crisis response when you show up and you've got local responders, state responders, federal responders, and they're all on different channels, all on different signals. It's a mess. So we've got some work to do. I'm going to pause there, though, because I really want to see if any of you have any questions before I dive in. If not, I will take them at the end, but I do want to pause. All right, there will be interactive Q&A, so stay tuned. Fast forwarding from the time with the bioterrorism program, I did actually sign up again. This time it was to actually go to Afghanistan. When the administrations changed from one president to another, when President Obama came into office, if you remember, they kept Secretary Robert Gates as the SECTA, and they wanted a nonpartisan. I'm a nonpartisan. Do not, I meet people on the values of the Constitution, not a specific party. But I raised my hand to go downrange. And so I went to Afghanistan to identify problems they didn't know were problems yet and possible solutions. Well, after about 45 days, I said, literacy is 20%, and that's if you're a male. How are we ever going to bring democracy in a short period of time? We're talking more 30 to 50 years, and I'm not sure we want to wait 30 to 50 years. But I raised that because there were other things too. It was taking more than 1 week for something to go from a US classified system to a NATO classified system, which is not a good way to fight a war. And then also just coordination with humanitarian efforts. And so again, getting back to that idea that maybe we need to figure out better ways of collaborating across partners. This might actually be where this can help as well. How many of you currently are on an information sharing group? All right, you all are. Wouldn't it be nice if you could have your own personal digital assistant that you just basically parked at the information sharing group and said, let me know if there's anything useful there? Because I don't know if you know how many ISACs and ISALs there are. There's now currently more than 40. Yeah. I don't think you can go to all of them. And so maybe we need to advance this. Not just Chat GPT, but I raise that because again, it's only going to get harder to make sense of all the information and data out there. And especially for situations like war zones, but also crisis response and emergency response, we got to do a better job. Fast forwarding again, in 2011, I got called by the Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Stephanie O'Sullivan, and she said, would you be interested in being the one nonpartisan executive director with 6 Democrats, 6 Republicans, including 2 senators and 2 representatives from Congress, reviewing all the R&D efforts of the intelligence community? And of course, I said yes. But she was a good CIA handler that she didn't tell me that in 3 months there had been 3 senior executives not work out. Tell that after the fact.
Just like the FCC.
Exactly, exactly. We'll tell you after the fact that it's going to be. So anyway, the good news is a year and a half later, despite everything that happened in 2012 and 2013, and there were some interesting things that did happen, we did succeed in getting bipartisan consensus from both sides of the aisle. And since then, about 75% of our recommendations have been implemented. But I raise that because this commission that was done in 2012, 2013 was actually introduced into draft law on September 13th, 2001. It was only funded 10 years later, and we only got around to doing it in 2013. We probably don't want to wait 10 years to do another. And it's not just for the intelligence. We want to do it for our states. We want to do it for our cities. And so can we use AI, in this case, more like simulations and other predictive things, to have an idea of where we're going and at least inform our thinking? Because unfortunately, if we wait 10 years to figure out what the future is going to be, we're probably going to be out of date. I'll fast forward as well. So as mentioned, the FCC, I parachuted in 2014, 9 CIOs in 8 years. They had more than 207 systems, all on premise, consuming more than 85% of their budget because the systems were more than 12 years old. And then you all know that a system that's more than 5 years old is really hard to secure. More than 10 years old, good luck. So, but they also didn't mention, I'm happy to say, or happy to say we fixed it at least. Prior to my arrival, they had had 2 advanced persistent threats, meaning nation state actors get into their systems. And of course, with an APT, you can never guarantee there's not another APT you don't know about. That's partly why we moved everything to either cloud or private hosting. And we did so in less than 2.5 years. By moving to cloud, 1, we got a better inventory of what we had. 2, we sort of ideally moved to something new. And 3, we actually reduced our spend from being 85% just to maintain those systems to being less than 35%. Now, of course, Congress doesn't celebrate when you save money. They say, thank you very much, and they take the money away, but at least we did something for the tax. And so I raise that because legacy systems, I mean, even SpaceX now has legacy systems. And it's not going to get easier, especially as these things change. And so the question is, can we begin to use some form of AI to at least begin to untangle what is the different components of legacy system that we need to lift and shift or move? Because you all know when a system is designed, it's designed for a certain purpose. But come 5 years, there's been some modifications, some additional addings, that's not been documented. People have left. And definitely by 10 years, it's some new spaghetti creation that nobody really knows all the different connections. And so maybe that's where some autonomy plus some AI could actually begin to understand what are the things that are being used, what are the things that are connected and interdependent to help make those upgrades faster. And again, any company that's older than 5 years old has legacy systems, and definitely in public service, we have plenty. Fast forward, after doing 4 years at the FCC, there was a high-profile proceeding that came along. Back in 2014, we'd seen something similar with net neutrality. This was net neutrality again, nonpartisan. I don't weigh into policy issues, but in 2014, we saw the most comments ever that the FCC had received at the time, which was in 2014 was 2.3 million comments. That included someone uploading War and Peace every hour. Yes, we had to accept it. Their washer and dryer manual, their math homework done wrong. I'm not sure if that's a pro or con vote, but they did. And my challenge was the lawyers, when I went to the lawyers, I said, can I use CAPTCHA? And they said, nope, you can't use CAPTCHA because there's someone's both unable to see and unable to hear. They might not be able to do it. I said, could I use some other form like reCAPTCHA? And they're like, nope, because that's considered surveillance and government can't do surveillance. Great. And I block spam. Define spam. Spam is an IP address filing this, more than 100 comments within a minute. Nope, because one of those 100 comments might be legitimate. I have to accept everything and receive everything, including, like I said, War and Peace. So fast forward to 2017, where they're getting ready to do this again. Again, I ask if I can use CAPTCHA. Nope. Can I block spam? Nope. This is going to be fun. So we had to spin up more than 30 times our normal cloud computing instances just to handle the volume we were getting. And it was people filing, or people, quotation mark, people/bots filing comments at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., which I understand people are passionate about this issue, but most people in the United States are not on at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., filing comments 100 times a minute. And again, I had to receive it. The good news is the team kept the system up more than 99.4% of the time. But I did get asked by the chairman's office, is this a denial of service? And I said, well, not at the network layer. Everything's fine at the network layer. Nothing's gotten breached or anything like that. The system's operating as intended. But at the application layer, yes, this is a crowding out some humans that want to leave something at the application layer. What I didn't know was both sides of the aisle had some factions involved in this. So the moment I said that, immediately they came out and said, no, could never have happened. Where's your evidence? Well, that's not digital forensics. It's pretty, explain to me why people are leaving, 100 comments a minute at 4 a.m. That I don't think I need much more than that. Anyway, I kept my tongue because I was a good nonpartisan. And in 2021, the New York Attorney General concluded that of the 23 million, so 10 times what we normally receive, 23 million comments we received, 18 million were from non-authentic sources. 9 million from one side of the aisle that hired 6 companies to file them, 9 million from the other side of the aisle that had teenagers do the same thing. So only 5 million were actual legitimate comments that we posted. And that was 2017. How good do people feel about 2024? Yeah. So I raise that because there are some essential fabrics to open society. And of course, public service sits at part of that essential fabric. Your jobs are going to get harder. And the challenge is the moment anything like this happens to you, you can't come out and say that's not true. Because the media is going to say, well, that's of course what you would say. So we almost need to think about how we create a network across cities and states so that your peers don't engage in a flame war, because that's exactly what the algorithms want. They want some people saying that's true, that's not true, that's true, that's not true. And unfortunately, all the research shows, because I later worked for Vint Cerf with the People-Centered Internet Coalition. When this happened, I actually started working for Special Operations Command behind the scenes on tackling disinformation. And the research shows nobody remembers the not bit. But when a disinformation attack happens to you, the best thing you can do is have your colleagues put out more accurate information on what's going on, but not engage in a flame, because nobody will remember the not bit. Sadly, this is happening right now for any woman who chooses to run for political office or take a publicly facing job. The moment a woman, and this is not just the United States, this is in Europe, this is in Africa and other places. The moment they announce they're going to run for office, they start getting harassed, they start getting bullied. Look like humans, but a lot of them are bots. And the challenge is, of course, now with generative AI, it's only going to get harder.
So you said a woman?
When any woman right now, it has been shown that women get way more harassment and bullying online when they announce they're running for office than men. And it's not just those that are running for political office. If you're a nonpartisan, you're taking a publicly facing job. And it's happening in Africa, it's happening in Europe. And again, it may just be, sadly, script kiddies that are just out to do bad things. But I think we need to raise attention to this, because if half of our population cannot run for office, something's seriously wrong with open societies. And it's not just women. I mean, there's other groups too. But I raise that because we have to figure out a better way of doing this. Autocracies don't have this problem. So as we also think forward, I got another offer back in 2020. I got a call to lead another commission as a nonpartisan, this time with 8 Democrats, 8 Republicans, not just thinking about the United States, but what our friends and allies should do, everything from cyber to AI, to supply chains, to bio, to space. And the big takeaway is we're experiencing at least 6 different technological revolutions simultaneously. And what it's been shown is it usually takes societies between 10 to 25 years to truly sort of internalize a revolution like this. And that's just one revolution, like a steam engine. But we're talking about 6 simultaneously. And in some respects, if it makes you feel better, we've seen this before. In the late 1800s, in 1890, 1900s, there was rapid technological progress, rapid industrialization, and also massive disinformation. Pulitzer and Hearst, that's how they sold their papers, with news headlines that were possibly factless and sensational. We in the United States may have actually gone to war with Spain over a fake news. And similarly, there was massive polarization in Congress. Actually, Congress was more polarized back then. Now, sadly, of course, how those times ended, we had World War I, Great Depression, World War II. I prefer not to have that happen again. But we have seen this before. And you can go even further back. When John Adams and Thomas Jefferson ran for political office after George Washington, they ran on separate tickets. John Adams won, so he was made president. Thomas Jefferson was made vice president. When it came time for the second term, Thomas Jefferson wanted to be president. So he hired a political hitman to spread disinformation that John Adams wanted to go war with France, when in fact he didn't. Meanwhile, John Adams is writing op-eds as president, saying that Thomas Jefferson is the devil and some other nasty names as well. And that was the 1800s, and these people have monuments. So in some respects, it's always been here. But again, we've democratized it. And so now 12 people can be responsible for more than 85% of the anti-vax information online. So how do we move forward from this? The first thing I would say to you is we have to understand human nature more, because that's not changed. The technology may have changed, but human nature hasn't. And I already mentioned to you that we have biases, we all have biases, and we can't necessarily remove them, but we can become more aware of them through education, through experience, and mindfulness. And similarly, we have to also recognize that we will anthropomorphize these machines, and that'll be problems. The other thing I would submit is the Turing test probably was the wrong test we should be thinking about. In the Turing test, we talk about, can the machine deceive a human into thinking it's human? But that's all about deception. What if instead we talk about how the machine can make an individual human or a group of humans or a community better in terms of collaborating, better in terms of decision making? So I don't want to talk about a machine being able to fool you as being human. I think, we have ways of making more humans. We don't need that. What we really want to do is think about how can they actually uplift humans so that they actually make better decisions and they collaborate better. And then lastly, getting back to where we opened about with trust in societies. Benevolence, if you look at ChatGPT, if you look at Bard, you really have no way of determining if it's acting benevolently or not. There's no way to decide. In terms of competence, these machines will tell you things to your face that are factually untrue with confidence. And in fact, there's some research that shows, depending on the subject matter, they can be right 50% of the time. So do not use a large language model for anything where facts matter. Now, anything that's about fiction, whether it's art, music, the like, it will disrupt those fields because there is no fact in that field. But for a lot of the work that we do in public service, make sure you verify anything that comes from one of these. And then finally, integrity. If you tell the machine you think it's wrong, there's a chance it'll come back and say, oh, you're right, I was wrong. And it'll go with it because it's maximizing for engagement, not for accuracy. So I raise that, but I don't want to just bash on large language models. Think about how we make decisions right now in corporations, in government. How do we communicate benevolence, competence, and integrity? Think about those problems with society. How do we perceive whether or not we can actually see benevolence, competence, and integrity in our societies? And so what I would submit is this fixation on AI. Maybe we actually need to think about society and AI. How do we begin to actually address benevolence, competence, and integrity in open societies? So I'll end with this final note, which is Carl Sagan said in 1994, look again at that dot. That's here, that's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, every human being you ever heard of, lived out their lives. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home you've ever known. I thank you for all that you're doing. Again, I'll encourage you to be bold, be brave and benevolent, and thank you for your time. I'm open if folks have questions if we have enough time, and I'm happy to repeat your questions so that folks can hear it here, or I can run the microphone.
Any questions from the virtual audience? You're all left spellbound. David, you and I have had a conversation about misinformation and disinformation. Help us navigate the two, and what are ways that we might be able to combat that?
Sure. So misinformation and disinformation are different in terms of the intentionality. Misinformation is when you spread something that is inaccurate, but you're not mindful of the fact that it's inaccurate. In other words, you believe it for truth, but it's not true. Disinformation is when you are mindful that what you're spreading is not true. Now, the challenge with disinformation, and sort of what I alluded to, is there's also this thing called political rhetoric. And it gets very close to political rhetoric. There's a reason why you go to court and they say, we want you to promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Because a lot of people will do 2 of the 3 and package it that way. Yes, it's true, but I left some stuff off, or things like that. Similarly, advertisement gets really close to disinformation as well. When you watch that commercial about that sports drink that's going to make you climb a mountain, are they going to make you climb a mountain? I'm not sure. So it gets really challenging because a lot of things we think are truths are beliefs. You know, I believe the sun rose today. Did I prove it? Not personally. I believe it's going to rise tomorrow. Did I prove it? See, but they're beliefs. And so it's been shown that when disinformation challenges happen, again, they're oftentimes 2 of the 3. The truth, partial truth, but not the whole truth, or something like that. It's beliefs that are being contested. And it used to be that people thought, if I give you more facts, that'll solve this problem. It doesn't. It's kerosene on a gas fire if you give more facts. Because you're attacking a person's identity when you do that. And so really what you need to do is open the aperture to say, we may not agree on this issue, but is there anything that we agree on in this tent? It's also been shown that if you want to start delivering information, better information, really sort of inviting them to consider better information. It's not giving it to them. It's not telling them why they're wrong. I don't know. But it's inviting them to consider better information. It has to come from a persona that they identify. And the trouble is in government, we build these websites that are meant to serve everybody. And we think it's, it's going to work for everybody. It doesn't. There's an example, and this is not even disinformation, but returning veterans often have PTSD. And part of PTSD is paranoia about online engagements. And so any effort to engage veterans to help them get benefits online has to contend with the fact they're massively paranoid about it, and rightfully so. And so what you have to do is find other veterans that'll say, look, I know your anxieties, I know your concerns, but this is a real legitimate source that's going to help you. And so we need to think about how we can begin to use personas, begin to reach out to different parts of communities we serve equitably. Because of course we have to do that in public service. We cannot pick our audience demographics, unlike a Google or a Microsoft. And I've been talking to like the National Institutes for Health. Of course, they're terrified about health disinformation because they know what's going on. And they also know anything they roll out. Why did you pick this or not this? And so my recommendation is fund universities. Because right now, universities still have a pretty high trust level, about 50 to 55%. And require the universities, when they roll out these large language models from this university, to have a bipartisan governance board that has people from both sides of the aisle. That'll at least protect you a little bit from domestic disinformation. There's no guarantee a foreign one won't occur. But at least you can begin to do this. And that way they can begin to reach out to their local community in that state. And again, it's not that everyone in the state thinks the same way or things like that too, but they can begin to do it. But it's going to have to be a new type of way of engaging that it's not monolithic in nature, nor is it static in nature. Because the other thing with websites is they go to the website and they're searching for information. What these new systems will do is it's more of a conversation. And so when you think about what you're doing in public service, how do you make it where you used to require a form and they had to figure out the right form? Where they can actually maybe now text or say, I'm looking to do the following thing. Okay, let me ask you a few questions. And before you know it, you filled out a form, but you didn't even know that. That's going to be the change. But we need to make sure we do it equitably across all communities and serve everybody. But yes, unfortunately, all the research on disinformation is more facts do not solve the issue. And I think we're going to have to begin to create networks because a disinformation attack can take down any organization, even if they're doing the absolute right thing. Yes.
Quick question for you. Are you optimistic?
Am I optimistic? Yes, I am optimistic. Partly because I would say, again, imagine you were in England in 1939, 1940. If anything, humans find a way. It's not easy. It's not comfortable. It's oftentimes challenging. But when things really hit the fan, some of the BS goes to the wayside because now we know what we need to do. The worst time is when things are kind of like, is it good enough? It's okay enough. Don't rock the boat. And I don't know if we're there yet or not.
The whole shit need to hit a fan for us to get there.
Possibly, yes. If you look at history.
I'm looking at.
And so, but I would say, if anything, it is, you know, back in 2017, when I tried to explain to people bots, they're like, oh, I don't know what a bot is. And now they get it. And so you can begin to have conversations that you just couldn't have 6 years ago. And I knew what a bot was just because of what I'd done in BIC. So we do adapt, but I think what I'm trying to do is adapt faster to mitigate the harm and try to get ahead of the curve. And sometimes I'm successful and sometimes I take a lot of flack, but that's okay. But I am optimistic. Also, because I would also say optimists are the only ones that have the courage to try and make a positive change. All right.
So you've dealt with varying degrees of different sides of the equation. So as a CIO, what advice would you give us when we're dealing with industry telling our respective stakeholders, you don't need IT, you're good, we'll fix everything. And we're trying to be in the room and be a partner and a trusted advisor. And we're continuously challenged with, we know, you know, the product is secure, the vendor told me so. We really don't need to listen to you. We're going to the cloud. And
yep. How do you have that? So you have to figure out, one, are you in an environment in which you have the ability to make a difference? So that's the first thing. I have been in environments where I have the ability, and I've been in environments where I don't. If you don't, then you have to figure out, do I want to leave or not? But if you're in an environment where you can make a difference, then who are the people that you need to have a frank conversation and say, look, and you know, we recognize we got to partner with the private sector. We can't do this all by ourselves. But they're out to sell you something. We're out to actually serve the citizens. And so you need us to be that resource that can actually peer and decide, you know, is there actually something here or not? Is there a valid offering or not? Is there actual concerns or not? And you sort of say that, you know, again, we're not going to hold back the private sector because, again, you know, the United States works best when we partner with the private sector. But we recognize their interest is to sell you something. And your interest is to provide the technical and strategic insights to know that you're buying a car that actually can go somewhere versus it will stall the moment you get out of the parking lot. And if you can explain it that way, then the question is also ask them. And I found, like, when I was at the FCC, I had 18 different bureaus and offices. So I actually had to talk to 18 different people. What are some quick wins you want? And what are some longer term wins? And what I would say for the quick wins, you can have that individual conversation. The long term wins, you need to have them all in the same room, else you'll never make them happy. So that way you get them debating amongst themselves what they want, as opposed to pulling you in all the different directions where you're never going to make anybody happy. And use Socratic methods. You know, questions are a safe way to sort of lead people without telling them what to do.
Any other questions? Anyone on the virtual side would like to ask a question? This is your opportunity.
And I will make these slides available, and my email was at the beginning. So if you have additional questions that you want to ask me, you can email me. You can also contact Alan. He knows how to reach me. I'm here to serve you all because I really respect everything you're doing, and we've got to do this together. It's going to get bumpy. Thanks.
I do have one question. Sure. So you asked us at the very beginning, how do we feel?
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
do you feel about it?
Yeah, well, I mean, aside from feeling optimistic, I think, so if you go back to, so Charles Dickens, A Tale of Two Cities, the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of darkness, it was the age of enlightenment. I think that's where we're at, which is, there are a lot of great things going on. I mean, if I want to point out, this is the best time to be alive in terms of the risk of being killed by another human. It doesn't feel that way because, of course, we're seeing the headlines and everything like that. But it used to be a time in our history where you had a 1 in 10 chance of being killed by another human being. Yeah, now we're down to like 0.0001. Yes, there's still bad things happening, and yes, there are things that are injustices that need to be addressed, but we've made progress. So I think the challenge is, in an open society, is it's easy to get distracted. It's easy to have things sort of fill your mind in either terms of hype or fear. And there's a lot of industries that sell either fear or hype. The question is, how do you get that Zen-like state that says, one, it's always been this way, but I don't want to rest on my laurels and say, c'est la vie. I want to make improvements where I can. If you ever read any of the meditations by Marcus Aurelius, he talks about that your obligation and duty is to bring positive change to the world, regardless of what everyone else is going after. And I know that's sort of like what we all do in public service. And so what I would just say is, take comfort in it's been this way, it will be this way. But if you can find ways to network with other people that are like you, that want to bring positive change, they'll help keep you sane. Thank you.
Oh, was there a virtual question? Bill, did you have a question?
Oh, man, way to call me out. No, I'm just late to the party.
Somebody ratted on you with the audience.
No, I'm sorry for interrupting. Go for it.
No, I just want to say that we'll send out an announcement. We do this podcast series that we're part of. Dave was part of the Brain Trust. We both are proud to be in the first episode. I think you need to turn the mic on.
Both of us, Dave and I, will be, among others, that will be in the first episode that starts at 11 o'clock Eastern time next Monday. And it'll be for every Monday, right up through all 8 episodes. I think David is in just 2, if not 3 of the episodes. I think I'm in 3 of the episodes of the 8. So it should be a lot of fun, and we'll carry on the conversation. I would love to have asked you, what is your vision of Chat GPT 10? You know, now we're at 4, and every time I look at a different version of where people think it's going to be, it gets more interesting. Do you have any feelings? I mean, I know you have to go, but I just.
It's a good question. So the question of what is 6 generations from now of Chat GPT? So AI has gone through at least 3 winters, depending on who you talk, 3 or 4, where it's had a lot of promise, and then the hype was disillusionment happened and it busted. First, it was the idea that these machines would help make us make better decisions, and they got sort of good at playing games, but they never really translated to making organizations better. Part of that was the computing wasn't available and the data wasn't. Then it was the idea that the machine could get really good at medical diagnostics, and it turned out to be it could get as good as 90% as doctors, which is kind of good, but not better than the last remaining 10%. So I have a feeling that Chat GPT and the like will probably go through a period of hype and then a trough of disillusionment, and then pragmatism will set. And the next wave that will come by the time we get to generation 10, you think about it, these machines are really good at dreaming. They're really good at coming up with ideas that may or may not have factual basis, but they don't go out and test that. And so what you need is something that can take this dream and then say, okay, well, does the world actually match that? And so it could very well be, I'll give an example. So when I did bioterrorism preparedness, the 2 ways we knew about the original coronavirus back in 2002, 2003, that was later called severe acute respiratory syndrome. The 2 ways we knew about it was, 1, the price of garlic had gone up 10-fold in Southeast Asia. And second, we could see, we weren't tracking individual people. We didn't have that capability and didn't want to do that, including the Constitution, but we could see increased reflectivity of cars in parking lots in certain parts of Asia around hospitals. And so when you see increased reflectivity of cars around parking lots, plus the price of garlic going up, you're like, something's going on. The same thing could happen where you tell the machine, take a look at the world today and tell me what you think is going on. And then have the machine break that down into logical bits. I mean, this is what a scientist should be doing when they're doing the scientific methods. They dream up some experiments and dream up some hypotheses, and we go and test them. So in about 10 years or less, we'll probably have the ability to ask the machine, not only dream a dream, but see if it actually matches reality. And that'll help sort of be an extension of ourselves. The other thing that I want to see happen too, is it's aware enough to say, Alan, you're really great at the following things, and you're really great at this time of day. David, you're really great at these sort of things and really great at this time of day. I will parse out something to be done to you, to David, and to others. And you may not even know it's being parsed out by a machine that maximizes your strengths and mitigates your weaknesses so that collectively we're better together.
I think my brain is numb from thinking of all this, and trying to process all of this. You know, what do we make of it? This is probably the most profound thing that we're facing when it has to do with under the label technology. So we thank David. David is one of the few people, I told him this, and I think you'll all agree as you get to know him better. I've never seen an individual who is such a good speaker, such a good thinker, but also such a good writer. Normally you see that in 1 trait or 2 traits, but have someone that has all of that, it's really, truly amazing. So it's really an honor working with you, and thank you for being here. So at this point, we wanted to turn to cybersecurity training, and we may be having some technical issues. But I want to ask, because I always can't tell from the way this is situated, is Keytron Evans online? Because I believe you're slotted for 1 o'clock, and I can't tell if you're online or not. Are you here? Not hearing anything. So what I think we'll do is we'll continue with the lunch, and we'll do a 15-minute break. And then we'll pick up at 1:15. So actually it's 5 or 6, and we went a little bit long on this. So give us another 6 minutes, and then we'll come back. And not that you have to go away, but just a good opportunity to check your emails, check all the happy things going on in the world. Not happening. That's not true. And we'll pick up at 1:15 after the 15 minutes after the hour, which is about 5 minutes from now. All right. Again, thank you. think a little blitz of scheduling, but I want to pick up where we are, and I want to introduce our next speaker. And I want to again thank InfoSec for being a gracious sponsor, and there's some really nice goodies out there at the table. And there are folks here that are happy to answer any questions you might have. We look forward to working with them down the road because they do a lot of things that are compatible with our aim and goals as well. So we are fortunate to have someone address how security awareness and training impacts the organization. We're going to hear it from a different point of view, and that is from our sponsors. So we're very fortunate to have Keytron Evans, who is the Vice President, Portfolio Product Strategy at InfoSec. So Keytron, welcome. And as I say, the screen is yours.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the introduction. Had a little bit of a medical emergency there, but I think we're good to go for now. So let me share my screen.
Sure. There you are. Why don't you start? Well, oh, here we go. Okay, I see it coming up. There you are.
Yeah. So as was mentioned in the introduction, my perspective is going to be a little bit different from what you might typically hear. You know, my background, I was known for pen testing and incident response for a lot of years, and still do some of that in practice now. And, you know, with that perspective, we get to see things sometimes that you just don't normally see or hear about, because a lot of these data breaches and things like that are somewhat kept quiet, right? Because there's a stigma that comes with, you know, having your network breached and that type of thing. So a lot of some of the better lessons that happen out there, we never get to hear about it because of the fact that it ends up being hush-hush. So we're going to look at how this affects us. If we look at the human element. And one thing I can tell you is, working on the bigger data breaches that I've worked on, probably somewhere between 80 and 85% of them always end up leading back to some type of phishing attack, some type of social engineering or something like that. If you look at, and this, you know, this is my own number from the breaches I've worked on. If you look at the Trusted Verizon Data Breach Report here, you can see that kind of lines up. 74% of all breaches include the human element, right? So that means nobody SQL injected your server. Nobody found a 0-day on your network or on one of your devices and wrote a 0-day exploit. It was nothing as complex as that. It generally always leads back to some human element or a human weakness. Now, the three primary ways attackers access an organization and stolen credentials: phishing and exploitation of vulnerabilities. Now, what's been happening recently is you have these massive data dumps. So if someone successfully phishes, let's say 3 people in your organization, and you contain that data breach, you may not have gotten rid of all the peripheral damage, because remember, humans tend to use the same credentials over and over and over again. So if that credential is leaked in one place, it's probably going to be able to be used in many other places. And there are places like Have I Been Pawned and others where people actually can go out. You can go out and check to see if your credential or if your email address, for example, has been compromised in other data breaches around the world. Well, guess what? The bad people, the malicious actors, have access to these data dumps as well. So what'll happen a lot of times is you might have an employee that's susceptible or a victim of a phishing attack. And what ends up happening is they get that credential, and a year later, there might be a follow-up email from that attacker that says, you know, hey, guess what? We have your password, your username to all these different places. We've also been logged into your computer for the last 6 months. So every video you've watched, everything you've done we've recorded it from your screen and we recorded what's going on your computer. And if you don't pay us a certain amount of money, or if you don't give us access to your boss's computer or something like that, we're going to release all this information to the public. And it's very convincing because you're looking at that email, you're looking at the password, you know that that is or was your password. So you know there's some legitimacy to what they're saying. So it's important to educate people on these things so that they don't fall prey to it. I worked with a police detective just think of, all the metro cities in the US, LA, New York, Chicago, Washington, DC, etc. A detective at a very large police department in the US, I worked with him because he fell victim to that very thing. Someone sent him that email, said, we've got your credentials, we've been on your computer for the last year, we've watched everything you've done. So because of that, he was shocked by it, and he ended up paying them an insane amount of money, when you consider a police's salary, to try to mitigate that before, he ran into me and we kind of helped him out of that. Social engineering attacks are often very effective and extremely lucrative for cyber criminals. This is why they keep coming back to this method. It's very effective, it's very lucrative, and it's very cheap. There's not a lot of new types of engineering and things like that have to go into this. If I find a new zero-day vulnerability, it's going to cost me engineering resources to write an exploit to take advantage of that zero-day vulnerability. Whereas social engineering, it's like true and tested and tried, and it just continues to work over and over and over again. This is why BECs have almost doubled across the entire incident data set if you look at the data breach report. Recently, I was talking to an executive of a firm, and what ended up happening there was business email compromised him by essentially phishing him first and then taking over his email. And they basically had every email from this investment firm that he worked with for his investments. All the emails from that firm went to a specific, it went to like his, CSS folder or something like that, a folder that he never checks or would never check. So they were literally, the attackers had control of his email and were literally having a whole conversation with his investment firm who controls all his money, and ended up getting that firm to wire something like $5 million to a new startup that supposedly he was investing in, right? There was this whole month-long conversation going on via email that he never saw because the emails incoming from that particular agent at the investment firm are going into that CSS folder that he never checked. So it's all kinds of things like that are happening out here that makes these numbers what they are. And part of what I want to do is make sure that as we go through these statistics, I put some context behind it so that these things are really happening and kind of get a good sense for how they're happening. IQ customers have seen a 96% improvement in suspicious emails being reported over the years. And this is because when you do the awareness training and you do the campaigns on a regular basis, it does tend to up the IQ of your employees, and it puts them in a better position to make good decisions when these things happen. So, and you can see these year-over-year improvements that we're able to illustrate here amongst our customer base. So organizations see a 75% improvement in their phishing email report times after using IQ. The time it takes to report a phishing mail improves by 55% in the first year, then by 75% year 5 after using IQ. So using this, definitely has a marked and demonstrable improvement rate. So you're definitely better off doing this than you are not doing it. %90 of customers feel that InfoSec has helped create a culture of security. Part of that, if you think about it, we're not just doing phishing campaigns. We're not just doing awareness videos. We're not just doing the hacker headlines and stuff like that. We're actually trying to hit you from every angle possible to make being cyber smart, being cyber resilient, trying to make that not just something that you have to do as an awareness exercise, but trying to make it part of your culture, right? And what we see is the more we can change the culture of an organization, the more we tend to see this number go up. And that's something to definitely consider, right? So about us at InfoSec, you know, we put people at the center of cybersecurity through road-guided training and to make it accessible and engaging to everyone. You know, if you look at our library of training options and campaign options, we try to have a mixture to cover every type of organization. We have the real serious, you know, types of training that you can do. We have the animated things that's not as serious, but still somewhat serious. And then we have things like Work Bites that we, you know, big production portfolios like that, where it's a little bit more lighthearted and kind of try to make security awareness not such a serious, scary thing, but make it something lighthearted so that people tend to, in some cases, people can absorb that a little bit better. So we have that full portfolio of things in our library. And as you know, we keep winning awards over and over and over again for having the best content in the industry. So those are some reasons to think about it. You know, this is continuing to be phishing, social engineering continues to be the primary way that organizations get breached. So, and it's not changing anytime soon, because I can tell you as a hacker, that is the method that requires the least amount of effort from me to get into your environment, right? Any questions about any of that?
First of all, thank you, Keytron. I'm just giving a hand up. You kind of left us in a kind of a weird position. You almost threatened us by hacking us, but I take you at your word. I think that's important, and I fully agree with you. There's nothing more powerful than culture. And, you know, we keep talking about behavior, but culture actually supports good or bad behavior. Culture is so important, and it's the hardest thing to get at your arms around. And any system that really addresses the culture, to me, has got a winning strategy right there. So we have to move on, but are there any quick questions that you'd like to ask of Keytron?
I do like the idea of making it fun.
Okay, like the idea of making it fun. Almost like gamification, which we kind of got to a little bit earlier today. Yeah. Anyone else? Virtually? Nope. Okay. Conversation to be continued, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
Yep, appreciate it.
Good, thank you. So we're going to continue. We have a lot this afternoon. Usually things get slow, but we have a lot of things to add. We have a number of deep dive sessions that we're going to get into. We're going to talk about that wonderful, simple little phrase, zero trust. That term always fascinates me because you know, the public doesn't like the term zero trust because everything about the public is we're supposed to trust you at a time when trust in government is at the lowest point ever. But when you think about the internet, it was designed for a very much trusted environment among friends. Things have changed. So right now we're going to shift gears and we're going to go off to California. We're going to go listen to Scott Kahn, who's the CIO of Modesto, California. He's going to take us on a deep dive of cybersecurity in Modesto, California. We want to get into what people are doing in greater depth. We had some of the generalities earlier, but Scott, it's all yours. The screen is yours, as they say. I believe you have some PowerPoints. Scott, are you there? Here. Is he signed off? Okay. All right. Well, we have Scott, who may have stepped away, but I want to keep the momentum going. So we're going to switch. And
Shelley, do you want
or do we want to have Chris go ahead? I mean, Chris was next thing too. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
You don't mind.
I don't mind.
And now a word from our sponsors here, the National League of Cities. So Chris Jordan is going to talk about embracing secure digital transformation for enhancing public services, engaging residents, and building operational efficiency. He is a senior specialist with the National League of Cities, and we welcome you and share a little bit about your background, because I think that'll help set the stage about what you're about to share with us.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. As shared, my name is Christopher Jordan. I am with National League of Cities here on the Urban Innovation Team. I'm joined by Lena Garrity and Julia Glickman, who are also on the Urban Innovation Team upstairs. So we're really happy to share a little bit about our work, and very thankful to PTI, Alan and Dale, for allowing us to share a little bit about our work, and also discuss a little bit and hopefully get some feedback and learn more about your interests and priorities, so we can try to reflect those things in our future work and research related to digital services. So really quickly on my background, as Alan asked me to share, I've been with National League of Cities for just about 5 months after coming out of a graduate program focused on global affairs. So this was a project that I was involved in, really kind of hitting the ground running. Like we wanted to put out a report to encourage more local governments, particularly small governments, to invest in digital strategy and digital transformation. So there's a little bit about cybersecurity, but it's mostly focused on digital transformation strategies in general, kind of a 101. So bear with me, a lot of this is repetitive to you all, since you're technologists who work in local government. But maybe there's some insights here you can share, and get some inspiration when you go back and to your counties or cities or municipalities to share some of these strategies. So yeah, I think I'll spend about half the time sharing from our resource here called Building Innovative Digital Services, which is I'll speak about that. We had a researcher working for us earlier this year who spoke with about 12 local leaders from different cities around the country, and she gave us that research, and we reported this guide based on that. And so all the tips and strategies and actions in this guide are based off of those 12 or so interviews that she did earlier this year. So just getting a little bit into why we published this report and are hoping to invest more in this work is for these 4 reasons listed above. It's about meeting new needs and, kind of new expectations for convenience and accessibility, building trust with residents, embracing the digital norm. A lot of bigger cities, of course, have had robust digital capacity for quite some time, but COVID really forced a lot of the smaller local governments to catch up and innovate by necessity. And of course, digital services help build the internal efficiency, as well as kind of meeting the external expectations that local government act more kind of like, maybe some of the larger companies that, everything's available online. You can get to information 24/7. So just to provide a few examples when we talk about digital services in local government, these are the things we're talking about. Things like online forms, even though that seems pretty simple, that is still a digital service. Open data portals. So I know many of you probably are familiar with GIS and do a lot of that in your work. So leveraging softwares like GIS to make open data portals, maps, etc. Data visualization as well, going off of that, but then also just ways that online and digital technologies can increase resident engagement, as well as the design aspect of website and mobile app production. So our guide focuses on three topics. We start by talking about digital strategy and kind of defining that. Again, that's sort of the 101 component. Then we go into design. So in our interviews with city leaders, many of them were digital service directors who came from more of a user experience background. So that's an interesting perspective. I think they weren't all specifically IT in their expertise. They were coming from more of the design, industries, or you know, even like multimedia and communication tools. And then lastly, we get into digital transformation more broadly. So this first topic, 3 big sets of recommendations per category. This first one being digital goals and vision. So the interviewees spoke about the importance of alignment of a digital strategy with existing strategies that the city already has. So whether it's a comprehensive plan or, you know, digital equity plans, making sure that there's as much alignment as possible with the strategic vision. Also, some spoke about the importance of having theories of change articulated. So, you know, we don't, you know, trying to understand that the technologies and the digital transformation is not just about sounding smart and sounding forward leaning, but that it's actually a crisp sort of logic that with these technologies, we're able to do these things. I think the theory of change is sort of a bite-sized sort of look at you know, here's this problem, we're going to implement this solution, and then here's going to be the expected outcome. And they several of the interviewees talked about how this is important because it's sort of like your elevator pitch for how you gain buy-in throughout your government. Yeah, so secondly, you know, we go into the action guide about roles and responsibilities, the importance of empowering a team, whether it's formal or informal. Just being very clear about delegating responsibilities and roles so that it is someone's job. If it's not a formal team, at least that responsibility is clearly articulated that it's someone's job at the end of the day. Digital champions as well. So these are folks throughout your city or county who are really bought in. You know, we've heard from Long Beach, California, that one way to do this is to have sorts of informal events where you're focused on topics like data or data visualization. So theirs is called Data and Donuts. They have this bi-weekly where folks can show up and they can share sorts of like how they're using data, what their data needs are. But it's also sort of a way to find those champions within within the government who are interested. And so, you know, creating those kinds of networking forums where people can connect, find each other so they know kind of how to break out of the silos and find cross-departmental collaboration. I'll jump ahead to, yeah, starting small and iterating. This was something that nearly everyone spoke about in interviews. Just, it's not always as simple as kind of getting the low-hanging fruit, but sometimes starting small does showcase the value and return on investment, even if it is as simple as sort of updating a website so that's clear and so that residents can easily find what they're looking for. That's sort of an early win to build out a more formal digital services team. Over here on the other half of the screen, there's some of these core values here. These are from the city of San Francisco, so a much larger city, obviously, but they've articulated sort of their core values for their digital services team. So I wanted to share some of these as well. That one of theirs, interestingly enough, is to put residents first in their digital services, as well as to be digital by default. Not every government can do that, but these are sorts of, you know, principles that help governments to reimagine what IT or what technology can do, that it's, you know, not just the internally facing bug fixes and you know, software development, but there's also, there's a lot of expertise that can be leveraged to help all departments as they do their external work and their communication. The second set of categories in the report was all about design. And as I mentioned, this was interesting because of the backgrounds of most of these folks we spoke to being not in IT or, you know, not really thinking about cybersecurity so much. So this is an area I think I would love after this presentation to get some of your feedback on. But they talked about how, you know, if you take a process and digitize it, it doesn't fix it. You know, if you digitize a broken process, it's still broken. So as they shared with us, sometimes in the thinking about the design of services, it's not necessarily that they all have to be digital or online. Their expertise can also be leveraged for fixing things that are still in person or other processes. But the recommendations we give in our report are that teams think about an end-to-end approach, that emphasizes collaboration across the government. And that is a sure way to kind of help identify various pain points when you bring in sorts of other perspectives. User experience was highlighted as something that was really critical to making services work for residents. So having community engagement on the front end to talk to actual users of the services, but then also ensuring that there's feedback loops throughout the life cycle of that product so that residents can actually give meaningful feedback and that it's that it can change existing products. And then the last piece was design thinking. So you know, this in kind of the innovation space is definitely a buzzword. But the city of St. Paul gave a great example of this, of how they actually utilized it. They had a program called College Bound, where basically they were guaranteeing free college savings accounts for anyone born in the city of St. Paul. The problem they had is that parents weren't registering their children for the savings accounts. So they brought in a user experience designer as part of their digital services team to kind of fix this issue. And what she did is she met with community members who were those folks who were eligible for the service, but they weren't enrolling into the service, to sort of understand those pain points and the barriers to entry of the program. And what she did was kind of identify personas or archetypes of users for this college-bound college savings account program. And with those personas and kind of thinking through the whether explicit or implicit needs of those users, and then again kind of thinking about how to reverse engineer a digital service so that it meets the needs of a very specific type of user and maximizes the benefit of the program. And then also we talk about accessibility interaction guide. You know, there's the web content accessibility guidelines, which are sort of like the bare minimum. But then there's also ways in which cities are going above those to think about writing in more plain and consolidated language, and AI is particularly useful for this. You know, even Grammarly the other day, I inputted text and it told me my readability score. So there's other programs surely that are similar, but there's also guidelines available online just to ensure that the jargon isn't being unnecessarily used, and that the reading level is appropriate for people in your communities who are just trying to access their goods and services online. Over here on the right side of the screen, I wanted to highlight this case study from Hennepin County, Minnesota. So they have an Office of Digital Excellence where they actually created policies and training programs for the employees of the county so that they actually have to conduct usability testing and community listening programs for the products that they produce as teams. Okay, lastly, again, I want to talk about strategies for digital transformation. So we talked first in the guide about building capacity. Like I mentioned earlier, there's cities like Long Beach that have sort of informal ways of doing this. Austin, Texas was another example that came up, where they have, you know, kind of informal networks, and they call them fun shops, which are basically just ways that they're able to share resources more with their staff and not just be siloed within their departments. Modernizing job descriptions was something a few participants mentioned. This was to ensure that quality talent and technologists are coming to government, which of course is, as we've heard, is a challenge. And I know from the state CIO report that this was a #1 challenge in digital services, as well as getting in quality talent. Of course, upskilling can only do so much. But one way that digital service director shared with us is that they found some success and help in modernizing the job descriptions, just so that at a minimum, that what they're trying to recruit is getting the right talents and skills in the door. Networking also being essential. On this report, we partnered with the Beck Center for Innovation. Lena, I'm putting the name. Social Impact and Innovation. Thank you. They have a network called the Digital Services Network that meets regularly. They have a subgroup for user experience. So I recommend those resources if you're interested to not only check out this guide, but also to look into the Beck Center for Social Impact Innovation, the work that they're doing. So you can meet with folks in local government who are also thinking about these same issues and challenges and responding to them. So strategies for managing change, we found that, of course, stakeholder engagement is essential. Finding creative ways to communicate the benefits of digital services, as well as sort of the secret sauce of this, which is fostering a broader culture of innovation, finding ways to incentivize experimentation or any policies that might help to promote sort of new ideas and not sort of, and make sure that this is happening both, you know, from bottom up and top down. It's all incentivized. And then this last part, we articulate in the report a number of challenges to digital transformation. And of course, there are many, as you know. A handful of them are here up on the screen on the right. There's obviously the financial and human resource constraints, capacity and technical skills, the technological infrastructure. There's cultural barriers as well, about hierarchies in organizations and maybe political and management, not being supportive. So I figure with the rest of this time, we could open it up and have more of a discussion as we think about sort of these barriers. And so several of them are on the screen. There's others that came up earlier as we talked at the beginning of the day about sort of the challenges related to cybersecurity specifically and the things that you're interested in. But I thought it might be helpful if any of you wanted to share sort of the digital services that your governments are involved in. If you've had experience working on building any digital services that were mentioned here, or any others that that might come to mind. And if you could share how maybe you overcame these barriers or others, and how you were able to think about cybersecurity as well in conjunction with this would be helpful for us as we think about how to how to produce more content on digital services in the future. So if anyone wants to share their experience, that would be very helpful.
I want to do that. Before we do that, though, Christopher, this is helpful and this is excellent. You started by modestly saying we may know some of this. We kind of do. The most important thing that I don't think you mentioned is who is the intended audience of this report? Because that to me is significant, because one of the things we wallow in this field, and the gap that we see is between those in government. And I think that's your audience. It always has been. And I think that's where there's an incentive for us to really work with you all, because it is the mayors, it is the senior staff that so many of us struggle with, not always, but have some of the challenges. And I think the audience is key. That drives this whole discussion.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And I think, like as mentioned, we interviewed and spoke with digital service directors. So these are folks that certainly already have expertise and are able to leverage it in their cities. So I think we were particularly thinking of these smaller cities.
But the entities, your target that you want to read and embrace this is going to be leaders, elected leaders, high-level public managers. This is what they're going to be seeing. So for all the local governments, both online and here, this is an important conduit for you to share experiences, because these kind of things can wind up in a report, wind up in their annual meetings. Because every time I hear people complain, our managers don't understand this. This is an opportunity. This is an unbelievably fantastic organization. This is an opportunity and an invite to kind of share these experiences. We all want to embrace a digital environment, understand the changes are involved and the technologies that support this.
I was just going to add, so at PTI, we do surveys all the time. So we do an annual IT survey. And I don't know if we did this past year, but last couple of years, there was a question about digital services. And I was surprised. It's like most places have like not a formal strategy. It's like an ad hoc strategy for doing digital services. But it was also the placement of digital services. So I saw the San Francisco a couple slides back, they say it's not an IT. And I'm just imagining for most of you here is like digital services in the IT department.
At least a supportive part of it. But where's the impetus? I mean, there are people here that are mechanics. There are people here that are dealership owners. We're across the spectrum. And the question is, if someone, a mayor or elected officials want to have more innovation, or they want more digital service, that makes a heck of a lot easier to have that dialogue, because then we're trying to say bigger, as opposed to starting from zero, which is why are you proposing this? What does this mean? We want our public leaders to be better educated. We want them, and use the word champions. That to me is really significant.
I just want to add that the city of Durham, IT department, we either own all the digital services or we partner with the business units. And the one we don't own as much as the social media, like Facebook, Twitter. We have a communications department, but all the e-government, portals, open data, the IT department kind of lead the charge, facilitate the technological changes.
To kind of the point on the San Francisco thing is, for us, we do support digital services, but the impetus really comes from the different business lines for the county. And really the barrier, it's interesting, technology is not the barrier. It's more procedural, bureaucratic, and kind of culture and staffing. So it's getting departments to kind of understand it as a force multiplier as opposed to an additional duty. That's something that we, definitely deal with some of our departments that have long entrenched procedures and practices, where they're looking at this as a bolt-on and not a supplement, not something that's going to take work off. So I think the challenge is for us to be able to kind of proselytize this in the right way, that, hey, this could be an advantage to you. This could be something that, saves capacity, so the people that have to work with people directly have more capacity to do so, because everybody else can self-service using digital services.
I think that's an interesting point. And I wonder as well, I mean, so as we talk about in our guide, there's increased demand, for these services. And is this, how much of this is resident, driven, or, are you seeing this as well, in your positions in IT mostly? Are you seeing teams approach you with sorts of these needs or these ideas? As you mentioned, technology might not be the barrier necessarily. So I'm wondering if you are seeing sort of an increase in kind of a demand from other folks in your city or county, just to are you getting more requests for services and requests to help? And if so, I'm curious which of the various services we talked about are you seeing, and which ones are, kind of gaining traction or becoming more popular? Go ahead.
I don't think we're getting a ton of requests quite yet. We are going to undergo a digital transformation for everything that is externally facing to the constituents. Because current state, your auditor has a website, your treasurer has a website, your sheriff does. All of your electeds have a website. Your commissioners have their own website to get services. So you have to basically guess where you need to go to get something. So we are looking at it holistically to bring together a citizen portal where they can go in there, and it doesn't matter which agency you're trying to get something from. I know I need this, and it'll take you to the right spot to get the form filled out, whatever you need to do. So we're about to undergo that. Biggest concern politically, because there is not an elected face on this portal, that they will have a little bit of consternation about it. But if they want to go to your site, we can take them to your site and rebuild it completely. But we are going to go through a massive change, and it's going to be very abrupt inside more than it is outside. I would assume the constituents would appreciate it, having a single face for the county or a single site for the county. There's a lot of services there. But I honestly think the action guide would be good for us to take that back and kind of incorporate that. Because we do have a government experience area which we can do application development. We do their websites, content, delivery, all of that stuff from hosting all the way through to the actual build out. They just provide the pictures. So being able to have something to kind of look at, maybe reference and follow might be beneficial.
So are people fighting?
A little bit.
You're being very kind. I have to tell you, to Nikki's point, I was involved with a project with the Metropolitan Washington Planning Commission. This is 2 counties, could have been 2 cities. It's the oldest planning commission in the United States. And I could not believe, I felt I had in this consulting gig wear a referee shirt with black and white stripes, the hostility of the political things that people wanted. But we had 2 park systems with their own radios. We had 2 jurisdictions with their own police. But from a citizen perspective, they're the ones who got the short end. This is parks, camping, bicycle trails, walking trails. And if you went to one website, it stopped. You went to the other website, and from a citizen-centric point of view, they didn't give a damn. They want to be able to ride their bike from one end to the other. And I think the whole idea of dealing with this politician is to make sure that we focus that this debate into a citizen-centric approach. And I think there are so many positive ways to do it, but that to me is an important message to get into some of the points that I've encountered that I think we've all gotten into these turf wars. This is not new.
The work at our county, every agency has their own employment section on their website. We don't have one that you can go to and see all of our different job postings that we have. We have a page that says employment opportunities, and you can click on that agency and it will take you to that one. And they do not all use the same employment application on the back end. We do not have a unified system on that, and they fight over, do we use this one or do we use that one? I don't care. Pick something and own it.
Nikki, come over to the city side. This is a county problem. We have other problems, but that's a county problem.
It is. It's the lack of that overarching person that can say, you will use this, you will do that. That makes county a little more difficult.
The other area we heard a lot about was permitting, and a lot of digital service teams taking up the heavy burden of revamping into one location, sort of a search engine or whatever it is, one single unified website where residents can access permitting forms.
Anybody on the virtual side like to ask Christopher a question or a comment? Don't feel left out.
I do. This is Mel.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I instantly logged into my NLC account and downloaded the report. I've been aware of the St. Paul and the Hennepin example, but I just wanted to kind of say I appreciate this. We're just scratching the surface of this at the league because we're really trying hard to meet our people where they are at, right? And all of us coming out of COVID, all of our expectations, we're all battling the same thing. Amazon's got it figured out. DoorDash has it figured out. And our residents and our folks, our members, in my case, they're expecting that. And so we are just scratching the surface with that persona thing. And I think there's a lot to be said there about understanding your user base and understanding their journey and their friction points. So I appreciate having that document canned so I could start sharing it. And it was right underneath my nose and I didn't realize it. So thank you.
Josh, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, just wanted to reiterate, Alan, you had said that that's a county problem and not a city problem, but I think we have to start working more regionally as cities with our counties. We're spending tons of money internally for each city on our own solutions to the same problem. And we could be doing so much better with our resources if we could come together with the counties or with the cities around us and say, hey, we're all going to centralize on this one platform. We're going to have similar processes. We're going to do similar things and work together on those things. I think we would be light years ahead of where we are.
I couldn't agree more. I think, the future, I've always talked for more regionalization. So it's spot on. Anyone else on the virtual side?
Oh, testing. So,
this might be a little extreme, but I kind of feel like organizationally, most localities are structured like a Blockbuster when the residents now are expecting this Netflix bringing the services into their home experience. And that's one of the larger challenges that I personally feel we're wrestling with. And in addition to that is helping, and it's a cultural thing with needs versus wants, and the discipline that goes into the proper governance to kind of align and get things where we're prioritizing what for any given community, what is important to best serve our community, and committing ourselves to doing very well at those things at the opportunity cost of deferring some other things. I really had this epiphany a couple months ago with, as we're continuing in our city to, try and really mature our governance, as a continuous, organism. And it's interesting because I really feel like maybe this is a common thing. Maybe someone has found a solution that's held, through time, but that governance at the end of the day is to the community, and the platforms that the elected officials run on that change, and steering the ship at times can be a little harder to do. But I 100% agree with, the upskilling, the modernization of job specs. We really wrestle with that in our organization, where job classifications have really just exploded only because they're really job descriptions. And the process and how we recruit, compensate, those things, and what we look at for our requirements has just been codified by 20-plus-year-old things, where I feel like there's a lot of these barriers, whether it's technical with, distributed workforces these days and not just a firewall. It's happening to kind of what was mentioned earlier with more of that community engagement and information exchanging, where it's a lot of external users that are not a part of the organization that need continuous access to, your locality's resources. And so it's kind of blurring that or eroding that kind of boundary as well in information exchange. And with some of these things, I feel like the discipline really needs to be well defined for an organization, because we start focusing on what digital services look like, what everybody's still kind of operating in their own kind of service lines, understandably, when the community challenges transcend multiple areas of an organization these days. And I feel like that's not going to happen tomorrow, but the culture is the hugest thing, to your point. But I'm kind of rambling. I just wanted, hoping you had the answer. We could solve that here today, right now.
In 2 minutes.
Yeah. How are we doing on time? Yeah. Just real quick on the first point you mentioned about sort of, people trying to, or people might expect this sort of catered Netflix or Amazon type experience, but certainly that's not a good investment when you're so spread thin between service lines. And I feel that to create such a frictionless experience, whether it's through an app or a website, is probably the wrong way to go. And in fact, the friction is the kind of the very thing that makes the service work in the case of government. And there was a study, I think it was a Harvard report that came out just about sort of the tone and formality which government should conduct itself. And if government tries to become more informal in its communication, it actually isn't as trusted or does not reach as many, residents. It doesn't carry the same gravitas or tone. So the main insight of that report is stay, formal, don't be too flashy. Don't try to be like a vendor or a private company, because people, even though they expect more, they still expect you to be government. They're not expecting everything. Okay, I think we're out of time. Thank you.
Christopher has given you some ideas and input. We want to work more closely with NLC. I think what I'm hearing is an invitation. Share our stories, put our digital people in touch with them, but that's just part of it. I mean, they really are reaching the people that we want to have a better relationship with. I mean, public managers. That just makes things so much better. And so we look forward to continuing the relationship. So we've had a medical emergency. We've had a tooth emergency. We had a 3-year-old with a problem. And what else could we have? It wasn't an earthquake, but it was a power failure. So now we're going to inverse back and we're going to have Scott Kahn, who's going to talk to us a deep dive cybersecurity in Modesto, California. Scott, the screen is yours, sir, and welcome back. Everything looks fine. You look cool, calm, and collected. That's good.
Yeah, we had to change our shirt, but we're good. So my apologies for being tardy for my time slot. We did in fact have a 4.5 earthquake north of Modesto here, and it apparently knocked out one of our UPSs, and it brought a couple servers down on our financial system. So we got to go and play hero and plug things back together and make things work again. So I'll again apologize for my tardiness. I'm here to talk to you.
Excuse. You have a good excuse.
You like that one, do you?
Yeah.
You look so calm.
You're in California, you get used to earthquakes, okay? No big deal. So anyway, I'm here to talk to you about cybersecurity in the city of Modesto. And I have an event to share. Those of you who attended MESAC conference a couple of weeks ago, this is a similar presentation to that. So hopefully I'll catch some new tidbits for you as we move through. With that, I'm going to share my screen. And what I want to do is talk to you about the anatomy of a successful ransomware recovery. Back on February 3rd of 2023 of this year, Modesto was hit with a legitimate, nasty ransomware attack from a group called Noko Yawa, group in Southeast Asia. They were able to infiltrate our VPN and move into our police department servers and cause all kinds of problems for our police. The gist of the attack, again, February 3rd, we were performing some system maintenance on our police records management system. This is the system that houses all of the various arrest cases, things that the district attorney's office uses to prosecute criminals, et cetera. And one of our technicians noticed in real time that a bunch of file names were beginning to change right before his eyes. So I'd love to tell you we had this wonderful detection system in place and it alerted us ahead of time. It was by sheer dumb luck that we had a technician working on the system they were attacking. So we immediately disconnected all of PD from internet, from any circuits connected to the city side, to any other agency they connected with, like the county, the sheriff's office, the district attorney's office, the court system, and all the schools. It's amazing to learn how many things you get connected to over time. Within an hour after doing that, we had contacted our cybersecurity insurance company. They assigned 5 different response vendors to us. And so they were very fast. And it was a legal team to manage the response vendors, a forensics and detection team to do research on how they got in and what extent of the damage was, a team to verify that our backups were good and viable and could be used, a team to help us with the PR of things. What I'm going to share with you toward the end here are all the aha moments that I had after going to all the cybersecurity webinars and attending actual face-to-face sessions and listening to people lecture about being hit and what you need to do. There were still many things that we learned by going through this process. You'll see on a slide, we were able to implement workarounds within 3 days of time. And when I say workarounds, when you cut your police department off from the internet and anybody else that they are used to talking with, how do they perform business? Well, the older police know how to write paper tickets. The younger police were kind of lost and needed to learn how to write paper tickets and file paper reports. It was an interesting exercise for them. But we were able to bring separate internet circuits back to life to give them access to some of their systems that resided in the cloud. But we had to be very careful about placing certain machines or Internet of Thing devices onto that internet. We needed to validate they were clean and not infected before doing so. But we were able to do that within 3 days' time. And long story short, we had all of our critical systems recovered within 3 weeks' time, which in today's day and age is unheard of. Normally you hear the horror stories of 6 months to 9 months is the average. So how did we beat the averages? I will tell you first and foremost through preparation. Okay, we had a security audit done here back in 2021 that the team has been working on constantly. We finally checked all the boxes before this particular attack occurred. We also practiced responding to a cybersecurity event. We actually did a tabletop exercise in our council chambers back in December of 2022. At that tabletop, we had our entire executive city staff, the city manager, all the department heads. We invited the FBI and they came. We invited the California Cybersecurity Agency and they came. We invited the California Highway Patrol Special Task Force on cybercrime and they came. So while I've read lots of things about, these various federal agencies are not helpful, very untrue. They all raised their hand and they came out here and they were in the room with us going through the exercise. That also allowed us to get all of their contact information, by the way, all their cell phone numbers, their emails, their direct phone lines and such, and establish a relationship with those agencies, which proved critical as we were going through our recovery efforts. We communicated and worked with our neighboring agencies. I can't tell you how many other cities called me, one, to find out what was going on, and two, to offer help. And I know we've talked a couple times during this particular summit about regional cooperation. The offer of help was very generous and wonderful. And in a couple cases, we took them up on it to get extra bodies in the room to help us recover our systems. But the ability to communicate what was going on and why so that they could look at their own systems and make sure they were protected was also key. With that, I'm going to get to the aha moments. Okay, first aha moment. Never share information a threat actor can use to their advantage. Now, I don't know about the rest of the country, but in California, we have a California Governance Code 7929.210A that states we are not obligated to be transparent where network infrastructure and cybersecurity concerns are there. You don't give the bad guys a blueprint to your house just because they put in a public request access. You don't show the bad guys what kind of door locks you put on or the security system you installed in your house, because all they're going to do is figure a way around it. And if you just go to the internet, you'll always find a way around whatever tool you happen to be using. Somebody is always poking around trying to find a way to beat it. Okay, but regardless of that, the press was hounding us for information. And we were able to invoke that particular governance code and could legally say, nope, we're not going to give you that information. My threat actor could use that against me. So those of you in California, make sure you write that down. Governance code 7929.210A and have your attorneys take a look at that. The next aha was get the communications team involved immediately. It's amazing the speed of the press and the speed of media. You will get more requests than you know how to handle from local, state, national, and even international news agencies wanting to do a story on your problem. And what's nice is we have a media team here and they were able to handle that. Really didn't give them much information because of that governance code, but at least they could field the questions and let them know we're working to resolve the issues. Your response team, this was a new aha. You don't know the extent in the beginning when you get breached, so you're not going to be using your internal email system. For that matter, you're not going to be using your internal VoIP phone system either. The advice we were given by our response vendors was the bad guys could be sitting on your system, watching everything that you send an email, trying to figure out how are you going to deal with the issue and what's your strategy. And then they will use that against you to try and circumvent or block a system that you want to put in place. They will also sit on your VoIP phone system and listen to your phone calls. So until you can verify that nobody's been in there and infected those systems, you have to be very careful. So our entire executive team created Gmail accounts on the fly. So we had a list of burner email addresses that we would use to communicate with one another on what the next steps were. We would use our own personal cell phones, not city-owned phones, personal cell phones, to communicate telephonically. I'm going pretty fast. Am I blowing by any questions at this point?
No, you're doing good. Keep going.
Okay. Number 4, know who you're connected to and how. This was another aha for us. I had no idea we were connected to the district attorney's office, but we are. That's how they started. We were a pilot program transferring electronic case files to them back and forth. Didn't realize that. I didn't realize we were connected to the high schools for video surveillance, for instance. Our school districts are independent of the city. So I didn't think we had that connection, but we do. So it is simply out of courtesy that you need to contact all the people you were connected to, let them know you're having an event and that they might want to block you for now until you can certify yourself clean. So the last thing in the world we want to do is be an infected city and then be the patient zero that infects all the other agencies near us. So out of common courtesy, you're going to want to establish that relationship with those people you're connected to, know how to turn it off at a moment's notice. That involves contact lists, which you update frequently. And then when you're dealing with the world of forensics, we had 7 servers that we knew were impacted or infected. The FBI is going to want an image of those servers so they can do forensics in their labs out in Washington, D.C. They keep a book on every single ransomware group that they discover. And this was an interesting point. Each FBI office across the country specializes in 6 to 8 different cybercrime groups, which makes sense. You know, not one office could possibly have data on all cybercrime groups that have been identified, but each FBI office specializes in 6 to 8 of those groups. In our case, the Nokayawa ransomware, it was the Baltimore, Maryland FBI office that specialized in these guys. And we were able to talk with them, and they were instrumental in telling us, here's how they typically get into your system. These are the things that you need to look for to see if you're infected. These are the file types you want to go scrutinize completely. Was very useful and very helpful. But while you're doing the forensics, we in hindsight should have been spinning up new servers to start our application recovery process sooner than we did. Because when they're doing the forensics, you can't touch those servers. You can't wipe them. You can't do anything with them until they're done with their forensic analysis. So we could have saved another week of time. We could have been up and running in 2 weeks instead of 3 by spinning up new servers in the virtual environment and reloading our applications that way. Have workarounds at the ready. If you don't have a spare internet circuit just idling on the side or one that you load balance with, you ought to get one. You ought to have other dedicated fiber circuits that you can immediately switch over to if you need to. But have these things in place before you get hit. It'll make your life easier. It'll make your customers, your internal users' life easier. And then the last aha was practice, practice, practice. If you have not run a tabletop exercise and you have not included your executive team, you're going to be working hard when you get hit. Our executive team learned at our tabletop exercise that they got to have a business continuity plan for each department. I mean, the second you sit in there, they go, oh, cybersecurity breach, IT will just take care of it. Until I say, well, this cybersecurity exercise we're doing is a scenario where it takes down the entire finance system. You can't do payroll. You can't enter your hours worked. You can't send reports. You can't pay vendors. How are you going to deal with this? I mean, think about it. How do you pay somebody that's an hourly worker? Do you just call the bank and say whatever they had last week, give them that? You need to have all of these plans in place for when technology goes away. And we literally had each director for every department at this city on their phone in the council chamber during the exercise, calling their team saying, hey, do we have a plan for this? Probably the one that got most interesting was our SCADA system that's basically handling sewage wastewater. What do you do when the automatic pumps don't know when to move a bunch of sewage water from one location to another, and it just keeps filling that location? So you need to have a plan in place to have it physically monitored, drive a truck out there and have people turn valves by hand. It was interesting to see what their plan would be. But going through that practice exercise made us prepared. So when we did get hit, we went step 1, step 2, step 3. And while I wish I was there in person, because this is always a fun question, I always like to see a show of hands. What is step 1 when you get hit? And most seminars and webinars will tell you, call your cybersecurity insurance vendor immediately. I will tell you that is almost correct. That's step 2. Step 1 is you need to tell your city manager or your CEO or your general manager first, and then call cybersecurity. Okay? Even if you have no details to share, all you need to let them know is that we're under attack, you're working the issue, and that you're about to call the cybersecurity company. I did step 2 first, and I don't think I'll ever recover part of my backside that was taken away from me on that day. But always tell the boss first, then call the cybersecurity company, and they'll get you going. So I'm gonna go to one last slide before we do the questions. There was a comment earlier in the very beginning of this summit where, Alan, you asked people, what are your top 3 things on AI and cybersecurity? And one gentleman mentioned funding budget challenges where cybersecurity came into play. I am happy to report that the purse strings will never be looser than when after you get hit and people understand what's at stake and the bad things that could have possibly happened that you were able to help minimize, mitigate, or prevent. Okay, so you see the slide there, it says make lemonade. In our case, we had already been looking at new security tools that we wanted to deploy, and we're actually preparing staff reports to go to city council to get approval when we got hit. So we were a day late and $1 short. But after the event, we went and got $500,000 of new tools, 4 new tools approved instantaneously by city council. And because I could invoke 7929.210A, I didn't even have to mention in the report what the names of the tools were. Why? Because the bad guys can get that in public record. So I just said 4 new security tools, $500,000, and it was approved immediately. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open this up to questions. Any and everybody.
I had a quick question. So afterwards, was there like an after action kind of like, was it ad hoc? You just kind of piecemeal things together, lessons learned, or did you spend like a day or kind of walking through everything like a month later or 2 months later?
We
It's simple. It's very easy to get caught up in the moment and then, okay, we're out of it. Now let's go on to the next.
No, we definitely got busy with our after action, and I'm going to show you one other document I've got here that was the result of this entire event. Let me put it over here and share again. We came up with an incident response playbook that we've created a generic version of this. I mean, Alan, I'd be happy to send you a copy and you can share with the attendees, but this response playbook outlines our entire learnings and what we did. I know you could probably go blind at such small print here, but we go through what the important beginning points are for everybody. And then we go through each role in the event and what they need to do first, second, third, fourth. So in my case, if I go to the CIO spot, number one, contact and notify city manager. Number two, contact cybersecurity insurance broker. Okay, so you get the idea. Now the city manager has a list here too. So if we get hit again, and I know it's not a matter of if it's a matter of when, everyone will pull this out of their hip pocket and everybody will know what to do first, what to do second, what to do third. This also includes all of the various contact information. Sorry about jumping the screen around like that. Let me find this. Okay. So here's the list of all of our burner email addresses. It's a little bigger. Okay, here's a list of the various people that we are connected to and how to get a hold of them. Here's a list of all the various agents in the FBI and other organizations that we need to contact and get a hold of for assistance. So we do all the above. And then the one thing that we're still lacking on is when we started restoring our applications, we realized calling your account executive, they don't have much juice, okay? They got to go call somebody else. So we started putting together a list of VPs at the various application vendors or security personnel at the various application vendors that we could contact, and they would help us restore our systems. Okay, but creating a playbook is kind of the byproduct of the debriefs and the capturing the lessons learned.
That was fantastic.
And, you know, every time we hear someone tell a story like you, we feel one's pain, you know, whether it be who to call first or have a playbook. And I think the beauty of sharing, which wasn't always the environment, the culture was never to share 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. It is now. And the idea that we can share and learn from each other. We're not competing with each other. We'd love to see a copy of your playbook, first of all. Secondly, I have to ask a question, which I'm sure I know the answer to, and that is, please tell me you do printed copies of this and not just have it online. Because I know somebody who had this great plan, and a lot of the things that you had, not as all. That's very comprehensive. And they had it online. And then when the attack occurred, they had no access to it.
In a folder.
There it is.
There you
And
go.
have one at home, one in your car, and one in your office. There it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You just have to know where it is in your office.
True. And the other thing that I think is so important, and this is going to be a shameless plug on our end, and there are many ways to do this, but the idea of having a tabletop is really good. In fact, I don't understand why we don't practice more on it, because it gets into everything. It gets to policy governance. It's more than just cybersecurity, although that is the reason for doing it. But we are a firm believer as a best practice of doing this on a routine basis. And there are many different organizations that offer it. I know Homeland Security offers it, other groups that we heard this morning, the FEMA is working on something. The only problem that I have, and it's not a problem, just be careful to make sure whatever you choose fits within your organization's purview, needs, and expertise. And the reason why I say it is we've had a number of people go through this and it's highly technical. And that serves a great purpose more so internally. But there are others that are more external, meaning bringing in the elected leaders or bringing in senior managers, because they're the ones who, once they get it, will make sure that you have the resources to move forward. So knowing that is very important. And the plug is that PTI does offer a consulting service. I just got an engagement that'll happen in November where we do tabletop exercises and we can do it virtually. And to me, virtually is just as good because most of what's going to happen is going to be virtual anyway. But we can do it live, in person, or virtually. It's just one of the many options that you have available to you. So thank you. We need to move on, and hopefully you can stay with us, Scott. You know, in our program, we have 4 in-depth sessions, or what we call deep dives. Now I want to go to number 2 and introduce to you Shelley Munson, who's Director of Innovation and Technology, CIO in every shape or form of Rancho Cucamonga, who I'm happy to say did a pilot with us, which was our first cyber tabletop experience, and it went better than expected. Not from my point of view, but from theirs. So Shelley, it's yours.
Yeah, me and Daryl were just reminiscing from the LAX airport bar. So yeah, we're talking about how great that would be and how can we facilitate that. So definitely take up Alan on that offer if you're interested. It really had the neutral party with our exec team and our IT team, and really kind of facilitated that well. Whereas we're knee deep, we need to practice too as the CIO. So having him as a neutral party really helped in the other agencies that we had involved. So I did have a presentation. It's not that, but so about the city of Rancho Cucamonga, are we gonna have it or? Yeah, I just used PowerPoint. Oh, I don't, okay, here it is. I'm sorry. Thank you. So, city of Rancho Cucamonga, California, it's about 40 miles east of Los Angeles in Southern California. We're a foothill community and we have a population of about 178,000. And then our department is part of the overall city staff, about 800, including our fire department. We have a contract sheriff, but we have 11 departments, including a public utility, animal center, and the traditional city departments. And our DoIT department, which we call the Department of Innovation and Technology, that's DoIT for short. There's about 24 of us. And dedicated to cybersecurity, we have 2 positions. One is a vacant CISO position right now, which we're in the final stages of a hiring process, and 1 cybersecurity analyst. And I'll explain more how we accomplish what we accomplish with our small team. And then I just put in our budget for reference about how much we spend on cybersecurity is about 2 million, a little over 2 million. And then our total budget this past year is 11 million. And we support 850 users. And this is how we do it. In the middle is our assistant city manager who we report to. That's mostly our team. We had our retired CISO, who for security reasons would probably freak out that he has a picture up here, but Sam, he's on the far left. So that's our team. And our structure, I just put this for reference. Our structure is, like I said, we're a formal department, part of the admin services support team. We have 5 or 6 sections here and I listed them out that we support. So how we do what we do with the small team on cybersecurity side is we've introduced the cross-functional team, and it's probably a lot that's not newsworthy how we do that, but it is for our teams. They've kind of worked in silos traditionally. They focus on their projects, their tasks. They want to get their work done and they don't want to take on anything extra, but we've engaged the different teams. We've done that by having systems teams cooperating. And when we review our vulnerability assessments, we share that as a group. The tabletop, we share the outcomes there, our vendor list, and it is morphing into the non-traditional divisions that we've had in the past, just with data visualization, GIS, and just balancing out the team. It's naturally occurring, and they really like the collaborative work environment. So they really appreciate working amongst the different departments, but we still have our leadership. There's ownership that needs to happen there. So we keep the divisions as noted here. So we have an annual state of cybersecurity that we present to the city manager, kind of along the line Scott said. We don't do this formally in the public forum. We don't do this at a council meeting. We do it with our city manager and the city manager, assistant city manager and deputy city managers, and then our CISO. And how do we come up with the current state? It's like, we're not necessarily comparing ourselves to other people. So it's through a process of self-assessments. But if you're doing the NCSR, which is the National Cybersecurity Review, it's a no cost self-assessment done through the Department of Homeland Security. I'm sure you're familiar with it. You get, you answer the questions and go through that, and then you're compared to other states, cities, tribes, and territories, and it ranks you. So it's pretty helpful to kind of gauge where you're at, although it is, not through an audit, like a formal audit process, but it is a self-assessment. So that helps. We explain the outcomes of that and where we rank. And it's just the news. It's not that you're good or that you're bad. Like if you're good, great. Your city manager's happy. If you come under where the national average is, then they see and you get more support and more funding. So it's just the news. It's not good or bad. And then we use just through our own data classification and the inventory that we are gathering and trying to improve. That's another way that we can gauge how we're doing, along with our disaster recovery preparations, the continuity of operations, and the different various kind of check boxes that we have in our goals tied to how well we're doing. And then a tabletop exercise. Seems like that's the theme this afternoon. That's really helpful to gauge where you're at and the feedback from the department heads, and kind of gauge their knowledge and gauge how they're realizing, their awareness to cybersecurity and the culture that we're creating and trying to improve and mature at the city. And then through this, like the graphic here I use, we were doing a SWOT analysis. It's actually our GIS team, but everyone, we do one specifically for cybersecurity to gauge the awareness and our strengths and kind of create a strategic plan out of our SWOT that we do internally. And then we have top 5 goals. We have over 200, but it's prioritizing those goals. That's kind of the hard part, is not coming up with all the things that we need to do, but the low hanging fruit versus the bang for your buck and different methods. So we categorize those in how hard, how easy, how much money and how long it might take, and then prioritize from there. And then we come up with our work plan. And this year we've increased it to a 10-year spending plan versus a 5-year spending plan. Just the cost of everything is increasing. Our finance department needed a way to have some costs recouped within the other agencies that participate or take advantage of our system, like the fire department. It's actually a separate entity from the city. And this is a means to plan that out and our partnership in their costs for infrastructure that they're sharing with us.
Is tenure, that seems kind of low.
Actually, I've heard that this year. I don't know. We could take a survey. How many people do 5-year versus a 10-year? Like, how many people are doing a 10-year plan?
Really?
Yeah.
5 is 50, 3 or more.
The longer down the term, it gets blurry. But I've worked with finance to come up with just our method. So yeah, each year it's reviewed. It's not a 10-year plan and done. It's 10 years gauging that cost.
So they have some idea.
And they've factored in the inflationary costs, plus just kind of like what I've seen. You know, this year has been crazy on the cost of contracts. Like we used to say, oh, between, you know, no increase to 5%. Now we're like 10 to 20, unfortunately. So I had to adjust out. But yeah, 10 years is what I've heard just recently, you know, in the last few months. So we were kind of on track there. And then leveraging the partnerships. Of course, anything that you're going to accomplish takes a team. We have an excellent city council that's pictured there. That was our PTI award that we presented to council. And they're very supportive. They participate in cybersecurity awareness training. They support October Cybersecurity Month. They, you know, they're very supportive of what we do. So that's really good. And that trickles down to our city manager level. When they ask him, they go to their own League of Cities conferences or whatever, and they come back and hear parts on cybersecurity and technology and the importance of it. And they read the headlines just like we do of, you know, who got hit and when, and when it hits close to home, like it did this past year with our San Bernardino County Sheriff, similar to Modesto. That's where you garner and you build these relationships and count on your partners for assistance. We're also part of a lot of we're leveraging a lot of the partnerships like PTI, CISA, MESAC, MSISAC. We do leverage that. We use their vulnerability scanning in the free services that we can design review for our network. We're utilizing that for our firewall upgrade this year. And then our vendors, like Microsoft and VMware, I don't normally announce it either. I agree with Scott on not announcing. You know, we started when we go to council now, we don't name the software we're getting. We call it virtualization infrastructure software because it's true. They know what you're using. It can be a target. And one thing with our neighboring cities, we're formalizing our partnership through a mutual aid agreement and an MOU contract. So it wasn't my idea, but I love the idea. Our neighboring city approached us and asked, is this a partnership you'd be interested in leveraging? And that's in the event of a breach or an incident, would you be willing to lend a hand or vice versa? And so we set up a mutual aid agreement where our attorneys are reviewing that, and it's voluntary. So it's not required. It would just be something to give you a little bit, having something in your back pocket. We're also looking at having a retainer for cybersecurity services through an approved vendor through our insurance so that it can be on deck when the event happens. And maybe we could just build a partnership, you know, kind of like a checklist that we can leverage that. And in the event, it could just help us much quicker because it isn't just, you know, if it happens, it is when it happens. So we're in that same mindset. And then maturing our posture, what we're doing, probably a lot of what you all are doing. One thing we're doing is the blue hat, red hat, or white hat, black hat, but it's the active defender. And it's the mindset of a hacker. So we are not that we're all getting out there and learning how to hack, but we have attended DEF CON, which is a hacker conference, basically. Not only was it fun and engaging for our team, but I did learn a lot. And it's becoming more mainstream than hacker, but I did learn a lot from that conference. One of the, and I can't read my own footnote, but I think it's Dr. Ullman. She has a book about the hacker mindset and securing your system. We're always thinking prevention, if they get in, how to detect it, but you have to like know your enemy. So that's the concept. And it was a really good webinar, and she published a book that goes into that mindset and taking our team to Confire and seeing what they could actually do. And you're talking teenagers, and it doesn't matter the age, but it was really eye-opening. Like, wow, they breached the Boston metro ticketing system, and they showed how they did it. And it's out there for now 1,000 people to know how that was done. But it just showed the reality to our team. It meant so much. They took such an interest in it. And we partnered with like our operations team. Like I said, we crossed the lines. It wasn't just we sent our cybersecurity team. I went, and we had 2 other people that from various, cross-functional groups. It got their attention. It put meaning into what they're doing when they're working on somebody's computer. They notice if it's upgraded. They're noting if the antivirus is working or whatever. So they're taking more of an interest in it now. Scared them a little bit. And it was fun. And then we're using AI for automated response. We kind of talked that to death today. And then just actively educating our end users. So when a breach comes, it's gamifying that. It's sitting with them, not running to their supervisor. That's the last thing we want to do, but just really getting them engaged in learning about it and not knowledge and what's in it for them. So when they go home and they're using their banking on their phone, they're more comfortable. So it's really educating them. And then lessons learned from partners, like Scott was very open about what happened at Modesto, and just really paying attention to that. And yeah, I'm going to get that list on what I can do. Do I have a response? Yes, I do. But can I learn from Scott, who actually went through it, versus me, who did a simulation? Yeah, I want to leverage that. That's us at DEF CON. And then recruiting cyber talent is a challenge. But what we're doing is like the conference buddy idea. So that was taking other team members, and even our city manager was like, I'd like to go to DEF CON. I'm like, you have to be without your phone for the whole day. I don't know if that's going to happen, but it's in Vegas. It's a day trip for us, but getting the buy-in, making it fun, but also serious. I think it's good. And when we post like LinkedIn articles or people visit us or on the interview, we say like, these are the things we're doing. Does this fit you? We're not taking a casual approach to it. We're still government, like Christopher's point on that. But, we do make it fun and engaging and kind of cover our basis. We do. One thing I want to talk about is the misnomer for CISO. I put that on. It's probably controversial a little bit, but on the recruiting process, I had two people on there that were saying this isn't really CISO. CISO report, it's like it has a C in the name. It's a C-suite executive position. This is the ISO, So I think, but city to city, we call them CISO. Even sometimes maybe at the county level, they are a chief officer. At the city level, so maybe the recruiting process is, we got a lot of people who applied that are true CISOs outside of government, that were like not hands-on, not a working manager, want to sit in the office and write the policies, just be at the executive level and not really hands-on. So maybe think about when you're recruiting, getting the right, and we do a job flyer that describes all a day in the life. This is what it would look like. So maybe, we use the term, but make sure the job fits them also.
I
Alan, did
just
you
want
want
to
to
say, what you just said is so important. I remember hiring an accountant. I mean, similar kind of situation, who had all these credentials, and what this person was saying is, I'm familiar, I know all these systems. And then when she sat there, she says, where's all the staff? And I said, no, you got to do this. And it almost bankrupted us. I mean, no skills. And that's an extreme, but in your case, you're right. There are many different CISOs. There are different forms of, I guess, job descriptions and different certifications. But boy, that is a great question. You might want the person writing the policies, but if you're expecting hands-on, then laser focus on that. Thank you. That is really helpful.
So a day in the life. So it's like you will be expected to do this, or this may come up. How would you?
like it on our job? So we have a job description, but we also have a job flyer. And on the job flyer, it said, your day might go something like this. And then it would say, like, you know, check the news heading, check in with your team, go into the SIM and look at the logs. You know, it'll describe actually what they'll be doing. So they get a picture of, oh, these are the kind of things I'm doing, versus it might have said, present to the board a report.
Yeah.
You know.
And you do that for other business? That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So my last point was creative HR team, a marketing team. So they came up with that. They put flyers out. And they came up with kind of a day in the life. And then this is what we're looking for. And it'll say, like, if you think, you know, like, I love the one the accounting department used. It was like, if you, the accounting had an opening, it said, if you think number crunching's fun, this might be the job for you, you know, things like that. So we appealed, you know, we try to make it realistic so that our recruiting process is more focused. Like CISO, I think we got 17 applications, but I interviewed 7. So it was like really on target.
You know, it's interesting, not to,
That's fine.
but it's interesting because we always hear from like IT officials how HR is just like so behind the times. And that's one of the big hurdles is like working with the HR department, and they're just not with like today's kind of employees. So that sounds really cool. I mean, you really locked
And
down.
they give us a lot of freedom. And, you know, if they don't, I just ask the city manager, like, you know, I'm a department head, just like they're a department. I'm a department. I know what I need, and they're open to it. So that's just the culture, that we don't take it offensively if we want to try something new, just like he wants to lead AI. Well, you know, it's just the partnership, and we go with the flow on it. Yeah, it's really helpful. And then this is the last informational slide, but just keeping it fresh. So, you know, we change up our end user training. So we had traditional SANS training. They weren't really updating it. They kept saying, oh yeah, this year it's updated. I'm like, not really. It's the same people. And then I started hearing jokes about like, oh, it's the same actors, you know? And so this year the team presented like, hey, what about this training? And I was like, it's a cartoon. It's Ninja, but it's actually anime, they told me, you know? And so at first I was like, oh, this isn't gonna work. And then no, everyone loves it. It got them re-engaged. Now they'll probably get sick of that too, but we changed the format. We changed it up, and Ninja actually takes the topic for the month. There's something happening every month in cybersecurity. They'll take a real live event, and they have real actors that people are familiar with. If you follow, you know, movie stars and all that, I don't really, but so anyway, they take the voiceover and then they apply it to the anime to a real live event, and we changed up our training to once a month continuous. So it was just a change, and we got positive responses on it. And so just keeping it fresh, relevant, and maybe they learned something new. Not everyone learns the same. So it was really helpful. Just a thought there. Rotating job assignments. That's what I mentioned. And it kind of helps me get things done cybersecurity wise. But they think it's just like, you know, this is part of what I do now. So it kind of made it part of their normal job. And then our city manager, he has a news and notes for council every week. So just throwing in a plug for cybersecurity, keep that awareness up. Keep up the news of our neighboring cities and things that we do. So keep the city management team well informed, which keeps the council informed. And then inserting yourself with the community and staff events. We don't have a big team. That's not our specialty. But hey, if they want to have a fire station open house and I can have a little booth, or I can give them flyers to hand out, or a cute, logo or something like that, then leverage those events to get your community awareness and even your staff involved in it, and leverage the events you're already doing as a city. That's how we do it with the 2 people and 24 people. So that was overall what I wanted to share today.
Any questions for Shelley?
Questions? Nothing groundbreaking.
No, but
yeah.
no,
Yeah.
There's a little gem. Every talk had a gem that I think builds. Actually,
I have one comment and question. I really like your recruitment model. I'm going to take that back to the city of Durham. What it looks like in the day of your job. Because you get so many mismatches. And so
And
that was
people,
that.
people are not very, sometimes we're clear or we think we're clear. People read into it what they want to read into it,
Exactly.
and they forget being familiar with something versus what would I do during that day.
That's
I
right.
think it's by the title. Oh, I'm managing this. People have different views of managing. This is like,
Dude,
problems, they'll come to me. That's an extreme, or I'll just oversee policy, or I'll just oversee this versus this is what I do every day. I'm going to be looking at logs. I'm going to be looking at this. I'm going to be looking at, I'm going to be having meetings to operationalize responsibilities. That would be true of any position, but especially. So yeah, really good. Thank you. So I mentioned we have 4 deep dives, and being a shark, I love deep dives, but we're going to quick change up before we do the next 2 deep dives and move into the whole issue of cybersecurity modernization and zero trust. So we've talked a lot about the CISO. So we're going to bring Daryl Polk up, who we've heard earlier, Chief Technology Officer, Riverside County, California, and Nikki Milburn, Chief Information Security Officer, the CISO, who is hands-on, but can also do policy. I thought of you, you can do both in Franklin County, Ohio, the largest county in Ohio. So it's yours.
And I left my phone.
Oh, good.
I was in the other mic. Oh,
We're like friends. Sweet. Let me just start. So let's just.
I thought I could relax on this one. So let's just start with the definition, because there's some people, and Nikki and I mentioned we did a podcast 3 weeks ago, and we got into something that I hadn't really contemplated. The definition, what does it mean? It means, just like we talk about job descriptions mean different things, job functionality, but zero trust does mean different things to different people. And it's more than just access rights. Let's start with definitions from both of you. Nikki?
Zero trust, I agree. I don't like the name of it, but conceptually I do.
Yeah.
It is perimeterless security is what we have to do. I no longer have firewalls that are in the way. There are SaaS solutions. I don't have boundaries. The identities could be coming from anywhere. Bring your own device. I no longer control the devices that are coming in. So there are so many different components that have changed that your legacy boundaries you had are just gone. It's a new way of thinking and a new way you have to look at things. And how do you tackle these problems? So while I don't like the name, I perimeterless security is what I work on.
Yeah, and to kind of.
We weren't gonna do it, but we were gonna do it.
So to kind of piggyback on that, take it up a level. For me, it's basically getting rid of the idea of implied trust. Every time we go through a green light, that's implied trust. Every time you go through a green light, it's implied trust that everybody else understands what a red light is. They're not going to blow the intersection. and
Except for
take
the
you
city
out.
of Alexandria, where there's a stop sign everywhere and people ignore it. They go through red lights. I mean, that's not a good analogy in this area. You know, walking a dog, let alone myself, is dangerous.
Well, and I think it kind of speaks to what you're getting at is that once upon a time, many of us in this room are old enough to have been around when the only technology was authoritative technology. When I came into the workforce, there was the computer system that was attached to the mainframe and the people who had access to that terminal. There were no logins. You just knew how to log in. You know, security was the only person that knew how to get it past their intrusion. So we kind of came into this with this implied notion that technology is inherently secure. That I don't have to worry about this. And as technologies expanded and expounded, we've found all of these unintentional consequences. And so it's having to reverse that mindset to where we're putting rules of the road into place and teaching people to drive in a way that, hey, you can't count on everybody stopping for that stoplight. You know, I rode a motorcycle. The idea with the motorcycle is the implication is everybody's out to kill you. That, you know, that's zero trust. You want zero trust, climb on a motorcycle and hop on the freeway, and you will not trust anything. You don't trust debris, you don't trust animals, you don't trust other drivers. The only thing you trust is physics, and it's cruel. So it's the same thing with this. It's now we have to take the stance that everything is a threat until proven otherwise.
It definitely breeds a very healthy amount of paranoia of where is this coming from? Why is it coming from there? Can I geo-block? And then it gets real dicey on geo-blocking if you can do that, if it's coming back on prem. But a lot of things don't do that anymore. How do we start shifting the mindset when people are procuring to have an understanding of security? It has to be baked into the security, the process of buying something. We have to be at the table when you buy it. And this, I want to be there for the demos. I want to be there when you're starting to look. Give me first eyes that, hey, I'm thinking about this. What do you think? I can give you a hard no on a few vendors that this is absolutely not going to happen because of these reasons.
So that's a great trigger rabbit hole. So it's not just procurement. It's the vendors that we've been in relationships with for years that have unfettered VPN access and global admin rights on servers. And we have to give them evergreen credentials that can never change. And, oh, we can't do multi-factor with those credentials because it has to be ubiquitous access. So we're sitting here locking down our electeds, our senior, you have to be on multi-factor, you have to change your password every 90 days and everything. And meanwhile, I've got a vendor that we've had an evergreen contract with for 150 years or something like that has had the same password, same VPN access, same global admin to that server that's in our virtual environment, that it's unquestioned. And I think these are really uncomfortable conversations. You want to start upsetting your applications team, tell them go back and let's, tinker with the glass that's holding up the vendor. But those are important conversations.
I did. I took them all.
Oh, look at you.
They can come onto my network on regular credentials using MFA, and then you log into the privileged identity management solution to get your secondary credentials, also going through MFA to get there. Then you can use your secondary ones on the actual either application, server, or wherever you're going. You do not get to come play in my realm.
All right. So
Those
what
were fun conversations. They did not like. I am not liked by vendors typically.
What did it take to get there?
Honestly, I didn't have a lot of pushback from the agencies or anything. It's like, well, the vendor's mad. I'm like, happy to have a conversation about it. And they're like, they'd rather not. Okay, well, here's what you get. This is the process you follow. I'll have someone on my team walk you absolutely through it. And here's how you enroll in MFA. We'll help you do that whole process. They opted out of talking to me quite frequently. And I don't know, and maybe it's that CISO title. They don't want anything to do with security. When you start talking to a vendor, you want your security team on the phone? No, we're good. We'll do whatever you ask. That's how our vendors kind of folded.
So for both of you, I'm putting something together here. You talk about, and in our conversation previous to this, you talked about that zero trust is more than just individual access. And Daryl, you're talking about the traffic lights. I think many people, I want to come back to this point, many people have the misconception that zero trust is a lot simpler than it really is. And that it's just a matter of if you can authenticate who I am, whether it be 2FA or whatever, I'm good. Conversation, when you really look at the zero trust framework, it's like anything that is moving in either direction is not trusted. This is huge. This has all sorts of, this is not a simple deal, right?
No, that's what's behind. We talked about AI and the application for that anomaly based. That's predicated on a zero trust mentality. It's basically anything I don't recognize as being necessary is now suspect.
If it's not necessary and it's not normal, it's going to throw a flag.
Right.
And
Data
that's
coming
what
out
it's
at 3
looking
in the
for.
morning in these big strands. I mean, who may be secondary because that could have been, somebody spoofed. Why is this moving at this time? That is an anomaly.
And as far as people are like, well, that's just zero trust is an identity thing. It's not.
Right.
You actually lead the telemetry from the other areas to be able to put those pieces together. You need the data that's coming in off the endpoints, off the servers, coming through your device. Now you got to pair that up with what's going on the network. So something happened on this device, but you're seeing a ton of traffic over here on your network. Well, that's really, really weird. And this app just went offline. So when you're looking through each of those pillars, they all play a role in it to feed the identity side. So it kind of has to be paired together. It can't be well, that's an identity problem. That's not a real thing.
And it's such a moving target because least privilege access is a phrase that redefines itself almost minute by minute. The thing we're looking at now is if we have staff out there that really don't need to access core systems. Do they ever need to be on network? We just confine them to their 365. And
We have those. We do. Honestly, you do, because there are people who need email only, or they only need Teams. They don't do anything with your on-prem applications, anything there. Now, are they, for us, they're not typical employees of the county. Some of them are, like the maintenance folks. They mow the yard, they have a ticketing system, they grab their tickets, they have to have an email address to log into the payroll system. We have board members of like our election board. They only use the email. They don't use any other county services. So you have to keep their email address alive and then still kind of make them change their password. There's no getting around it. I'm not going to let you get around it.
but that's a conversation at our shop is passwordless. What's your take on passwordless?
I think passwordless has a place. At the end of the day, there's still underlying encryption that's happening down there. You're still passing a token back and forth that is going to. So where we're going with it and looking at it, not necessarily from the passwordless, but looking at MDM, biometrics. Am I willing to take biometrics over somebody using a password or passcode on their phone? Yes. That is harder to do than somebody having weak passwords, and we all know they have them, and we can actually run tools against the environment to see
Trouble
those.
that last year. So
Let me raise a question, because in the title is the word IT cyber modernization. So when we hear zero trust, I can see somebody saying, the public manager, do we have zero trust? And you're going to say, of course we do. We have two-factor authentication. I've actually seen that response, which is not fully accurate. So you're now telling somebody something that may not be totally there. But this costs money, right? I mean, IT modernization. So give us a sense that from, what are the things that people need to think about who think they're either there or are trying to figure out how to do a better job in this arena?
I would love to meet the person that's there.
I want to meet that person.
I would love
Let's
to.
see what there looks
That's a
like.
good starting
Me
point. We're
too.
not there. So, okay.
I think it's understanding that it is a journey. This will always be evolving. Threats evolve, your posture changes. You have to always go to meet those threats. So you'll never be done. You just may have to change what you're doing.
Okay, I have a question around modernization and zero trust. We have an initiative that we're trying to implement around zero trust, but it's around single sign-on multi-factor authentication. I had to think, oh, what's in it for the user to adopt multi-factor authentication? Well, they can have a single sign-on, and they will adopt the MFA more readily than can take MFA and they have to sign on 10 times in a day. So I just want to hear what incentives have you given the employees, and is single sign-on one of them?
I mean, I like the idea of using single sign-on as the carrot, as opposed to the stick. I mean, they're two different things. And there's challenges, especially as you go to multi-cloud environment and, is everybody kind of ready and eager to get into a single sign-on. It's interesting. The multi-factor, I think, honestly, passwordless is going to be the biometric. And that's going to have, because on multi-factor, I don't know if you've had pushback, but we've had people that suddenly put in for phone stipends just to get the text notification. Or if you're going to go to Authenticator, you got to put an app. That's a whole other thing, which is the preferred method. If you're going to do it, might as well go all in and use an Authenticator on that. I think biometrics is going to get its own pushback. I think the vast majority of people, you're going to have some that are going to be eager. The bulk of the curve is going to be agnostic, whatever. You tell me what I need to do, however I do it. But the tail end are going to fight this idea that, oh, you're going to capture my biometric info. Then, I choose not to surrender that. They're going to, whatever they're going to play on that one.
I have a picture of you on your badge. I've already taken your biometrics.
Why you have to take it there, Nikki?
No, but it's similar. When we moved to 365, MFA was not an option. It is you will. It was not you can opt out. An option for a phone stipend is not there. MFA is there unless you are physically on-prem in the building at your desk, is the only way that you could get into email or you could get onto the network. If you were coming in from remote, so coming through VPN, MFA is not an option. It is a mandate. So by putting MFA, we didn't really use a carrot or a stick. It was, hey, this is part of 365 and this is the way we're going to do business. COVID's here. VPN, you want to work remote? Cost of doing business.
I would say also from my own experience as a public employee and having to do with two universities, both Rutgers and George Mason, having the Duo app makes it so much easier. I mean, I've seen things like 10 digits, 9 digits, 6 digits, and then you have to enter them. And if it's on your phone, it gets confusing. People hate that. To the extent we can make it still preserve and make it easier. And the Duo is just so great. And the authenticator, and is an authenticator, is yes or no.
I have approve and deny on my phone or my watch that pops up.
Yeah, mine too.
So
and it makes
it's easy. It's like, boop.
It is
and then I
so
move on.
simple. The only time I get angry is when I put my watch on and I didn't sync it, or, I forget to do that, but it is so simple. I don't mind it, but I do mind other sites that I have that really make it difficult remembering strings of numbers, and you just start to resent it. So we have to think of the end user at all times.
Not a whole lot of pushback on that one at all when it happened.
You want to hear, right?
I'm not saying that's true for everybody. That was the experience that I had, is we didn't have a lot of pushback.
I like that yes, no.
It is. It's approve or deny. We use the app on
So
the
has
phone.
zero trust framework and pressure and best practices helped you obtain more resources in your respective governments? Because, when you go to them, you say you need more money for this, this, and this. When you talk about everybody's turning to zero trust and we need this to get to that point, are these ways in which you can makes it easier to argue for more support, or that's not an issue for you?
I think it gives us a North Star to point at. It gives us the why, that whole start with why type thing. If we can kind of give them a consistent answer that, hey, look, nothing we do is inherently trusted. That everything we do has to be looked at through a security lens. Everything we do has a risk to it. And reminding them that the risk is on the constituents. That, business interruption is bad. Losing constituent data is worse. So if you want to break trust, if you want to see a whole new council or a whole new board expose every single, constituent's identity information in a breach, and you'll see a flip on the next election. So they understand that, good IT is expensive, bad IT is more expensive. So, we really haven't had a problem getting the investment in my shop. But, to point that Scott made earlier, nothing beats a breach to kind of break that glass if you need to. So.
I have not had to use it yet to justify resources. It is part of our strategy going forward. I've started socializing it. But my resources for this year and next year were already set before I did that. So, but what I did do in my socialization, and it might be in the next one, as far as my strategy, I actually tagged in there what years I need people. So for 24, I don't need, well, I already have 2 slated for 24. I don't need any more than that 2 in 24. In 25, this is what I'm looking for. This is the skill set, and this is the area in which they'll work. So it's very defined over the next 3 years, what domains I need people and at what level. Is this an analyst or is it an engineer that I need to hire?
Okay, so germane to our earlier conversations, the race is on. People or machine? So as you look for headcount, how do you figure in some of the automated processes that might actually change that equation, where much of what I think we're talking about could probably be automated?
I'm counting on my engineers working on automation now so that my current staff can continue to move the ball forward, but I can see that there's going to be a big enough field out there that I'm going to add another person to it. So I rely on my engineers. You don't get to just do the same thing day in, day out. How does analyst work? I want analyst work automated as much as we possibly can. So engineers always need to be break fix. You always have to get that out the door and then look at what's next. Are you deploying something new? Are you looking at a new feature or a new capability within a solution? Are you looking for a new solution to a problem that's coming down the road that we don't have yet? So that is what my engineers are always working on, is what's next and how do we automate and make better.
What you have done is you just shared a framework for how you determine what humans should be doing and what machines can be doing, because I think that's going to be our challenge moving down. I think what we're going to see, and I've said this before, it's not people are going to be replaced right away. It's tasks will be replaced initially.
Absolutely.
Task by task will be further and further automated, and therefore we have to be ever watchful and say, wait a minute, what is that person doing now? 3 years could have gone by, and now suddenly you realize that there are some real significant shifts in what that person was doing versus now. And they're not going to come and tell you, I have half my day just waiting to do something else. They just don't do that.
I think I keep their days pretty full.
And I think displacement is not what I'm worried about. It's the reskilling. And in government, we have a very specific challenge with that, we have employees, number one, that were hired for a very specific skill set. And this goes to the job descriptions, this goes to hiring practices, that I think we're going to need to hire more agnostic technologists that understand that their expectation will be to evolve with technology, as opposed to your, exchange administrator. And that's what I do. Don't want to do anything else. Thank you very much. And then when you take Exchange to the cloud, they're like, well, let me know when Exchange comes back and I'll be happy to get back to work. In the meantime, I don't know what you're going to want me to do. So it's really going to be a real shift in our intentions in hiring. People to adapt.
I have shifted how I hire people. It is not based on credentials. It is not based on your exact skill set at the moment. Show me your thought process. Are you that forward-thinking person of what's next? What's new? What else can I do? Show me your creativity. I can do a lot if you possess that and some decent tech skills. I don't need somebody to go to the nth degree in a particular platform, because odds are that platform's going to change. The threat's going to be different. Something is going to be different. I need to know your ability to adapt and to be creative and look forward. So I take those skill sets when I'm doing hiring over anything else.
And that confirms what I've been hearing through all quarters of senior recruitment, that is emotional intelligence. The idea, tech can be learned. Thinking, working along with people, questioning things, being curious, and having the ability to control one's emotions and better understand others. Every exec I've talked to, that's more important than any other skill right now.
I think a big component of this is workforce modernization. And that's a big conversation, and that could be the rest of the day here. One of the things we're tackling is DEI. That we're realizing that as we need broader talents and we need sharper people, that you can't keep fish in the same pond and expect to get bigger fish. We got to get out there, and part of it is, and this, I'm going to climb on my soapbox. I think interview panels are a nonsense. Interview panels are irrelevant. That is designed to put people in a stressful situation, and the people that fold the least are the ones that you want to hire. And those aren't always the best. I love the idea of, and like with interview panels, I mean, I've enjoyed interview panels because the other three people generally look like me on the other side. So those are always a great experience for me. But the further you are from that make and model, the harder it gets to face a panel. And the more difficult it is because you're investing energy in trying to look like them, sound like them, think like them, walk like them. So what if we change it up to where people submit a video interview they do on their own and bring out their best self, do a slide deck, produce it, whatever you want to do, and they submit that, and then you have a wide range of people review that and say, this looks like an amazing person. We should bring them in, and then do more casual interviews from there. But not this high pressure, wear a tie, sit in the lobby, with your legs crossed, shaking with your resume on your lap. I don't know. I feel like we're relying on old systems and counting on old systems to produce new results.
But sometimes those systems can work. I'll just share with you, my daughter's a musician and oboist, and when she's been up for recitals, she's behind a black curtain. And, she's had situations where they want to hire her. She knows everybody. They all like her, but they don't know who is behind the black curtain performing. And they, and they could have a bad day, a bad read or whatever. They don't get hired. It's totally blind. So those are the two extremes.
Anna. But I don't grill them. It is not a grilling. It is a conversation that we're having with them. And the panel is the two security managers that work for me. And it's them asking them questions. How do you handle this type of situation? Oh, wow, we've seen this. What do you think? And asking them general questions like that. We're not trying to get at the heart of some super technical type thing, but I want to see how you're going to mesh with my team. It's more of a character.
I still use panels too, because when I bring this up to HR, they kind of blink and smile. And then we're gonna do a panel, right? So this is more pontifical.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a question.
I was just gonna say, as far as doing the videos, make sure you can comply with someone who could be deaf. We did try to do videos, and then we had a challenge with that. And then my other comment would be, if you can solicit people that don't look like you, but are in other jurisdictions to be on your panels, because that can be a way to help with the outside of California.
No, I love that. I mean, I just feel like in government in general, we rely on old practices and then get frustrated that the results aren't changing with the times. So I think that we are very slow to change.
So, and maybe this is an early segue because Nikki is the next deep dive about Franklin County, but so kind of picking up on what Shelley was talking about, a day in the life of kind of thing. So Daryl, I guess because you have such a large department too, but you're probably a lot less involved in the security stuff. So just curious, like, where do you step in or how does it impact you? And then Nikki, kind of same thing for you, because you've got a lot of technical, but like, how do you separate the technical and then the partnership building and relationship? And the second thing for Nikki is, I know there's, I think, a growing number of females in like the CIO position and the leadership position, but I don't think in the CISO position. So do you run into any kind of like roadblocks or anything like that? Or I don't know if Daryl wants to go first.
I don't know where we start.
Yeah, and that's a loaded question.
And we have
A lot
5
to
minutes.
unpack.
So, I mean, just be mindful of time.
So I will take the first question you asked. I'll answer that in the next one in the deep dive, if that works for you. You can take the first one and I'll take the one after that. I don't know. We asked you a question. What do you do?
Oh,
how
what do I
involved?
do?
No, how
Like,
involved
yeah,
in
you
security are you
No,
day to
I'm
day?
like a house cat, right? Like it's at my level. I think it's interesting. And Shelley kind of brought this up. I think that titles matter at scale. That, and the responsibility is the same. A CISO's responsibility is the same if you're a 3-person operation or a 300-person operation. You are the person who is holistically responsible for ensuring that you're taking the most guarded approach to securing your digital estate that you have access to. And a 3-person thing, you don't have access to a SOC. You don't have a team. You can sit there and monitor logs and do that every day. But you're going to do the best you can with what you have. And, for a long time, CISO was a tag that, you reached over to one of the operations guys or infrastructure. Guess what? You're the CISO today. Like, do I get more pay? No, but I got to list you on a report for our cyber insurance. So congratulations, you're the CISO. And it's matured over time to the point where you have true professionals that is what they do, and that's their understanding. So, and I'll let you pick up from there on that.
There are more female CISOs that are that you're seeing pop up around. I know the state of Ohio, Holly Drake is the CISO there. She used to be at OSU as the CISO. So there are more that you're seeing pop up across different organizations. Was it as prevalent? No. I think part of that is the definition of the role and what we're doing and how we do it kind of kept people are like, and one of the typical ones you see is women are less likely. It's like, I don't meet all of the requirements. You don't have to meet everything listed on there. That is typically someone's dream of what a person should be, and you don't actually know what you're looking for. So you'll have more that are either applying that are male or that are assigned, hey, this is you, you're my smartest tech person. Doesn't mean you can be a good CISO, but you are my smartest tech person. And that's very, very different. But it is happening more often now.
So, any questions
From the virtual audience, you've been quiet out there in Netherlands. Any comments or questions from you all out there? This would be a good time to ask. All right. And let's say thank you very much, and we'll move on. Yeah. All right.
Thank you. I'm gonna miss you.
You guys are doing so well. So now we do number 3 of our deep dives. And this time we're going to have Nikki stay here. Nikki Milburn, Chief Information Security Officer, Franklin County, Ohio. And she's going to talk about more in depth of what she's been doing and thinking about. You can either come up here.
I was gonna say here or there. Do you have a
Whatever
preference?
whatever you're more comfortable.
Otherwise, I'll just stand up and roam around.
Okay, cool.
If not, no biggie. No biggie. I can work without one.
I didn't catch it.
Nope, cool. Okay. So Franklin County, Ohio, we are right in the heart of it all. We are kind of being rebranded as the Cyber Heartland. Yes, that all does fall within Franklin County. The lucky recipient of Intel, Meta, Google, all of that is coming to Columbus. We have roughly 1.3 million people that reside within Franklin County. We are responsible for 44 different county agencies and boards. So that is everything from Adam H to your Board of Elections, sheriff, auditor, treasurer, commissioners, the whole list of them. All fall within our realm, and they consume our services in varying different ways. And by our services, I mean the data center. We are roughly between 85 and 90 people. The security team, as of Monday, will represent 13 of those. So there is myself, 2 managers, and then 9 engineers, analysts that actually perform in the different domains that we have. Next year, I am hiring 2 more. I am excited for one of the positions. It's really cool and kind of outside the box. So what are we doing? So we've been moving along. And I will say thank you to both of you for having me back this year. This time last year, I was sitting up here on a panel with Adam, and my manager resigned while I was sitting up here. Of my team.
What's happening now?
There would be nothing. So this year, happy to say I have 2 managers. What does that mean? For a CISO, that's huge. to not be in the tactical day to day. That allows me to take a step back of managing what incidents are going on, what's going on in the identity space. It gives me the opportunity to take a step back and work on strategy, do the communications that need to happen, go talk to the different agencies, garner support, do education for them. Next week, I'm speaking at Public Health on cybersecurity to their teams. So it gives us the opportunity to actually socialize and strategize what's next for security. That's how I can have a 3-year plan that's pretty tight and a 5-year plan that goes out a little bit further. It's a little fuzzier, but I know roughly what I need at that time, but that allows for space for things to change. So that's where I spend most of my time. You ask a day in the life of the CISO, I spend most of my time strategizing and looking at what are we doing next in each of the pillars, because I have aligned myself to the Zero Trust framework where it's the 5 pillars. And then I'm also, what am I doing in the crosscuts? How am I getting better at that? What do I need to do? One of those positions is in the crosscuts for next year and what I'm really looking for. I also have to work on people development. You can't be a good leader if you're not developing the people that are working for you. I can't stay in the tech space all the time. I have to move into the people space. What does it take to elevate my managers? What training do they need? What opportunities do they need? Likewise with my engineers, are we challenging them enough? What are we doing next? There's a Hackers Teaching Hackers in Columbus. How many of my team is going to that? Do we have good representation? Are we going to the InfoSec Summit? Are we doing enough to educate our team and keep the passion and drive there? Because what I found during hiring, that's what people in Columbus are looking for. What opportunity is there for growth? What do you do for training and development? Will I have opportunity to grow in my profession? Will I have a career path of what's next for me? If I don't want to stay here and do just identity, do I have the opportunity to move over to engineering and do something different? Absolutely. How do we get you there? So I have to spend a fair amount of time in the development space and the people space as well.
Like that?
I love it. I love my job holistically. I truly, truly do. I get the opportunity to grow and develop people, which means a lot to me, but I also get to do it in an industry that I absolutely love and find very valuable and deliver services to people. We are responsible for the sheriff's department in Franklin County. 911 comes into the frame, into the sheriff's office. Ensuring that that is available when somebody calls 911, that the phone lines work, that it goes through the dispatch system, that it makes it to the person that can operate and they can dispatch a car or an ambulance or something. That's pretty big. That you can say that you help enable that on a daily basis and sustain it. Likewise, anytime an election rolls around, well, I do grumble. There is a lot of rigor around elections and a lot of stuff that happens. But how often can you actually say at the end of the day after an election, hey, I helped enable democracy today?
Yeah.
That's pretty fantastic. To take what you know and be able to do that type of stuff, that's pretty huge.
Not to be all over the place, I apologize. But it was interesting. So during our meeting yesterday, our certification program, we got a whole discussion around public service and how do you sell that as a way to encourage people to join one of the governments. It's kind of refreshing. I mean, you really do have to have a passion for serving, and we even start playing around with other terms in service, but you really do have to have a passion for this.
Absolutely. That is one of the selling points, because a lot of times when we're sitting in interviews with people, they're like, why do you work here? So then we go around the room and we explain it. That is my passion, that I can enable this for others. I can take the skills that I have and ensure that other stuff can happen, that public health, people can get what they need from there. Elections, sheriff, it's all about enabling people to have services when they need them. So that is the why. If you ever talk to Adam, he is big on why. That is my why.
Both are, it's academic.
Yes. Yes. So I absolutely do love being able to switch roles back and forth, work with the different agencies. So Zero Trust, yes, I do have a roadmap that is laid out for identity. And the way I did it, here is the identity pillar. This is where we're at today. This is what next year will bring. We're taking the things we're piloting and building this year, we've operationalized them next year. Next year, we start piloting a few other things. This is where more automation comes in. Once we get good at it, how much of this can I automate? And now you flip it. So we have identity laid out. Devices is a fun one because you have devices you own and you have devices you don't. And it's trying to kind of thread that needle between when is it too much on MDM for phones, tablets, versus it's somebody's home computer they're logging in with. Trying to thread that needle and figure out what that looks like. So what this has enabled me to do is I came to a realization that I was not educating the elected officials or the IT teams that reside within some of those agencies. I was not doing a good job of educating them on this is our strategy. They go to conferences, they hear the buzzwords, they see it everywhere, but they don't know what it means in their own county. So it's taking the opportunity to really educate them on this is what Zero Trust is. These are the pillars. These are the activities that we are performing in each one of them, and give them the opportunity to ask questions, poke holes, wonder why are we doing this? So we have a data board meeting the first Monday of every month. So in the first one, it was the introduction of this as Zero Trust, and you'll be hearing about each of the different pillars over the next five months. So then in the next one, we're going to talk about identity. The next one, devices. And then we are working our way through the pillars so they have an understanding of this is your security strategy. This is where we're at. If somebody asks you and you're at a conference, oh, what do you think about Zero Trust? You can actually answer them. And then say, this is what we're doing. This is how we're implementing it. So that kind of goes into that role that I'm hiring next year. It's different. I have not landed on an official title for it yet. But this role will be responsible for training, education, metrics, almost like a security relationship manager for each of the agencies where they're doing the education and not the security awareness training that you typically provide. This is educating them. This is where you're at. This is your security posture based on these are the metrics associated with your servers, your endpoints, your identities. This is your posture. And not just metrics for the sake of reporting metrics. I don't believe in that. It's what can you take? What is actionable? How can we help make this better? What changes do we need to see? So they would have the responsibility of formulating some of those metrics in conjunction with myself and the managers, but being able to have that conversation with the agency, talking them through it, providing educational sessions if they want to bring in more of their teams to do that. They will also be facilitating tabletop exercises where they can tailor a tabletop exercise for an agency and run them through it. So they have an understanding of what it means when there's a cyber incident. So it's not just, stuff went down. Okay, now what? What are you going to do? Animal control. You lost your dog system. What are you going to do? How are you going to facilitate adoptions? Is it back to paper? How are you going to collect money for the adoption? So it's really kind of shutting things down and having them understand what it means to them. And then on the annual level, bring in the leadership from each of the agencies and do a holistic one in conjunction with FEMA and EMA. So my goal is for this person to work very closely with CISA, EMA, and FEMA on how to formulate and orchestrate tabletop exercises that can scale up and down. So I'm pretty excited about that position and what they're going to do because it's something new and different, but it's a gap that we had.
Almost like a liaison officer.
Kind of, but I'm expecting more of them. I want them to have the tech skills and understand. It's
more than making connections. It's
right. You have to understand what it means and what it means to be secure. And hey, your identity score, you have this many that have stale accounts. We're about to disable them. Do you know that? And then just kind of educate them. This is the risk of a stale account. This is why we're disabling it. Would you like to do something about it? If no, okay, cool. I'm just going to disable them. Good day. But it's really taking that extra step of looking at what does it mean? Vulnerabilities when we're remediating, helping them understand what that means. Because they truly, I don't think they completely understand it.
So that's security business process analyst.
Kind of. So yeah, that's the fun part. More so than myself, yes. So it's a very different role. And I think that's where when we get into what does a CISO look like, it varies depending on where you are. I spend a lot of time in strategy development. I am not hands-on. I haven't been hands-on for a while. It's too big. I can't be that. I have to be setting direction. We have implementation projects that we work on. I have to be kind of working on those timelines. I need to coordinate across the other chiefs in there of, hey, finance, I need money for this. We don't have time to be hands-on. If you're truly doing the strategy, the looking forward and that, you don't have time to be hands-on and look at that. It won't work. And a smaller org, if it's like one or two, quite possibly, it could work, but I haven't been hands-on in a while, not unless I've had to. Questions about anything else we're doing? I know it's a lot to cover at once.
Just kind of picking up on what Scott Kahn was saying about the city manager, notify the city manager. So something happens. Do you notify the CIO first? Or is it like, how can you engage with like the board or things like that? Or
Okay, this is where the complexity of county government comes into play. There is no city manager. Should an incident occur, it would be Adam and I. I would notify Adam. Oddly enough, we would get the prosecuting attorney's office and would have them engaged. And then we would go from there, puts everything under attorney-client privilege after that. So that if we do reach out to the cyber company, at that point, we do have our legal counsel online already and is already filled in on everything. That would usually probably take about an hour to get all of us in a room. But then we would get the commissioner's CIO as well.
And another question. So you're Franklin County, but there's also Columbus, a big city. So how much do you do with, like, I know San Luis Obispo is talking about regional approaches. So do you do a lot of stuff with Columbus?
With Columbus, we share some facilities. Is there a lot of security crossover with Columbus? There is not. Infrastructure wise, yes. We do have network and stuff like that that runs back and forth. Some of our agencies, we communicate back and forth, but security, if something happens, yes, I will reach out to them. If something happens with them, they'll reach out to me and say, hey, take a look at this. There are smaller municipalities that are within Columbus that have, or within Franklin County that have reached out to us. Hey, we got hit. Can you help? Yes, I absolutely. Here's resources from my team. But we also kind of walk them through. Now that we've done this and you're good, here are things that are available to you that you didn't know are available to you. Our cyber reserve. A lot of people don't know that we have the Ohio Cyber Reserve that you can have come in and work on an incident for you. It doesn't cost you anything. You just work through your EMA office and they can get them deployed. Usually takes about 4 to 8 hours. Not bad to have a full strike team in your office waiting on you, staring at you. So we do have that. CISA has provided assistance to us, MSISAC, EIISAC. So I take it as an opportunity to educate on, hey, all these other services are available to you. Why are you not using them? And then if I have intel or something like that, I will ensure that it makes it to them. Because even though Ohio's not a huge state, there's not a lot of chatter going back and forth across everyone. And I know CISA is working on that by having regional folks in there now. Did you still have a question, Ryan?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask what your thoughts were. Oh, sorry. Oh, don't you know the rules?
Please,
I was
please,
gonna
Dale.
repeat it if he was done. But go ahead.
No, I was just wondering what your thoughts are, because it sounds like you've been very successful and you're continuing to be in growing your team in alignment with kind of what you're seeing emerging, what you have going on. And kind of just what criteria you use in your approach to how to properly source your cybersecurity program and staffing. Where it's right, there's a head count for the department, for your organization as a whole, but then, how does that weigh in compared to when you're just looking at the technology ecosystem and the various risks with all those things? Did you say it weighs more just based on kind of what the technology-based services are and securing those, managing that risk. And I'm not sure if I'm being clear, but right, some folks are like, okay, we have, 6 people in cybersecurity, regardless of our organization, what's ever going on, are we good? Versus, how you think about that when you're thinking about where and when you need your, help with your program.
So current state, I'm aligning to the strategy that I have where I'm looking at the domains and how to evolve each one of them is what I'm using and evolving in each of them. Because sometimes it's a different skill set based on what they're doing. If there are new emerging threats that come out within the next year, absolutely, I would go back and say, hey, this is coming out of nowhere. This was not planned for. You see, this is not on the strategy. It's not on the roadmap, but I need someone. And it may be a contract resource for X amount of time until we can get our footing and our head around it. By that point, there should be somebody internally on the team that I would be able to leverage and say, okay, you got this? Do I need to get someone? Have you automated something else? Is there something else you're doing that's less priority to where you can consume this? If not, I'm going to go back and ask for another person based on an emerging threat.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Anybody from the virtual side? Is the virtual side still here? Well, give you like for the here.
Any virtual questions?
All right, thank you, David.
All back to you.
So what we're going to do is we're going to have deep dive number 4. And given the fact that it's a beautiful day outside, we've already gone around the room. So as soon as we finish, Carrie, the pressure is on, but you can take your time. You can take your time. But for those of us who are physically here, have come from all over the world with our standing only crowd, are going to work in groups in the elevator so we don't overwhelm the elevators, and go to the roof and have a reception. So for those of you who are joining us virtually, I want to thank you all for being here, but I want you to stay for Carrie. Carrie's done some really cool stuff, and I keep going back to podcasts that we've done. We're very proud of the podcast because we hit upon some really cool topics, and we learn about them from meetings like this. And we encourage you that as you hear things and want to tell a story, by all means, let us know, because it could turn into a podcast and share with everybody else. At our last summit that we had, Carrie was talking about, and this, I'm not sure you're going to be addressing it now, but talked about some of the issues of procurement, and they come up with a novel way of managing technology. And so, Carrie, you're going to take the deep dive with us and talk about cybersecurity in particular, but you're probably going to get into this a little bit too, because what you're doing is very, very unique. So with that, come on up.
Presentation, is the presentation up?
Yeah.
I'll wait until they have the presentation. Well, it's a growing city. When I went in 2010, it was 180,000. Now we're looking at 325,000 today. It's growing. Lots of high tech downtown. Nutanix, Google, Meta is all downtown Durham.
Yeah.
And the Research Triangle Park is full of high tech. Even before I got there, IBM, Cisco, a lot of bioengineering firms. So it's a sweet spot to be in right now. We have 3 universities: North Carolina, NCCU, North Carolina Central University, Duke University, and right over here, the North Carolina, UNC, University of North Carolina. Right down the road, west, North Carolina State University. So. I thought the presentation was up.
Yeah, if you click clicker, it'll go forward. The clicker.
There you go. Ooh, look at that.
Hey, man. Let me try that again. Okay, I'm happy to talk to you about our cybersecurity program. It's six years old. And what I'm gonna do today is talk to you about the history of our program over 6 years. I'm gonna talk to you about how we measuring success. I read a book, Steve Covey. It said, for discipline execution, how you know you win unless you are keeping score. So we have lots of good performance metrics on our cybersecurity program. And finally, I'm gonna end it with what we are doing as far as initiatives for this fiscal year. So I'm going to talk about the evolution of the program, like I talked about, performance measures, and the initiatives. But what I want to share before we get into it, excuse me, is we're aligning to the NIST framework, which is identify, detect, respond, and recover. So let me first talk about the overview of our 6-year-old program. That may be a little small for you to read. I'm not sure if you can read it, but the birth of our program came from 3 things. We did a cybersecurity vulnerability assessment and came back with hundreds of vulnerabilities. Most of them was repetitive, switching gear, operating system that need to be patched, etc. The next event was the city manager called me as he left Florida and said, Kerry, our city in Florida got hacked. Can we get hacked? And I had thought about it for a second and I said, yes, very high probability we will get hacked. That got his attention. What have we been doing about it over the years? I said, well, I've been sending in these initiatives during the budget process that never got funded. So that kind of got his attention. And then the final thing is we got a small ransom attack in 2017. It was small, only like 10 workstations, but it was enough to scare us. So from that point, we asked for some funding and we got the funding, but very similar to Modesta. Before we could execute it, we got a malware attack. But before the malware attack, excuse me, my voice is fading. We put in a backup system because I could get that with the funding, but I couldn't get in the cybersecurity tools because it wasn't a priority in the city of Durham. We have all these competing priorities. It just wasn't a priority. But the backup system, I put a security feature in it where I bought it with the security feature. It was immutable backups. So whatever I backed up, ransomware could not penetrate that backup system. So when we got hit in 2020, I think I went too far. Is that saying 2020? Yeah. When we got hit in 2020, we recovered from the malware attack in 4 days. And we were able to do that successfully. And then we could put in after the malware attack, we was able to put in some features and some new tools to help us. So now let me introduce you to our team. We have 3 sets of teams. First one is the senior management role, the cybersecurity staff role. And this is where Al was talking, we did something unique. We couldn't afford a CISO in that marketplace. So we got a virtual CISO, managed services. Report to us just like a regular staffer would. There was an individual that we hired through a contract relationship, and we direct the managed services provider, just like he will work as an employee. And that has been very successful for us. And then let me go forward. So this is what our cybersecurity program looks like. Look at the top, you have the strategist, which includes the CIO, the CTO, and the virtual CISO, and the SOC. Those are the three environments that sit on top of the team that directs the cybersecurity program team, which consists of a division manager and 4 resources. In this diagram, we mapped out what IT assets, when I say IT assets, security assets they have to manage, and what services they have to render to the city. So that's our model in a nutshell. But cybersecurity has been the fastest growing program we have in IT shop. So this is where we manage the performance. I can't read that television. That's why I'm looking over here. But if you look at the top, we have MSISAC, our threat intelligence monitor. We got something at every level. Penetration testing, SIV CISO is responsible for that. We have their virus scanning and whitelisting. We have tools at every layer. Email scanning and filtering, website blocking, advanced persistent threat defenses, and of course firewall, IDSP, and IPS. So at every layer, we have a tool mapped out to protect the city. So here's how we keep score. I'm trying to see if I can see the confidence. So we have a SOC, and these are the number of incidents reported by the SOC in each year. And you know, it went down and back up to 402. We have EDR. We measure how many workstations are protected and how many are infected, and how many where we found threats. So we keep the score on our EDR performance. Number of phishing attempts, who are the top emails that are, you notice that the top recipients are folks are in the police department and all in the city manager's office. Elaine O'Neill's on there. Wayne Fenton, department director. Patrice Andrews, the chief of police. So we keep score on who is our top offenders or ones that are targeted. Okay, this is our test results. Our phishing test, we realize that 60% of our users use mobile devices for email. Only 39% use workstations to look at their email. Out of that, 115 are failed attempts. We have a 60% failure rate. The national average is 6%. So we're doing a little bit better than the national average on phishing. Now, these are enhancements. So we're going to put in some version of zero trust and multi-factor authentication combination. We work with on the Microsoft platform. That's one of our targeted projects. Single sign-on. And the one that we're putting in also is SentinelOne Ranger. And that's going to tell us if anybody plugs something into our network, no matter what it is, IoT device, any type of device will be detected and brought to our attention. By the way, SentinelOne is becoming a really big player in the market on security. They have something to protect you against just about everything you can think of. Artificial intelligence and machine learning built into it. Any questions? That's it in a nutshell. The city of Durham. We're continuing. One of the things I want to say is that we have a philosophy in the city of Durham. The technology that protects you today is be the technology that makes you fail tomorrow. You have to be nimble in your thinking. being adjust because the cyber threat actors are adjusting. So we're planning to invest a substantial amount of funds each year to not only get new tools, but to replace the tools we currently have. We have to be in that mindset today because the landscape changes so fast. So the word I'm telling my team is be nimble. Don't get comfortable with your cybersecurity. Thank you.
I thank everybody. So the next deep dive could be yours. So a couple of closing thoughts. Number one, cyber is still on everyone's mind. I'm amazed everyone says they sleep well at night. I think they're lying. There are some unsettling things going on all over the world right now. Cyber is just one of them, but there is hope. But I saw here today with some really cool ideas and solutions, takeaways, things that we should be thinking about, and a network that enables us to continue to share best practices, which I think is so vital and important. I think brains need to be exercised just like our bodies. And coming to events like this definitely exercises the brain, makes us think outside of things that we would normally think about, things that we take for granted amongst ourselves, and then find that not everybody shares that. In fact, if anything, we can learn from others, and which is always something that I look forward to doing. We're very happy to have had all the people, both live and virtually. For those of you who would like to revisit any of the presentations, we'll let you know how to make these available to you. I also want to thank InfoSec for being our sponsor. You'll be seeing more of InfoSec and some of the things they're doing. I very much believe in their approach when it comes to changing culture, not just behaviors. One happens with the other. They can't be isolated. If you have a story to tell, whether it be cyber or otherwise, by all means, let us know. We'd love to hear about it. Maybe encourage you to share through a blog, or maybe be interviewed for a 20-minute podcast, which is a lot of fun. I think those who have gone through it realize it's only 20 minutes and it goes by like 5. We make it very, very easy, and then you become a hero to your peers. But more importantly, you're sharing things of best practices with others. Keep in mind the services that we offer, that we do offer tabletop exercises that I think are geared more towards governance. If they're not as technical, but I think as a starting point, that's exactly what most people need. When you involve your most senior management, whether it be elected leaders or not. Number 2, let us remind yourselves that we do offer other consulting services where we can do an IT assessment, again, mostly at the governance end, and looking at your strengths and weaknesses, kind of like a SWOT with an O, not A approach, and give you a written report in a friendly environment that is absolutely cost effective. Consider coming to the Fusion Learning Partners event, the symposium at St. Paul, Minnesota on the 12th. Members will get half off, and you'll have another opportunity to meet with an even larger audience. And I would say there are many hundreds that would come to this event. It's been going on for 25 years. So Fusion has been a great parent to us. The staff have been great. I want to thank Jenna, who behind the scenes has done things that we haven't seen in a while. All the details of this program is a result of her work. The name tags are quality. When I said, oh, this isn't hello, my name is, these are quality designed. Signs are all done by Jenna. All the logistics was done by Jenna. So we're very grateful. Grateful to Dale, who's been with us for a very long term, who has just been phenomenal in making sure some of the pieces fall together nicely, including the program. I want to thank the NLC crew that have been here. Thank you so much. Being in production way back one in PS 104 in Brooklyn, I know these things are not, you have to keep your eye on the ball to make sure things move. And that's another thing Jenna did. Even though she was out there, she was watching everything going on. And so I made sure everyone's PowerPoint, to the extent we had it, was moving smoothly. And so we couldn't be more pleased. Next year, here's a surprise. Because October is so busy, we've decided that we're going to move the cyber event, this event, to April. So we'll be here before you know it. We're going to start planning with that now. We hope to work with the National League of Cities once again. We see many opportunities. I know they do as well. So it's great to be back here. think of the things that we can do for you. And on the same token, we want to say thank you so much for your support over the years. And we've got other great things coming down the pike. So stay tuned. You'll see a more active, vibrant website. And again, we can be of any help to you, let us know. For those who are staying, we will adjourn to the rooftop where it's a great place for selfies, a glass of wine and maybe a beer, and some pretzels and whatnot. And for those of you who've joined us virtually, I want to thank you for the time. Some of you stayed on the whole time. A lot of you are CGCIO former students. And I want to say you can count on at least 6 continuing what we call contact hours for this event. Make sure you put that in your spreadsheet and get credit for the time that you have spent with us today. Are there any comments from anybody in the virtual side that one would like to make, or anybody in the room that would like to make? Shelton, I see your picture. Does that mean the camera just got you because you moved, or that you would like to share something?
I've been here.
Okay.
I just want to say it was a well put together program, and I enjoyed it. I got a lot of information today, and I want to thank all the presenters for the information they shared with us. Thank you.
Thank you. And Scott, thank you. But you have your hand up.
I do have my hand up. I just wanted to thank everybody for their participation. You have a tremendous team, Alan, and a great program at PTI and now PTI Fusion. So truly appreciate you inviting me into the fold to speak today, and love the event. And I'm just sick that I'm not able to be there in person. I would love to adjourn to the rooftop right about now.
Yeah, we would love to have you here. I was going to host you at our house as you hosted me when I was out visiting you all. But you know, when you think about it, things work out for the better sometimes. The very fact you were there during an earthquake reassured everybody that duty calls. And I've heard a lot of excuses before, but the earthquake is a new one. But I appreciate that, having gone through a few myself out your way. Anyone else would like to say anything? Yes, Paul. Well, thank you very much. Hope to see you in Minneapolis in December 12th, 13th, and 14th. It's a great event. It's easy to get to. Probably doesn't conflict with any other conferences. No one would be crazy enough to have a conference during that time of year in that place. But no, seriously, it has been going on for some 25, 30 years successfully. It's a well laid out city. You will brave the elements if there are any to be brave. And with global warming, they're already planting palm trees, so it's good. All right.
Hey,
Meeting is
Alan.
adjourned. Yes.
This is Val. Can't
Yes.
resist. I offer a League of Minnesota Cities tour if you come to St. Paul in December. How's that?
All right.
They have a great office right by the state capitol.
Yeah, we did an AI thing with Mel and her group, and it's a great facility and great people. It's a great. I remember when we were talking to different groups, and I was talking to the Fusion leadership. And how do I feel about Midwestern values? And I said, when can I move? I mean, it really is warm, inviting. Everyone we've met has been gracious, supportive, and damn smart. So there it is. Thank you. All right. With that, thank you all, and we will see you at our next event.
Anyone interested in going, it's secure up there, so we just had to check out security.